Chapter 1. Not a Spider Mountain. The night wind was gusting, and from time to time there were harsh screams in the mountains and forests to die. Die! Die! Zhang Ji's face was full of horror, and he ran around the mountains and forests in a panic. Zhang Ji has been in this place for just a year, and he owns an ancestral farmland and a country house. The people in the village called him Ji, and the year was in a trance, and I always felt that I had forgotten something. I farmed during the day, slept at night, and spent the year peacefully. To this day, he learned from the villagers that the place where he lived was called Not a Spider Mountain. His brain seemed to explode in an instant. Not a Spider Mountain. Can I stay here? It's been a year, and it hasn't turned into food. God forbid. Zhang Ji recalled everything. It is very obvious that Zhang Ji crossed into the world of the Ghost Slayer Blade, and the beginning was in the territory of the Spider Ghost family, Nation Spider Mountain, not so much a territory as a canteen. Zhang Ji thought that he absolutely could not sit still, so when the sun just came out, he immediately plunged into the Spider Mountain, and he decided to take advantage of the broad daylight to cross the Spider Mountain and go to the big city. It's a pity that he completely underestimated the size of Not a Spider Mountain, and this walk was a whole day, until nightfall, he was still in the mountain. Don't run, human, I'm so hungry. Quick, let me eat you. The desperate voice behind him came again. Zhang Ji's scalp was numb, and he ran faster. Behind him, a pale-skinned, white-clad woman followed him unhurriedly, as if teasing her prey. Shan Lin couldn't see his 5 fingers, and Zhang Ji didn't know whether it was a ghost mother or a ghost sister who was chasing him. In the end, Zhang Ji, like a headless fly, tripped over a stone, threw his head on the ground, and fell a dog. As soon as he got up, the face of a pale woman appeared in his eyes. Oops, I fell. Why are you so careless? Hey, hey, hey! Where did you fall? Hurry up and let me take a bite. The woman's mouth instantly split to the root of her ear, and her fangs full of fangs flashed cold in the moonlight. Zhang Ji was blinded, and the fear of death forced him to get up quickly and run away. As soon as he got up, a sharp pain came from his chest. A slender palm without a trace of blood penetrated his chest. Ahem! Zhang Ji opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood. His face was unwilling, but his consciousness gradually blurred. Damage from ghost detected. 10,000 Realms summoning system has been activated. Do you perform the first summon? A voice that could not distinguish between men and women appeared in Zhang Ji's mind, and in the blurred vision, a system interface slowly emerged. Zhang Ji used his last strength and said tremblingly, "Yes. Let me taste it first, rest assured, your body, I will bring it back. Shared with the whole family." The woman bit on Zhang Ji's shoulder and pulled off a large piece of meat. She squinted her eyes and chewed carefully, with an expression of enjoyment on her face. Start matching. Matching you with characters on PAR with hostile targets. Match successful. Summoning successful. Dirt Reincarnation Uchiha Spot has arrived. In an instant, the whole world seemed to stand still. The meat chewed in the woman's mouth had not yet been swallowed, and suddenly felt that there was someone behind herself. He withdrew his right hand inserted in Zhang Ji's chest and slowly turned his head. She saw a man. A man with domineering written on his face. Dressed in Warring States period armor, her long hair gently swayed with the night breeze. The right eye is covered by hair, the left eye is bloody red, and there are 3 hook jades slowly turning in the eye socket. At this moment, he held his hands to his chest and looked at the woman expressionlessly. The woman noticed that there were several cracks on the man's face, and the whole person looked lifeless. For a while, she couldn't tell whether she was a ghost or the man who suddenly appeared in front of her was a ghost. The spot moved, and he took a few steps past the woman's side and came to Zhang Ji, who had fallen to the ground, his chest bleeding constantly. Stinky little ghost, weak like this, if you die, you can't blame others. Madara stretched out his foot and gently kicked Zhang Ji's body, and said with a face full of displeasure. I don't know why, that scarlet eye made the spider ghost woman feel a tremor from the soul. It's a feeling of fear that you never had in the face of exhaustion. Boom! Without any warning, the woman's head suddenly exploded. The headless corpse collapsed to the ground, and she didn't see when the strange man in front of her made a move. Uchiha didn't seem to move at all. This kind of injury will really die, Madara said with a frown. Then he stretched out his hand and pressed it on Zhang Ji's chest and said, Haxi Hot Mother's cells, I hope you can fit. Obtaining intercolumnar cells. Intercolumn cell fusion completed. Hey! Fused. Little ghost, I really didn't misread you, Madara said with a smile. Hiss! After a while, Zhang Ji gasped and stood up directly. He looked at Uchiha who was sitting next to him, and for a moment he didn't know how to speak. Little ghost. What's wrong? Haven't seen me for a while, don't know me? Uchiha said with a smile. Just when Zhang Ji was confused, the system's prompt appeared. Summoned characters will unconditionally support the host. This is unmeasured. But the character's personality cannot be rewritten. Madara. Banyi, Zhang Ji said as he spoke. Humph. Uchiha snorted coldly, which was regarded as answering Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji seemed to suddenly remember something, he turned his head, and sure enough, the spider woman ghost who was headshot by Uchiha was gone. Madara yet. Ghosts can't be killed by ordinary methods. She ran away. Zhang Ji said anxiously. Stinky boy, she escaped this kind of thing, of course I know. I'm too lazy to strike another hand on such a weak thing. You were almost killed by her, you deserve it, stinky boy. Uchiha said expressionlessly. It seems that you still need to get along slowly. Madara is Madara in the end. But the system, you call this a comparable role? Equal to whom? With spider ghosts or with the whole ghost world? Earth explosion celestial star, Susanoo can care about this kind of thing, even if it destroys the entire world against the ghost, it is a very explosive thing. Looking at the man with invincible written in front of him, Zhang Ji froze. Chapter 2. Zhang Ji eventually returned to his home with Banyi. Zhang Ji started a fire, and the two sat on the edge of the fire. Madara, how did you find here? Zhang Ji, who had been silent for a long time, asked. Just after asking, he regretted it. Why do you have this mouth, in case Uchiha himself doesn't know where he came from? With his brain, maybe he will immediately suspect that something is wrong, and if he is not hung in the hands of the ghost, he will hang in the hands of Madara. Summoned characters have been scheduled for events and memories. The system's prompts answered Zhang Ji's anxiety. Space-time ninjutsu. Madara spat out these words expressionlessly. Oh, so it is. Zhang Ji nodded. Then there was another silence. But I really didn't expect that you little devil could come to another world. I thought you were dead. That's right. Madara said and stood up, looked at Zhang Ji condescendingly, and continued, I promised to teach you ninjutsu. It's just that I didn't expect you to disappear inexplicably, so it's better to start now. When Zhang Ji heard this, he also stood up and said in surprise, now. How else? Madara frowned. Zhang Ji immediately nodded, indicating that Banyi was really warm. Little ghost, Chakra, do you understand? Madara asked. I don't understand. Zhang Ji said with a serious face. I just watched the anime, the devil knows how Chakra perceives this thing? How could I have accepted a fool like you as a student in the first place? Madara said with a cold face. Students. Oh. The character I was installed in is Madara. Zhang Ji immediately understood. By the way, teacher, your body. Did something happen? Zhang Ji knew that his identity was Banyi's student, and immediately changed his words. Body. Because I'm dead. This is the body produced by the art of rebirth of dirt. Madara said indifferently. Teacher, what happened before you came here? Zhang Ji then asked. He had a very magical guess. Ji, what nonsense are you talking about? Don't you know all about my plan? You little devil! Wouldn't it have been a spell? Madara asked, squinting. He felt that something was wrong with Zhang. Judging from his memory, this kid should know his whole plan. After all, he is his favorite student. When I was ready to shape such a pawn as Obito, I met Zhang Ji. Madara inadvertently began to recall the beginning. No, 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 no. It's just curiosity, just curiosity. Zhang Ji quickly waved his hand and said. Humph. As I originally planned, my purpose is about to be achieved. I was standing on a high place, facing the ants who called themselves the Ninja Alliance. I don't know why, I suddenly felt your breath, and I felt like I was going to die. Madara paused when he said this, and a hint of hatred for iron did not become steel appeared in his eyes. Then he continued, so I used time and space ninjutsu to lock your location and find you. Good. It turns out that it is about to achieve the highlight moment of Konoha my king. In order to verify his conjecture, Zhang Ji then asked, then teacher, you have been here for so long. If you go back, will the war be over? Madara waved his hand casually and said, impossible. When I go back, it'll still be that scene, that time period. Wait a minute. Madara suddenly frowned as he spoke. I always think something weird. When did I have this ninjutsu? Seeing this, Zhang Ji immediately interrupted Madara's thoughts and spoke, teacher. So what are you waiting for? Hurry up and teach me ninjutsu. Ban's thoughts were pulled back by Zhang Ji's voice, and he looked at Zhang Ji, and a slightly sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Okay, then let me give you special training. As your teacher, I haven't really taught you anything, how can this be my Uchiha Madara's style? Madara clasped his hands to his chest and said with a smile. So teacher, where do we start? I'm so excited. Zhang Ji's mind had already appeared the picture of himself using the earth explosion heavenly star to ascend Ghost Mai Suji to the sky as the moon. Ha 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 ha. Your kid's physical fitness is still good, and he can fit the cells between the columns so quickly. In other words, under normal circumstances, you can't die. You know what I mean, right? Madara said with a big laugh. I don't understand much, I think I should learn theory first and lay my foundation. A very bad feeling appeared in Zhang Ji's mind. Boom! Madara kicked up and directly kicked Zhang Ji into the air. Theory is useless. As a ninja, you can only break through yourself in battle after battle. Theory. If you are beaten up a lot, you will naturally learn theory. What about your chakra eye? After Madara kicked Zhang Ji, he asked with his head held high. Zhang Ji's head was dizzy from being kicked, and he got up from the ground, feeling that his waist was about to be kicked and broken by Ban Yi. Sharingan. Me? Zhang Ji asked suspiciously. Nonsense. Haven't you already opened the Shangoyu's Sharingan? Uchiha, Zhang Ji. Madara is amazing. When the system summons a character, in order to match the relationship between the character and the host, it will randomly add an identity to the host and the iconic ability of that identity. What, have you slackened into this? Looking at Zhang Ji, who looked confused, Madara showed a very dissatisfied look on his face. Well, I'll let you remember it. As soon as Ban's words fell, he punched Zhang Ji in the face, and Zhang Ji was beaten and slid on the ground for more than 10 meters. Teacher, slow down. Zhang Ji coughed violently and said. What about the iconic Sharingan of the Uchiha clan? Let me be well. Madara pulled Zhang Ji up and said loudly. Looking at Zhang Ji's swollen face that was beaten by himself, a wave of anger immediately rose in Madara's heart. Uchiha's clan, how can they be so wasteful? Like a poor bug. Give you a little stimulation. Madara said as he said. Scarlet Sharingan's eyes immediately met Zhang Ji's eyes. In an instant, Zhang Ji's brain felt a tingling pain. This is a mental blow. Zhang Ji was in pain. Use Haibo, Zhang Ji, the identity has fit. Zhang Ji opened his eyes abruptly, and a pair of single-hook jade writing wheel eyes slowly turned in his eye sockets. Chapter 3. Wu. Zhang Ji let out a long sigh of relief. The opening of the chakra eye made him feel that his vision had reached a strange point in an instant. He can now even see the detailed appearance of flying insects in the air. This is a bit of a Uchiha clan. Madara nodded in satisfaction and sat down on the steps again. I didn't expect you to be surprised to see me like this, you're Madara-sensei, but I'm already dead. Madara supported his cheek with his hand and said that he made a mark with one hand. The flames of the bonfire in front of the two suddenly rose a little higher. Zhang Ji walked to the campfire, squatted down, looked at the setting sun and sighed and said, Teacher Ban, even if it is the sun, there is a time when it sets. Besides, aren't you resurrected? It's really cold, it's obviously not night yet. Zhang Ji said and moved a few more steps towards the campfire. Resurrection? No, it's far from the point of resurrection, it's still one step away. It's only one step away? If it weren't for you little ghost, maybe I would be resurrected by now. Madara also looked back at the setting sun. Looking at Banyi's domineering side face under the sunset, Zhang Ji's heart moved. He casually picked up a leaf from the ground and reached out and poked a hole in the middle of the leaf. Then he picked up the leaf and placed it in front of his left eye, and watched the sunset from the hole in the leaf. Madara-sensei, what do you say is a real dream? Madara looked back at Zhang Ji in surprise. Zhang Ji let go of the leaves, a gust of wind blew through, and the leaves flew to Madara's side. Madara grabbed the leaves casually, picked them up and put them in front of him, and also watched the sunset from the hole in the leaves. The real dream, I may soon find the answer. Extreme, what about after that? What are you going to do after that? Come back with me. There's one more big thing waiting for me to do. Madara holds the leaves flat in his hands, and the leaves drift away with the wind. Go back. How to go back, Madara-sensei, do you have a way to go back? Zhang Ji immediately asked. Humph. Of course. Let's go back. Madara stood up and made his hands printed. Zhang Ji looked at the speed of his hand and couldn't help but think to himself, didn't you say that your hands clapped and shouted what? A vegetative person in a different world, normal people who make prints. Spots, do you get printed? He was still a little nervous, after all, he had lived in the Ghost Slayer world for a long time, and he was still a disciple of Madara, and he still had Sharingan, and he was still very safe in the Ghost Slayer Blade world according to reason. But look at Madara like this, in case you follow him to the Naruto world, it's not good that it is when Madara fights the Ninja Alliance. That Madara is definitely dancing, he must be wasted. Can't even do it. Why? The finished brows were screwed together. When did Uchiha Madara fail to use ninjutsu? Wu. Zhang Ji breathed a sigh of relief. Teacher Madara, if it doesn't work, maybe the recovery time of the technique has not arrived? Or is some condition not triggered? Zhang Ji immediately said this sentence into Madara Yi's inferential tone. Well, what you said also has some truth, then stay in this world for a while, anyway, when I go back, it will still be that moment. Madara nodded, turned his face and stared at Zhang Ji again with an unkind face. Madara-sensei, you wouldn't be thinking. Go ahead, right? Zhang Ji asked. He had a bad premonition. A Zhang Ji let out a scream. Strangely, no one in the village heard his scream, and even the villagers passing by looked over, they couldn't see these two people at all. Of course, this is also Banyi's means. Zhang Ji was beaten by Ban Yi until daylight. While Zhang Ji was still being beaten, Tanjiro, who was wearing a hospital gown, my wife Zenji, and Izura in a shook, heard it's healed, from the mouth of a doctor. This sentence. Ha Tanjiro looked beaming, feeling a lot happier. Crow flew a little choked to the courtyard where the three of Tanjiro were. Northeast north, northeast north, the next place is in northeast north. All three go to Nation Spider Mountain, all go to Nation Spider Mountain. From Starling's mouth, new tasks appeared. At all times, please live with pride. I wish you all good luck. The grey-haired mother-in-law gave words of blessing. Then the three of them lined up and began to hurry. Halfway through, the boar boy was still struggling with what Yun Changlong meant. The three of them kept on the road, knowing that it was getting late. Extremely, it seems that many people have entered the mountains. I'm here to hunt that thing called Ghost. Madara beat Zhang Ji for a whole night and a day, and finally stopped. Zhang Ji has been beaten into a pig's head, but with the intercolumn cells in his body, his recovery ability is still amazing. And Madara's movements are also very slow, he is deliberately teaching Zhang Ji, and the seal is also very slow, and Zhang Ji, who has the eyes of the writing wheel, can obviously understand it completely. Even ordinary ninjutsu he had firmly remembered in his heart. For example, the B-level fire in that district was extinguished. Of course, if you want to, this move is in the hands of Madara, it is the power of S-level ninjutsu. The Ghost Killer team has entered Nada Spider Mountain. Someone will die. A lot. Zhang Ji immediately thought of the original plot of the Ghost Slayer Blade. The Ghost Killing team suffered heavy casualties in the Nation Spider Mountain. Oh? You know a lot or you go get a workout. Madara said listlessly, he was currently not interested in this kind of thing ghost at all. Zhang Ji looked at Ban Yi, who was in front of him, and couldn't help but complain in his heart, thanks to Ban Yi is coming, if this summons the big snake pill. That's over, if all the ghosts have to be arrested for scientific research, Zhang Ji has no doubt that the big snake pill can do it, what's wrong with the ghost killing or not? Who isn't an undead anymore? The key people are not afraid of the Sunday. I still have the core technology in my hands. Good. Madara-sensei, aren't you afraid that I will make some mistakes? Zhang Ji was just about to leave, but suddenly stopped and turned around and asked. Missed. If this kind of thing can't be solved, it's better to die. Madara said expressionlessly. It's you. Madara-sensei, this is indeed your style. Then Teacher Ban, the disciple is going. Zhang Ji gave a thumbs up to Madara and ran towards the mountain without looking back. Zhang Ji didn't walk long ago, and in Madara's body, a wooden doppelganger stepped out in one step. The wooden doppelganger hugged his chest with both hands and disappeared in place very abruptly. Chapter 4. If I summon a character in the future, wouldn't I have to change my last name n times? In the dark mountain forest, Zhang Ji thought of his current identity, that is, Yujibo Zhang Ji. The bonus to the chakra eye and the intercolumnar cells is amazing, and a day ago he was a dregs that the ghost saw as food. And now, he has a sense of confidence that there is absolutely no ghost inside the spider mountain that can eat him. The intercolumn cells provided him with a powerful physique, the Sharingan provided him with a strong learning ability, and what he lacked now was the actual combat experience. In short, he had to be beaten by Madara again. Anyone? A member of the Ghost Killer team. In Zhang Ji's line of sight, a young man wearing the uniform of the Ghost Killing team was lying in a pool of blood, his chest was still floating slightly, obviously, he still had a breath. There is still a breath, but this injury. Zhang Ji said and squatted down. The boy's chest was sunken into a large chunk, as if he had been hit by some blunt object, and the flesh and blood on his left shoulder were blurry, and it was obvious that he had been bitten. Zhang Ji's nose sniffed, and a strong smell of blood entered his nasal cavity. In the darkness, Zhang Ji noticed that there were still many people lying in front of him. He stood up and walked over slowly, immediately clenching his teeth. The head was shattered, the body was torn in half, the neck was bitten off. Seeing such a tragic scene, Zhang Ji's heart was very chaotic, and there was even a wave of anger that rushed straight to his Tianling Gai. A faint sound of breathing reached his ears, and he listened to the sound and ran over a few steps. When he saw the little girl lying on the ground, his eyes instantly widened. Not. Zhang Ji lives at the foot of Nation Spider Mountain, and he doesn't know why there is a village in this kind of place, because he has lived for a long time, the people in the village are familiar with it. Yuka, a 15-year-old girl, her father is an authentic farmer and has no mother. In the past, Yuka often ran to Zhang Ji's home to play. Why? Why did you join the Ghost Slayer? Zhang Ji squatted beside Yuhua. There was a huge hole in her chest, and there were a few pieces of flesh missing from her arm, and it was already dying at this moment. Extremely. Run! Run! Yuka's eyes were full of tears, and blood kept flowing from her mouth. There was a heavy breathing sound behind Zhang Ji. Don't worry, Yuka, you won't become food, absolutely not. Zhang Ji tried to squeeze out a stiff smile and said softly. Yuhua's bleak eyes actually burst out with a radiance, her eyes were full of anxiety, as if returning to the light, because she saw it, the ghost was behind Zhang Ji, and she wanted to urge Zhang Ji to run for her life. Zhang Ji stood up and took a long breath of relief and turned around sharply. In the line of sight, there is a tall male spider ghost, a spider ghost father. Extermination! All the ghosts! Zhang Ji glared angrily, and under the dark night, his eyes emitted a faint red light. The single hook jade in the eyes turns into double hook jade between the twists. A strong sense of anger made him open the shackles. Roar! Have you opened your eyes again? It seems that that little girl is the key to his emotions. Then it seems that she can't die yet, and she may use it in the future. Banyi's wooden doppelganger was standing next to Spider Ghost Dad and Zhang Ji, but miraculously, no one noticed him at all. This is Uchiha. Kamino Hakarita. As long as he thinks, you can't see him standing in front of you, and you can understand that this is the use of illusion. Madara held his hands to his chest and looked at the spider ghost father not far away with interest, his eyes seemed to be looking at the animals in the zoo. Zhang Ji moved. He raised his foot and walked towards the spider ghost father's side, his speed was not fast, and there was no expression on his face. Do you want to do it? This level of stuff is just right for this stinky boy. Uchiha's little ghost, the first time you dance, let me wait and see. Madara walked to Yuka's side, and he leaned against the tree next to him, without looking at Yuka. Roar! The spider ghost father roared angrily at Zhang Ji. With his IQ, he couldn't think of the food in front of him at all, why didn't he run? According to past experience, he should run in panic, then he chases casually, and finally kills casually. If he is hungry, he can eat 2 bites and take it home. But after killing so many people today, and there is a lot of food, he is almost full. The spider ghost father raised his hands and began to rush towards Zhang Ji, his power was huge, like a speeding truck. In the blink of an eye, the spider ghost father had already arrived in front of Zhang Ji, and a fist almost as big as Zhang Ji's face smashed into Zhang Ji's head. But in Zhang Ji's line of sight, his movements seemed to be slowed down several times, although it seemed that his fist was about to hit his head in the next second, but in Zhang Ji's eyes, the spider ghost father was full of flaws at the moment. Zhang Ji paused at his feet, his body jerked to the side, and his fist swept in front of him. Then Zhang Ji kicked down, the whole person jumped up, and the knee of his right leg slammed into the abdomen of the spider ghost father. How domineering is the strange power between the 1,000-hand pillars. Zhang Ji, who perfectly fits the cells between the columns, has also become a strange boy. This knee-hit spider ghost father's mouth is wide open, and his tongue is sticking out. Boom! Zhang Ji punched again, and this punch was punched, as if there was a transparent ripple shaking out in all directions. The spider ghost father knelt on the ground, trembling all over, foaming at the mouth of the mouth. Not bad, you can play these two games, you should be able to grow into a good physical master. Madara nodded and commented to himself. Zhang Ji squatted in front of the spider ghost father, looked at the pair of compound eyes on the spider ghost father's face and said faintly, "How can this happen? I don't remember exactly, do ghosts feel pain too? Please tell me with your body." As soon as Zhang Ji's words fell, the spider ghost father only felt a flower in front of him. Zhang Ji smashed a punch on the compound eye of the spider ghost father. His fist exudes a faint blue brilliance, it is chakra. Roar! Spider ghost father covered his face. A howl of pain on the ground. Ha ha ha, is chakra so effective on ghosts? What an unexpected bonus! Zhang De said with a smile, and then his gaze froze, and his expression appeared a little hideous. I'm going to see if I can beat you to death. If you can't die, fight until dawn. Zhang Ji kicked out and kicked the head of the spider ghost father crookedly. Dead to dead. Zhang Ji's face was full of madness, jumped on the spider ghost father's body, and the fist wrapped in chakra rained down on the spider ghost father's body. The tower-like figure of the spider ghost father, in the hands of Zhang Ji, a little budian, has no power to fight back. Chapter 5. Hey? What is it? Izora Inashuk looked at his hands and said suspiciously. At the moment, they were walking inside the spider mountain, and Inashuk's hands did not know when they were wrapped around the slimy cobwebs. It's a spider web. Tanjiro looked around and saw that the trees around him were full of cobwebs. Cut! It's all cobwebs. Sick of it. Inashuk frantically flicked his hands. Not far away, a sound of a sobble came. A teenager in a ghost squad uniform moved cautiously, crouching behind a large tree, his face covered in cold sweat and his expression very nervous. Tanjiro and the two approached the ghost killer team member, which really startled the nervous teenager. I am Tanjiro Duman with a class. We're here to help. Tanjiro immediately explained his identity. December. Dis? Why not a column? It's the same for a few. There is no point at all. The boy looked panicked. Inashuk punched the boy in the face, and a pig's head stepped forward, and said very angrily, "What is meaningless? The fact that you are alive is a meaningless thing. Hurry up and say intelligence. Coward." In the end, the boy informed his group of 10 people that they had received an order from the crow and came to the spider mountain, but before they could go far in the mountain, the team began to kill each other, and finally he escaped alone. Not long after, there were footsteps in the forest, and the members of the ghost-killing team who had killed each other before, covered in blood, walked towards several people like puppets. After walking a few steps, all the team members took knives and attacked Tanjiro and the others. The action is so strange. It's like being manipulated by something. Tanjiro keenly discovered the abnormality of this group of ghost killer team members. When Tanjiro and several people were entangled, the spider ghost father has been beaten by Zhang Ji and is almost out of human form. Don't you molt? Molt? What about hard skin? But is that so? Zhang roared loudly, directly lifted the spider ghost father, threw it forward, and kicked the spider ghost father into the air. Quack! The spider ghost father's body began to tremble, making a tooth-biting sound, and it really began to molt. Oh! Oh, Moses Roy! Madara was still leaning against the tree, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, as if the spider molting had successfully made him lose his interest. Zhang Ji stood still, he moved his wrists, and then held his hands to his chest, looking at the spider ghost father in the molting shell with an expressionless face. His standing posture is almost the same as that of Uchiha Madara. Looking at Zhang Ji, whose movements were very similar to his own, a relieved smile appeared on Banyi's face. This kid can Like I was back then. Cultivate well, my awesome plan will definitely involve him. The old god Madara is there, and he has already begun to make up the picture of the two of them going back to face the Ninja Alliance. After a while, the molting of the spider ghost father was completed. It slowly stood up, and its body became pitch black, and it even began to reflect under the moonlight. A row of sharp blades also grew on the arms, and the teeth in the mouth became more and sharper. Roar! The strength of the spider ghost father has obviously improved a lot. It's furious now. It decided not to eat the food in front of it. It's going to tear this food to shreds completely. Tear into pieces. Can't fight together. Can you understand me? Come here. Why stand there and not move? Like a poor puppy with its tail between its legs. Zhang Ji looked at the spider ghost father who was grinning at the dragon teeth in front of him but did not attack, and decisively launched a mockery. Obviously, the spider ghost father can understand. Because Zhang Ji finished speaking, the spider ghost father had already rushed over. Seeing this, Zhang Ji spread his hands, and then quickly crossed together, and a dazzling knot mark was completed in the blink of an eye. Hey! Is it a fire that is extinguished? Does this stinky boy have a sense of proportion? Madara looked at Zhang Ji's seal and said to himself with a smile. Sure enough, Zhang Ji coldly spit out a few words. Fire escape, fire extinguished. Zhang Ji felt a raging fire in his throat at this time, and he was simply unhappy. Boom! It's hard to imagine how a wave-like flame can be spit out of one's mouth by a person. The range is huge. The enemy in front of you can't dodge at all. The charge of spewing out and setting fire to the mountain Zhang Ji is real. The spider ghost father was numb and even forgot to dodge. Of course, it couldn't hide. As a ghost, beating him and starting to eat people is not without encountering a talented person who calls himself Ghost Killing Team. But no matter what, no one plays like this. What the hell is this flame that must be 10 meters wide? The raging and extremely hot flames flooded the body of the spider ghost father in the blink of an eye, and the spider ghost father turned into a burning man in an instant. But it's still moving, it's afraid. It turns around and is about to run. Who wants to escape? I'm going to burn you to ashes. Nope. There is no ash left. I see how you are resurrected. Zhang Ji's face was full of anger, and Chuang Guyu's writing wheel eyes even began to turn. An inexplicable feeling appeared in Zhang Ji's heart. Wood stretched out of thin air on the ground, and the front section of the wood was extremely sharp, instantly penetrating the body of the spider ghost father, firmly fixing it in place. Muduan. The stinky boy has a good talent. Cuttings. Humph. Ha 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 ha. Madara seemed to see something very happy for him, covered his eyes with his hand, and began to laugh. Give me a complete disappearance. Zhang Ji roared angrily, strengthening the output of his chakra, and the momentum of the flames immediately became more violent. The screams of the spider ghost father resounded through the mountains and forests. Zhang Ji continued to output to the spider ghost father for several minutes. In the end, as he said, the spider ghost father didn't even have ashes left. At this moment, the mountain and forest position where he was located had become a sea of fire. Shuiduan. How to use Shuiduan? Madara didn't use water when he beat me. Zhang Ji looked at the burning mountain forest and subconsciously wanted to extinguish the fire. That's right, when Madara beat him, he successively used Long Yan to play songs, the fire extinguished, and the wind escaped cyclone. Ban Yi deliberately suppressed the power, just to let Zhang Ji learn. Pole! Madara shouted. Madara-sensei! Zhang Ji subconsciously looked back. Madara-sensei? When were you there? Zhang Ji was a little surprised. Madara ignored him, just started to seal the seal, very fast. Zhang Ji's chakra eyes immediately looked intently, and his hands quickly began to imitate the shards of the spots. After the imprinting is completed, Zhang Ji opens his mouth and spews out a huge water ball. Sure enough, it's Shui Duan. After a while, Zhang Ji used the water array pillar to extinguish the mountain fire. When he walked back after finishing and wanted to bring Yukai back for burial, his expression was wonderful. The hole in the chest of the knot is gone, filled with a white mass. Moreover, the missing flesh tissue in other parts has all been completed by the white substance. How could he not know that this thing is Baiju 9 out of 9, after all, Baiju is a tool person who can be called universal prop in the ninja world. Most importantly, Yuka's breathing became smooth, and her life was saved. Zhang Ji once again refreshed his understanding of Banyi. With the power of God, it couldn't be easier to do this kind of thing. Chapter 6. Ji, your expression also looks a little surprised. This level of injury, as long as I think about it, she will definitely not die. Banyi's wooden doppelganger walked in front of Zhang Ji and looked at Zhang Ji's face and said, "No, Madara-sensei, I'm not surprised that you can do such a thing. I'm curious about it. Without relying on sunlight and the Nikaiku, was the ghost really eliminated by me?" Zhang Ji said and turned around, looking at the scorched black ground behind him, frowning slightly. "Didn't you say you were going to burn that thing to ashes? If there is no ash left, then there is no more cell, how can it grow back? What can't be killed, it's just that the firepower is insufficient." Madara raised his head and said domineeringly, then he walked to Yuka's side, reached out and pinched Yuka's chin, and smiled and spoke again, "Although it looks earthy, but the appearance is okay. Since you can join this ghost-killing team, I don't think it's a soft and weak child." "Extreme, with your words, enough." "Ah! Madara-sensei, what are you talking about? It's just my neighbor." Zhang Ji hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Hey? Just ordinary neighbors? It's a pity, if only the girl you liked, then wait for you." Madara shook his head slightly and said, "I see. Teacher Ban, your thoughts are very dangerous." Zhang Ji subconsciously took a step back, he probably guessed what Madara was thinking. Seeing the knot flower like this, Zhang Ji had already opened the double-hook jade. Then it would be better if they got married. Anyway, such a weak person will die sooner or later, right? Let her die, maybe Zhang Ji can open the kaleidoscope Sharingan. After all, the stronger the anger and hatred, the stronger the pupil power of the Sharingan. That's right, this kind of person's life is nothing in Madara's eyes, not even his disciple's lover. Zhang Ji thought so. Do you know what I'm thinking? When I first met you, I felt that you were similar to me, and I am not surprised to be able to guess my thoughts. Ha ha ha, but… Extreme, you have to understand that you are not my pawn." Madara raised his eyebrows and said something that was very inconsistent with his painting style. Zhang Ji didn't know how true or false these words were, after all, the system said it. The summoned will support themselves unconditionally. But the character of the summoned cannot be changed. Then according to Madara's character, completely do that kind of thing. Well, Madara-sensei, can the pupil power of Sharingan really only be sublimated through hatred and anger? In this way, our Uchiha clan is a race that is naturally used to fight. Zhang Ji asked this question. "It seems that you are very interested, so I will talk to you about Sharingan. Madara said and sat on the floor. Zhang Ji immediately sat down in front of Madara. And at this moment, in the mountains and forests, tired is rushing here, it hears the wail of the spider ghost father and the fire that rushes into the sky. A tired family can sense it, for example, now, the connection between the spider ghost father has completely disappeared. That is, spider ghost father, dead. Column. Lord no misery. My chance has come. I will kill the pillar with my own hands, and you will wait for my good news. No miserable lord. A very excited smile began to appear on the tired face. Obviously, it thinks too much, not to mention whether it is an opponent of the column, Instead, it is about to face the top powerhouse of the Hokage world, whose combat power is several levels higher than that of the Ghost Annihilation world, of wooden doppelgangers. Beast Breath Kizi type. Spatial awareness. At this moment, Tanjiro and the others, because they could not find the ghosts who controlled the members of the ghost-killing team, Inashuk made his own tricks. He stuck his knives on the ground, spread his hands, crouched on the ground, and began to search for the location of the ghost like a sentient ninja. As his perception distance became farther and farther, finally, the spider ghost mother sitting on a large rock was discovered by him. Found it! Over there! Found it! Oh yes, over there, I feel a very violent and powerful aura. Is it? It's awesome! Tanjiro praised Inashuk, and a slightly shy look appeared on Inashuk's face. But, damn it, there is no way to get out of here. The ghost-killing team members who were controlled around them still kept attacking several people. How can it be repaired? You go, leave it to me here. Although let you know that I escaped this shameful thing. But I'm also a member of the ghost-killing team. Their actions are also very simple, just cut off the silk thread behind them, right? The ghost killer team member who had escaped before plucked up the courage and made his own enlightenment. Good. Thank you very much. Inashuk. Let's go. Tanjiro carried the box on his back, grabbed Inashuk's arm, and ran all the way with Inashuk, who began to curse. Extremely, there are a few other things here, and theoretical words are useless. This little girl stays here in my wooden doppelganger, you go and kill all the things called ghosts. By your words, Madara said as he stood up and looked around. It's a bit far away, Pole, I'll give you an hour. An hour, wipe it all out, and then come back here to meet me. If you exceed the time, you know the consequences. Ban Yi looked at Zhang Ji with a smile. Zhang Ji was covered with goosebumps when he was watched, so do you need to ask? It must have been a brutal beating. Good. Without further ado. Here I go. Zhang Ji immediately turned on the serious mode. Wait a minute. Madara said as he took out a scroll from his arms and flicked it violently. Bang! A very strange-looking weapon appeared in front of the two. Uchiha Tuan Fan. Zhang Ji recognized this strange weapon at a glance. Take it and use it, don't say that I am difficult for you, after all, I also gave you a weapon, an hour should be more than enough. And then it. Ban Yi's chakra eyes jerked, and Zhang Ji immediately felt a flash in front of his eyes. This is the application of perception, although I am not a perception-type ninja, but it is enough. Okay, let's go. After Ban Yi finished speaking, he waved his hand casually and sat on the ground again, holding his cheek with his right hand, looking like he was going to nap. Zhang Ji picked up the Uchiha group fan and threw it behind him. If I had another mask, I could go and announce the fourth time. Let's go first. Chapter 7. What the hell is this annoying thread? The pig was furious, he waved his hands wildly while running, and the spider webs on the road became more and stronger. This means that we are approaching the ghost. Tanjiro held one hand in front of him, and he now felt that he could smell the ghost. A figure appeared in front of the two. The two stopped. It's here again. Inashuk looked at the person in front of him and spoke. No, don't come here. Who brought the high-class people over? Otherwise, I'll kill everyone. Please. Please. The young girl's eyes were filled with tears, her body was full of threads, and in her left hand she was holding the head of an apparently dead ghost killer team member, and in her right hand she was holding an Ikawa knife that pierced into the neck of another ghost killer team member. Hey, hey! Can you bring it down? The closer you are to me, the thicker and harder the line will be. The puppet will become stronger. On the stone not far away, sat a woman with a hot figure, bare feet and white flower thighs, and her face had red lines linked together by red round marks. If Zhang Ji was on the scene at this time, he would definitely immediately recognize this guy as the spider ghost who ate a bite of himself a few days ago. That is, the spider ghost mother. Mom. 1. Suddenly, a cold voice came into her ears. The spider ghost mother subconsciously shook, she trembled and turned her head and looked to the side. A cold-faced teenager stood not far away, looking at her with emotionless eyes. Tired. The spider ghost mother's voice even had a little crying, she was really afraid of her son, that is, tired. Isn't it taking a little too long? If I don't hurry, I'll go and sue my father. Tired said softly. But, yes, Mom can do it. I will definitely protect you. So don't. Don't tell Dad. Don't tell Dad. When the spider ghost mother heard the words tell Daddy, her emotions immediately became excited, and her face was very anxious and tired. Dad. You're referring to the stunned blue, right? Because your father has been burned by me, there is no ash. The dense spider lines on the road did not hinder him at all. Tired and spider ghost mother all turned their attention to Zhang Ji. A very surprised look appeared on the face of the spider ghost mother. This makes absolutely no sense. This mountain forest is all spider lines arranged by her, according to reason, if someone approaches, she will immediately know, how can she let this guy walk in front of her without noticing? Moreover, the spider ghost mother looks at this teenager, a little familiar. Who are you guy? Did you make such a big movement just now? Tired tilted his head and asked. Yes, I set fire to your father, and your mother? Aren't you bastards the ghost who ate me before? So it's you. I'm looking for you so hard. Zhang Ji said with a grin, revealing a mouthful of big white teeth. What? What the? Dad? Is Dad dead? The spider ghost mother subconsciously looked at Tired with cautious eyes and asked. It's okay, I will have a new father, and the bond of our family will never be broken. Tired is tantamount to admitting this. Your father is dead, and I still use your father to scare your mother, I am really filial again. However, your mother, it's gone soon. As soon as Zhang Ji's words fell, he immediately struck, and he jumped sharply towards the spider ghost mother. Hey! Zhang Ji's riding wheel eyes turned and he saw that several sharp spider silks swept towards him. He backhanded the scythe linked to the handle of Uchiha's fan and slashed it forward. Broke in. Tired and stunned, his invincible spider silk was actually cut off by a seemingly ordinary scythe? Banyi only gave me an hour, and you guys are together, which really saves me a lot of effort. Just let me become proficient in the use of the Uchiha group fan. Zhang Ji turned the scythe he was holding in his right hand to his left hand, and his right hand slowly reached behind his back, removing the huge Uchiha Tuanshan mountain. Tired pupils suddenly dilated, and he stared at Zhang Ji's eyes deadly. Your eyes. It's beautiful. You stay, be my brother, we will be a very harmonious family. Tired face turned out to be a little excited. And the spider ghost mother is already scared to cry. She recalled. The person in front of her was the teenager who was eaten by her. The main thing is that man in dark red armor with long hair and cracks in his face. This kid's eyes are almost the same as the man's eyes. Didn't. It's okay, it's going to be okay. Right, right. Tired here. Tiredness will definitely kill them. Spider Ghost Mom's spirit broke down a little, and she began to give herself self-hints. Come on, I'll give you Kong Kong big baby. The Uchiha fan in Zhang Ji's hand began to be covered with a layer of light blue brilliance, and he covered the Uchiha fan with a layer of chakra. Be my family. With a wave of his tired hands, countless spider silks swept towards Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji did not dare to be careless, although it fit the cells between the columns, but if he was pierced by a sharp weapon, he would still be injured. It's not like he's trying to recover himself. He swung his scythe and hit the spider silk around him furiously. You wait, when I get close to you, I'll smash your head into your ass. Between the attacks, he said coldly to the spider ghost mother, what are you doing? Mom! Hurry up and get rid of all the guys who get in the way. The spider ghost mother trembled again when she heard this, and the snow white on her chest rose and fell with the trembling. Got it, Mom knew. Mom immediately killed all the guys who got in the way. The spider ghost mother quickly responded and began to control the ghost-killing team members she controlled. A spider silk swept over Zhang Ji's arm, and he glanced at it. It was only a shallow wound, and it had even begun to heal. That's it. That's all I can do. Zhang Ji slammed the Uchiha fan forward, and a tornado rose flat, blowing towards the tired at an extremely fast speed. The moment he fanned the wind, there was a tingling pain in all parts of his body. Obviously, this guy's spider silk speed is very fast. And tired, like the spider ghost father who faced the fire extinguished at that time, he was stunned for a moment. What is this? Tornado? Can humans already make this out of thin air? It shouldn't be a knife with special effects, right? Tired and feeling that his brain is not enough, because it feels, this is real in front of him, tornado. And it's still powerful. As the tornado approached, it already felt a little unsteady on its feet. Chapter 8. Tired jumped back. Of course, as a normal ghost, it didn't want to be swept away by a tornado that didn't look right. Huajun Longyan's singing technique. Zhang Ji backhanded the fan on the ground, blinked his hands to complete the seal, and when he opened his mouth, he spewed out fireballs like dragon heads. What? Dad, was it just burned by this flame? The fireball has not yet approached, it has already felt extremely high temperatures. The spider silk close to the fireball was melted in the blink of an eye. Zhang Ji really didn't know how to kill and get tired, so he could only use the old method, and it was good that there was no ash left when he burned it. Although he is very confident in his ghost's body, as long as he has a little brain, no ghost wants to be hit in the face by such a high-temperature fireball. So Tired began to dodge. Zhang Ji pulled out the Tuan Shan inserted in the soil, stepped down, and rushed to a position at an extremely fast speed, and there was no one in that position. But with the analysis of the Sharingan, he had deduced that Tired dodging the fireball would definitely appear in that position. Really? When Zhang Ji rushed to that position, Tired also jumped over. Zhang Ji waved the group fan and smashed it fiercely. Boom! This blow is full of force. Flew out of the Tired chute, crashed into a large tree and fell to the ground and rolled. I advise you to run. Otherwise, it will be the same as your father, and even the ashes will not be left by me. Zhang Ji slowly approached Tired with Tuan Shan. He planned to break Tired's limbs, or as before, fix them with cuttings, and come to a Uchiha skewer. Tired no longer has the calm expression before. At this moment his face is hideous. No matter how stupid he is, he also found that this guy in front of him is wrong. Just now, he had already broken several bones in his body. At this moment, Tanjiro and Inashuk are being entangled by several members of the ghost-killing team who are controlled by the spider ghost mother. Please, kill me. The bones have pierced into the internal organs, and every action makes me painful. Anyway, it's dead, let me get free. A member of the ghost-killing squad said in a miserable tone. Yasi. The simple-minded Inashuk immediately started when he heard this. Inashuk. No. There is definitely a way to save them. Absolutely. Tanjiro stopped Inashuk's impulse, and he was still thinking about how to save the members of the ghost-killing squad. Even if the spider silk is cut off, it will be quickly reconnected. What should I do? Tanjiro gritted his teeth as he racked his brain to think about countermeasures as he coped with the attack. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and began to turn his face and run. The body of the ghost killer team member was manipulated and immediately chased after him. Damn it, these guys, why aren't they dead yet? Kill you, kill you. The spider at this moment was covered in cold sweat. What did she see? Tired was actually turned over by that human fan? Although she didn't believe that tiredness would die, after all, that guy didn't have an ikeku. But those blood-red eyes left too big a shadow in her heart. She didn't even dare to tell Tired. In a hurry, she just wanted to quickly kill the group of guys who were in the way. It's good to complete the Tired order and get out of here. As she gritted her teeth, she began to exert her strength again. The speed of the girl ghost killer team members chasing Tanjiro began to surge, and the movements of their bodies became even more weird. It was accompanied by bursts of broken bones and the sound of the girl screaming. Tanjiro, who was running wildly, suddenly stepped on the ground, came to a sharp break, turned his head sharply and hugged the girl ghost killer team member, and with both hands, directly threw the ghost killing team member into the tree. The spider silk was all entangled, and although the thread was still connected to her body, it seemed she is out of the grasp of spider silk. Ah! What is this operation? I really want to do the same. Yasi! Inashuk stuck his two knives into the ground, faster than Tanjiro, and in the blink of an eye, the two threw all the manipulated ghost killer team members into the tree. But... damn it! It's some useless puppets. You can only take out that doll. The spider ghost mother obviously noticed that something was wrong, and her hands connected to the spider silk became very difficult, and she was completely unable to control the puppet to fight. Got you! Zhang Dada drank. Many places on his body were hung with color, and many wounds could even see bones. But without exception, all are healing. You still have a hand from the spider silk before. Thank you so much. The scythe in Zhang Ji's hand was thrown out by him and entangled his tired arm. He jerked, and the tiredness was directly pulled over. Damn, where the hell did this guy come from? How can there be such strange power? Snap! Like swatting a fly, Uchiha slapped his fan fiercely on his tired body. When the afterlight swept to the tiredness of being violently beaten, the spider ghost mother's heart was even more anxious. Obviously, she was afraid of the huge fan coming at her in the next second. Fragile human dolls are no longer needed. The spider ghost mother immediately decided to kill the members of the ghost killing team she controlled. She stretched her hands forward, and just as she was about to move, a strong wind swept in front of her. A cold light swept by, and her hands were cut off in unison. I hear you. So here I am. I still have to ask, am I delicious? Zhang Ji's face was indifferent, staring at the face of the spider ghost mother and said. The large white flowers on the chest of the spider ghost mother, Zhang Ji didn't look at it. Convinced. The thread seems to be broken. Tanjiro keenly discovered that the spider lines linking the members of the ghost killer team all became soft, and even the team members hanging on the tree began to slide. The spider ghost mother looked at the frosty boy in front of her, unable to speak with her mouth open. I don't know why, obviously this guy was just a food the day before yesterday. Why can you do this without a Nikawa knife? Tired of being beaten by him, there is no way to fight back, and even dad should be gone. Die at the hands of this teenager. Don't talk. I ask you if I'm delicious. Zhang Ji punched out and smashed the spider ghost mother upside down, and the spider ghost mother didn't have time to react. As soon as she fell to the ground, a fan fell from the sky and directly cut off her head. Stop. Live. Stop it. I know it's wrong. The spider ghost mother was already crying. Zhang Ji walked over in a few steps, picked up the group fan, and shot it down despite the spider ghost mother's begging for mercy. The coquettish face was slapped into mud in the blink of an eye. Of course, this doesn't kill the spider ghost mother, but the spider ghost mother has been scared. This guy beats up ghosts, it feels really too big, too exciting for ghosts. Chapter 9. Can't help me, do you want to hold me back? What an incompetent mother. Tired face was very gloomy. He now completely had no idea of letting Zhang Ji be his brother, he just wanted to kill this guy quickly, and then eat it all. Zhang Ji picked up the Tuan fan and looked at the sparse head on the ground, thinking that it should not recover soon. Dude, you're an orphan. Your father and your mother are all gone. Zhang Ji launched a trash talk attack. Tired brows frowned fiercely. Apparently, the trash talk attack played a role. Blood demon technique, engraving line. Tired and didn't want to talk nonsense, he directly launched the blood demon technique. A huge net appeared, and the net shimmered in the moonlight. Zhang Ji did not dare to raise it, and a fan swung out a hurricane, and the hurricane blew the net away. All kinds of nets rushed towards Zhang Ji. It doesn't want to be near this weird guy anymore. This guy is not like a human being. It's really fiercer than a ghost. The impermeable wind of the Uchiha group dance in Zhang Ji's hand knocked out all the nets. The art of Mu-Dun cuttings. Zhang Ji crossed Tuan Shan in front of him and made Mu-Dun. From the ground, inexplicably, a sharp wooden stake at the top of the root is pierced. As soon as Tired landed, the stake would pierce the ground and stick. So Tired can only keep running, it can't stop at all. What? How did this wood appear? Tired and frightened. Above his head, 3 wooden stakes were very abrupt, as if they appeared out of thin air, and pierced them from top to bottom. It immediately twisted its body to dodge, but it was still pierced by a wooden stake through the arm, and finally plunged into the ground, obviously just a simple wooden stake inserted into the ground, but I don't know why, Tired can't pull it out. Fire escape how fireball technique. Zhang Ji's hands began to change again, carrying out riddle operations that he was tired and couldn't understand at all. A huge fireball was actually spit out of his mouth. This thing is much bigger than the dragon's head-shaped fireball before. How did he spit out this real flame out of thin air? Tired of puzzlement. The things that Madara instilled with the Sharingan were very messy. In addition to the basic perceptual techniques, there were also messy basic ninjutsu. And most of it is fire. After all, the Uchiha family is a good player at playing with fire. Seeing that he was about to be washed by a big fireball, he was very decisive and used a silk thread to directly cut off his arm that was tied by a wooden stake, and dodged the fireball. Feeling the temperature of the fireball, Tired gritted his teeth. It now has no doubt that this thing can burn itself into slag. If it is really burned to ashes, God knows if it can still be resurrected. Who the hell are you? Is it the same guy as the Ghost Killer team? Is it specifically designed to hunt us? Tired asked fiercely. Zhang Ji didn't answer it at all, his hands were sealed again, a huge fireball erupted again, Tired hands waved, and a large impermeable net appeared in front of him. The fireball hit the large net and exploded directly, and the huge impact flew out of the Tired rush. If only Amaterasu saw the target, it would be burned by the black flame that will never be extinguished. It's a pity, I don't know what the kaleidoscope of my eyes is capable of. Zhang Ji said to himself. Around Zhang Ji and Tired fighting, a mountain fire had already burned. The sky was dyed red. The range of motion of tiredness also begins to get smaller and smaller. Because it's all around. The fire is so fast that the ghost can't understand it, and a big tree can burn black charcoal in a few seconds. It has already given birth to retreat. On fire. Inashuk, you're here to take care of your companions. I'll go over and take a look. Tanjiro greeted, carrying the wooden box and starting to run wildly. Yaga! Why do you want me to do such a boring thing? How can it be repaired? Piggy was furious. The closer you get, the higher the temperature, and the stronger the smell of ghosts. You don't need to get close at all, you can beat the ghost with ninjutsu and can't take care of yourself. Zhang Ji nodded his head slightly, expressing his recognition of his strength. Why? Why come and disrupt our family's harmonious life? Gritting his teeth, the broken arm did not know when it had been restored. I don't want to listen to your nonsense. I don't want to know what your past is. Regardless of whether you lack love, what is it about me? Today, you will honestly go to hell. Zhang Ji directly sprayed, and a lack of love hit a critical blow in his tired heart. You fucking human! Tired heart collapse. Blinding. It actually rushed directly towards Zhang Ji. Seeing this, Zhang Ji sneered, backhanded the Uchiha group fan on the ground, and rushed over to the tired. There was no suspense at all, and the tired who took the initiative to get close was beaten by Zhang Ji. I didn't even have a chance to perform the vampire magic. Completely reduced to a ghost meat sandbag where Zhang Ji vents his brute force. Spider Ghost Mom's head gradually recovers until her face reappears. At the broken neck, silk threads began to appear, pulling his head and starting to approach his body. Snap came the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. The twisted body of the tired and beaten fell on the side of the spider ghost mother's head. One by one, the stakes broke through the ground, penetrating the tired body and controlling its movements. Tired. Actually defeated tired? The spider ghost mother is already going crazy and scares the ghost to death. Recovered. It's really good, I'll burn you to ashes first, so that you can meet your dead ghost husband early. Zhang Ji's voice was like a devil's whisper in the ears of the spider ghost mother. Don't worry, I started very hard, and you can see the wildfires around here. Your body is so small, there should be a lot of fat too. It should burn quickly, and it shouldn't be too painful. Zhang Ji squatted next to the spider ghost mother and said with a smile. Let me go. Please. That's not my husband at all. I was forced. It's all tired, it's all it. It forced me with brute force. I don't want to kill, please, let me go. I was forced. The culprit is tiredness. The spider ghost mother's eyes kept shedding tears, frantically begging for mercy. Looking at the spider ghost mother begging for mercy, her tired expression was very shocked. Mom! How could you? How could you say such a thing? I always thought you were the best mom so far. Damn it! Kill you! Tired face full of anger, open mouth to show a mouth of fangs. Ha 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 ha! This is what you're waiting for. It's really laughing at me. Sorry. After Zhang Daji laughed, he looked at the spider ghost mother's head and shook his head slightly. Hey! You want? The spider ghost mother was stunned. What did he mean by sorry? Fire escape, fire extinguished. Tanjiro, who rushed to the scene, only saw a full of flames, and a man with his back to him, spitting out a raging fire like the waves in his mouth. Chapter 10. Who is it? Tanjiro froze, the picture in front of him was too shocking. Look at the fire that spreads over the mountains and the waves of fire that sweep across the ground like waves in front of you. He even felt that his understanding of breathing methods had improved a lot. Ahem. Can you still choke on saliva when you breathe fire? It's not good to learn, it's not good to learn. I hope Banyi's wooden doppelganger won't be anywhere around here. Zhang Ji suddenly stopped breathing fire and coughed several times in succession. And at this moment, the spider ghost mother has completely disappeared, completely burned. The strongest puppet of the spider ghost mother has completely lost the opportunity to appear. Zhang Ji is not as gentle as Tanjiro. You must know that when Tanjiro finally killed the spider ghost mother, he suddenly changed his attack method, so that the spider ghost mother disappeared without pain. That one doesn't care. This thing eats itself. And killed so many people. But tired, and the body, although it has been burned to char. Hey! You are Tanjiro. Good evening. Zhang Ji looked back and saw Tanjiro with dull eyes. Tanjiro was stunned and immediately responded, Hey! At night. Good evening. Zhang Ji walked to Tanjiro's side, gently patted him on the shoulder and said, Tanjiro, use your knife to cut off the head of that ghost. I still have important things. Please. Zhang Ji said in a sincere tone and left without looking back. He remembers it clearly. Spider ghosts, and... ah! It has a human face. It's a human face spider. What's going on? What's going on? Dreaming? Hey? Is it a dream? Wake up quickly. If it's a dream, wake up hoping it's on your bean's leg. If that's the case, I'll work on it. I'll farm. Whether it's a one-way field or a two-way field, I will plant it. So, wake me up from a nightmare. In the mountains and forests, Shanyi, who is looking for your beans, runs wildly all the way, his mouth is broken, and he is roaring loudly all the way. Suddenly, he stopped, and a small house hung in mid-air by spider silk appeared in front of him, and on the spider silk around him, there were many humans who lacked arms and legs, and even humans were not dead, and there was a breath, and they were wailing non-stop. What is this? What is it? Were humans made into spiders? And what is this smell? It stinks. If Tanjiro, who has a good sense of smell, is there, he will definitely be smoked to death. Shanyi covered his nose and felt like he was going to throw up. The wooden house trembled, and a large spider with a human head fell down with a silk thread. Hey, hey! The Spider-Man head gave a grim smile at Shanyi. Ah! Shanyi and the little sparrow on the shoulder all got goosebumps. Me? It's not with guys like you. Speak. Absolute. After Shanyi said this sentence with a disgusted face, he turned his face and ran. Hee, it's useless to run away, you've already lost. The human-headed spider said with a sneer. What nonsense are you talking about? Listen, don't talk to me. I hate guys like you. Shanyi paused on his feet and braked sharply, he was a little angry. You already understand, things are not good. The spider legs of the spider in the human head swayed and spoke. Look at your... Before the spider could finish speaking, a figure fell from the sky, looking as if it had jumped from a nearby tree. No way! Rushing from the tree is the basic operation of a ninja. Zhang Ji landed beside Shanyi, and before Shanyi could react, Zhang Ji stretched out his hand and pulled out Shanyi's ridgy knife. What? The words of the human head spider were not finished again, and a cold light flashed. The Reiwa knife thrown out by Zhang Ji with all his strength could not be seen with the naked eye. The human head of the spider has fallen from mid-air. The spider's body turned to ashes as a gust of night wind blew through. Well, I'm not responsible for picking up knives. Goodbye. Zhang Ji patted Shanyi's shoulder, then touched the sparrow's head, turned his face and left. After walking a few steps, Zhang Ji returned. By the way, you are poisoned, look at your hands, stay where you are, don't move, wait for someone to save you, it is estimated that it is almost there. After Zhang Ji said another word, he turned his face and jumped on the tree, turned around, and disappeared into Shanyi's sight. What man, that guy? But helped me solve the ghost, must be a good person. Shanyi looked in the direction Zhang Ji left and whispered softly. Twitter. Little Sparrow Shitaro called wildly at Zenyi's hand, and even pecked Zenyi's hand a few times. Ah! What are you doing, Jitaro? Hey? This is... Hey! I was poisoned? Shanyi's eyes are wide and his face is terrified. The ghost father is gone, the ghost mother is gone, and the ghost son should be gone in the hands of Tanjiro at this time. The one just now is a ghost brother, and it's gone. Then there is the last one left. Baichi ghost sister. Zhang Ji calculated the heads a little and began to run wildly in the mountains and forests. He was looking for the spider ghost sister. And at this time, Tanjiro, after cutting off his tired head with a knife, didn't look at it, and actually ran to put out the fire. Sister Ghost is a little anxious at the moment. She was frantically looking for the figure of tired and spider ghost dad in the woods, and I don't know why, my family couldn't find it. She was on the road just now, killing many members of the ghost killing team, and now they are all wrapped in cocoons by her. Tired. Dead. Spider Mountain is the territory of the spider ghost family, and she shouts in the mountain forest. Her shouts did not find her family, but attracted a bad star. Yoshiyuki is ordered by the Lord to support Spider Mountain with Butterfly Shinobu. I don't know why, the powerful ghost is not seen at all. No, there is not a single ghost. Until he heard the shout of the ghost sister, he followed the sound and looked over, and the spider ghost sister was discovered by him. Yu Yang appeared in front of the ghost sister with an expressionless face. The strength of the ghost sister is the lowest existence in the spider ghost family. She looked at the person in front of her, subconsciously felt that it was not easy to mess with, and after shouting a few times for her father, she found that there was no response from her father at all. She turned her face and was leaving. As a result, a guy with a strange fan on his back jumped down from the tree and directly blocked her path. Chapter 11. Who are these people? It won't be someone called Column, right? Why are Tired and Daddy not there? Where have they gone? An anxious look appeared on the ghost sister's face, and there were tears rolling in her eyes, looking so weak and weak. A harmless look with people. Yu Yang didn't have any extra words, and had already slowly pulled out his sword. So far, except for Yu Bin, he has not killed. No matter how good-looking the rest of the ghosts look and how harmless they look, he always has to cut off his head. This beautiful young lady, why are you alone in this deep mountain and old forest? I see that the fire is bursting into the sky, and it is dangerous to be alone outside. Zhang Ji looked serious and approached the ghost sister. Hey! Oh! I was separated from my father, can you send me home? Ghost sister said and immediately ran behind Zhang Ji, a sly smile flashing on her face imperceptibly. Hey, that's a ghost. Get out of the way and let me kill her. Yu Yang looked at the strange man in front of him expressionlessly. What was he doing here in the middle of the night with such a big fan? Suddenly, Yu Yang's eyes narrowed slightly, and he noticed that there were blood stains on the strange fan behind the person in front of him, not only blood, but also small pieces that looked like human tissues stuck to it. Hey! It's not interesting. Zhang Ji took down his regimental fan. He had already discovered the focus of Yu Yang. Originally, I wanted to tease this wooden water column. Beautiful young lady, look! These blood stains, and these messy things. It's all left by your family. Under the moonlight, Zhang Ji stretched out the Tuan fan in front of the ghost sister and said with a smile on his face. The ghost sister trembled with fright, and her gaze was all focused on Zhang Ji's scarlet eyes. Now this situation is that the ghosts can see that something is wrong with this guy. Daddy is by you. That's not right. I was forced. I cannibalize people and they forced them all. I haven't killed anyone at all. The ghost sister suddenly felt a whirlwind, and the young man in front of him suddenly struck, using a scythe, and cut off his neck. The beautiful head fell to the ground, and the ghost sister looked desperate. Nope. Not a Nikki? Ghost sister's head said sluggishly. In the next second, Yu Yang's expressionless face appeared in her line of sight. Poof! Yu Yang's hand rose and fell, and a knife pierced the head of the ghost sister. Now it's time. Righteous Courage dashingly took a knife flower and put the knife into the sheath. You're very good, do you want to? Goodbye. I still have something important. Zhang Ji waved his hand, kicked his legs, went directly up the tree, and began to move wildly. That speed, seeing the righteous brave were dumbfounded. When Zhang Ji returned to the distance, he found that Ban Yi's wooden doppelganger and not flowers were gone. He was not in a hurry, after all, it was Uchiha's wooden doppelganger. He sensed it a little, and sent out the chakra fluctuations that Madara deliberately left. Have you returned to my yard? Now time has probably passed. 40 minutes of what it looked like. Yes, I will not be beaten this wave. Zhang Ji nodded, carried the Tuan fan on his back and began to run wildly. Yuka is nervous now. When she woke up, she found herself sitting next to her. No, her first reaction was ghost. Have you seen any good man wearing dark red armor at night sitting next to a little girl watching the moon? The point is that the face is full of cracks. And he has two bodies. The body that brought her back melted into the body of Brother G like wood, and I don't know why I sat in Brother G's house. The most important thing is that although this uncle looks handsome and a mess, but there is not a trace of living human breath on him. It's more like a ghost than a ghost. And these white things on her. Daddy, I'm going to become a ghost. I already feel like I already want to eat people. Why am I so desperate? Thinking of this, tears began to appear in her big eyes. Pour water. Madara sat cross-legged at a table, clenching his chin with one hand clenched into a fist. Although he is a body reborn from dirt, he does not feel thirsty or hungry at all. But this kid is a little annoying, he has been shaking there all the time, and now it's better, and he looks like he's going to cry. No way, he decided to find something for this little girl to do. Obey orders. Wu Yuka kowtowed directly, taking advantage of the opportunity to kowtow and began to cry. Madara helplessly held his forehead with his hand. Or not. Kill it, right? Let's just say that this kid's body repels white cells, and if that guy is lucky, he can still open a three-hook jade. Madara is a little tangled, because according to his personality, he generally disdains to kill stinky imps of this age with his own hands. Madara. Zhang Ji pulled open the door and shouted loudly. As soon as he pulled the door, he saw the knotted flowers on his face full of tears. You can still cry. That's fine. Zhang Ji had a reassuring smile on his face. I'm back. Ji, Uchiha Tuan fan, is it easy to use? Madara looked slightly sideways, looking at Zhang Ji, who was covered in blood, and asked with a smile. That's right. Is this like the cub of the Uchiha clan? It works. There is simply no better weapon to use. Madara-sensei, how do you use that Uchiha rebound? Zhang Ji sat down on Banyi's side and asked with a frown at Yahua. Teacher. Yuka was stunned. How does Brother Ji recognize ghosts as a teacher? Is it? Woohoo, Brother Ji, it turns out that you have long become a ghost. You haven't eaten me all the time, you must have endured it very hard. Yahua plunged into Zhang Ji's arms and cried even more fiercely. Hey? What do you mean? Zhang Ji held Yuehua's head and gently stroked Yuehua's long hair. For Zhang Ji, Yuehua was like a sister. It's okay, Brother Ji, I've become a ghost too. You don't have to eat me. Yuka said as she pulled open her clothes, and a large expanse of hidden snow white appeared in front of Zhang Ji's eyes. She pointed to the white cells on her body and said, Look, haven't I also become a ghost? I'm already starting to want to eat people. What to do, Brother Ji? Woohoo! The corners of Madara twitched a few times, and what he was most annoyed by was this kind of picture. What's good about a woman? Find a friend who is equal to your own strength, fight together, and talk about the future together. And then beat each other up. That's what real men do. How can it be repaired? Mada said she was getting married. I'm strongly against it. Madara suddenly became in a bad mood. Chapter 12. You want to eat people? What nonsense are you talking about? Zhang Ji held Yuehua's shoulder with one hand, put his hand on Yuehua's forehead and tried it, and said to himself with a strange face, No fever. Ji, time is running out, that kind of thing hasn't been cleaned up, aren't you afraid that I'll clean you up when you come back? Madara interjected very inopportunely. Madara-sensei, don't make trouble. Family of 5. If you don't burn it and be beheaded by me, how can there be a chance of surviving? Zhang Ji waved his hand proudly, thinking that Banyi was teasing him. But looking at Ban Yi's handsome face that did not smile, the expression on Zhang Ji's face instantly froze on his face. Sensei, if I don't catch up, can I stay half alive? Zhang Ji sat up straight and asked with a serious face. Madara nodded his head slightly and said, there is still half a life left. That's fine. Zhang Ji estimated that he could still have 10 minutes, and then pressed the knot flower on the seat, stood up and breathed a long sigh of relief. Extremely. Brother Ji, what happened? Yuka asked dumbfounded. Zhang Ji wanted to cry without tears, and after giving Yuka a smile that was uglier than crying, he grabbed the fan, opened the door and rushed out. It's impossible to extinguish. How is it done? Why can you spew such a fierce flame from your mouth? That guy. Who is it? At this moment, Tanjiro is sweating profusely, and he alone cannot extinguish this fire. The scope of the wildfire is expanding, and there is a momentum that will not stop until the spider mountain is burned out. Zenyi has been saved by Butterfly Shinobu who fell from the sky. Looking at the fire in the distance, Butterfly Shinobu began to gather the hands of the ghost-killing team to extinguish the fire. As for Yi Yang, he didn't pay attention to this mountain fire at all. He just wondered if the ghost that looked very weak just now could really cause the entire army of the advance team of the ghost-killing team to be destroyed? So he is still wondering. He always feels that something is wrong in this mountain and forest. There should be ghosts. Wouldn't he? How can it be repaired? Tired of char, he slowly got up from the ground, and the burns on his body were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. As Tanjiro swung a knife at his head, Tired cut off his head with silk thread. Dodged the attack of the Nikawa knife. The tired face was distorted, and the word Xiaoyu in the pupil of his left eye emitted a ghostly light. The corners of his tired mouth drooled. He was burned too badly, and now he wanted to eat very much. Not far away, Tanjiro, who was fighting the fire, became his target. Tanjiro's nose suddenly moved, and he was stunned for a moment. The smell of ghosts is still there, and it seems to be more intense than before. Tanjiro felt that this was completely unreasonable. He had obviously cut off his head and used the Nikawa knife. There is no way that a ghost whose head was cut off by a Nikawa knife can still be alive. Ghost. More than one. Tanjiro immediately came to a conclusion, and he jerked his head back. Tired and scorched black, with saliva at the corners of his mouth, he looked at him with a fierce face. Not dead. Why? Tanjiro backhanded and drew his Nikki knife and waited for it. It doesn't make sense. Tanjiro is not the kind of careless person. It's impossible not to cut off your head, right? Okay guy, it's going to take 10 minutes to get to the scene. Zhang Ji ran wildly. His beating of Madara already has a shadow. After all, he was beaten by Madara for a day and a night. Breath of water, unbridled type, tide of strike. At the moment when Tired began to approach, Tanjiro let out the breath of water, and the Nikki knife in his hand slashed forward like a tidal multi-stage attack. Tired's attack was swift, wrapping spider silk around his body and blocking Tanjiro's slash. So hard. Tanjiro slashed at the spider silk and found that the expected cut did not happen, and the ghost's spider silk was capricious. Die. Tired is very anxious. He must solve the battle as soon as possible. The devil knows if the guy with the Tuan fan on his back is still in this spider mountain. What if he wanders back again? That's not waste. With a wave of one hand, a spider silk swept across. Tanjiro bent down on the spot, and he clearly felt a sharp breath pass through the tip of his nose. Water breath, one type, water surface slash. Tanjiro supported the ground with one hand, spun on the spot, and swept the Nikki knife in his hand from the bottom up. Although the water surface slash is only one hit, it is indeed much more powerful than the other types of water breath. Tired hands pulled, several silk threads appeared in the middle of his hands. Bell the blade and spider silk collided together, and there was a crisp sound of steel clashing. It's useless. Be killed by me. Tired of being angry, his hands jerked hard, and the spider silk instantly straightened, bouncing Tanjiro's knife out. Tanjiro caught the force, flipped backwards several times, and finally braked, holding the knife in both hands and sprinting forward a few steps before jumping high. All concentrated. Water breath, water wheel. His body spun around in the air, and as soon as he gritted his teeth, air flowed out of his mouth. The acceleration of the rotation of this knife-building body is slashed down from top to bottom, and the power is amazing. Tired in the end is a seriously injured body, this one cannot be stopped at all. The Nikwe knife cut off the spider silk and slashed into the Tired shoulder. Ha ha ha. Got you. Tired laughed instead, and grabbed the Nikki knife. What? Tanjiro was shocked, the Nikwe knife seemed to cut into the mimicry, no matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't pull it out. You must know that the people of the ghost-killing team, once they lose their Nikawa saber, it is equivalent to having no way to take the ghost. Because you can't kill at all. Not everyone can set fire to chakra like Zhangji. No way. I can only abandon my weapons and escape. It must be fast. Tanjiro was very decisive, and suddenly hit his tired head with his head. In an instant, I felt as if my head had been slapped by the Uchiha group, and my brain was down for a moment. The power of the head pillar turned out to be terrifying. Now. Tanjiro pressed both hands and tried to pull out the Nikawa knife. However, Tired did not give him this opportunity, and the other hand quickly grabbed Tanjiro's neck. Damn it! Tanjiro gritted his teeth fiercely, immediately released the hand holding the hilt of the Nikki knife, turned his face and ran. Tired shook his head, casually threw the Nikki knife aside, and threw out several spider silks at Tanjiro's back. Click, click, click. At the moment of the attack, Yi Yang rushed in, cutting off the spider silk with a few knives. Tanjiro also stopped running away and looked back at his senior brother. My inference is correct, Ghost, isn't there still one? I'm really witty. Yi Yang said something expressionless that was very inconsistent with his painting style. How can it be repaired? Nasty ghost killer squad. When the hell is ahead? I'm going to kill you all. The tired spirit was already a little out of control, roaring at the righteous bravery. Nasty. No, I'm not hated. Righteousness answered the ghost's question. Chapter 13. Nanny. Forget it, one person and two people, it doesn't matter. Let's die together. Tired gritted his teeth, his hands danced wildly and shot out sharp spider silk. Be careful. That thing. What? So fast. Tanjiro, who was about to say something to remind him, was stunned by the sight in front of him. The speed of righteousness is simply so fast that it is not clear to the naked eye. The sharp spider silk was all blocked by him, and the speed of his knife seemed to be faster than the speed of the spider silk. In less than a few seconds, Yi Yang had already rushed in front of Tired, and he cut off Tired's left hand with an expressionless knife. Column. This question just popped up in Tired's mind, and his head had already left his neck. This time, he didn't have the opportunity to cut his neck with spider silk. Zhang Ji, who rushed all the way to the scene, was just in time for the moment when he was tired and turned to ashes. Gotta, run for nothing. And. No matter, hurry back. Zhang Ji turned his head and went back along the road he came. Wildfire. You put it there, right? If it doesn't die, this mountain will be over. The members of the ghost-killing team, there are still many people who are not dead but have lost their mobility. Tanjiro shouted loudly at Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji looked slightly sideways and smiled shallowly at Tanjiro. What is he doing? Tanjiro looked at the man in front of him who was fanned by this strange fan with his hands dancing wildly. The movements on his hands have already appeared after images. Water array. Zhang Ji's abdomen visibly swelled, and then a huge water balloon followed. This water ball covered the moon in the sky, and a dark shadow shrouded everyone. Zhang Ji successively used the water formation pillar, and the fire in the mountain forest began to be extinguished visibly. That's all right. Goodbye. Zhang Ji looked very anxious, turned his face and ran. A slight change appeared on Yiyang Gujing Wuobo's face, and he held the handle of the knife in one hand and followed Zhang Ji. He wanted to see where this mysterious guy was going, and why did he look so anxious? Could it be? And ghosts? Yiyang began to speculate. After the two left, Tanjiro quickly put the box behind him on the ground, opened the small door on the box. Yu Bin was still asleep. Tanjiro smiled, reached out and touched his sister's hair. Yu Bin, it's okay, brother will definitely find a way to turn you back into a human. Tanjiro said with a firm face to the sleeping Yudoko. Hey! Why follow me? Zhang Ji, who was on his way, obviously found the righteous courage who was following behind him. He secretly began to analyze in his heart. I'm tired of crushing, and I'm tired of fighting in seconds. So my strength is a little weaker than his. No, the method of comparison is not right. If I have an Ikawa knife, I can also kill in seconds. The righteous courage who followed Zhang Ji ran all the way down the mountain, and he found Zhang Ji waiting for him at the gate of the village. Yoshiyuki slowed down and walked over to Tanjiro's side. I didn't expect this kind of place, and there are villages. Yiyang looked at the calm village in front of him and spoke. There are many more things you didn't expect, not only the village, but also the members of the ghost killing team. Ghost killer team. I haven't heard of people from the ghost killing squad in this kind of place. Yiyang recalled that he really had no impression of this place. It doesn't matter, I'll take you to meet you. Maybe if there are outsiders, the teacher will give me some face, maybe he won't beat me. Zhang Ji began to feel a trace of luck. Yay, if I get beaten up for another day and a night because of this, I'll turn around and beat Tanjiro. It's not over. Zhang Ji thought through gritted teeth. This is... Where do you live? Yiyang looked at a farmhouse in front of him and asked. Yes, please come in and do it. Zhang Ji walked into the courtyard first, walked to the door of the room in a few steps, and pulled the door open. Madara-sensei, I'm back. Zhang Ji nodded at Madara, and sat on Madara's side. Yuka was sitting on her back, and she had a sense of teasing fear for the handsome uncle who had been silent. Yiyang walked into the house with one step, and the expression on his face instantly sank. Looking at the cracks on Banyi's face, as well as the decaying breath all over his body. Isn't this a ghost? Yiyang slowly put his right hand on the hilt of his sword. Madara looked slightly sideways and glanced at him. The sweaty hairs all stood up, and only for a moment, he actually felt that he was a young mouse, and what he was facing in front of him was a cat with an indifferent face. My hand holding the hilt trembled slightly. No, he started shaking all over. How could such an outrageous ghost appear here? Could it be? Is the Ghost King miserable? After all, as a Ghost King, it is normal to appear in any form. Are you shaking? Why? Madara asked in a flat voice. Yiyang noticed that this suspected Ghost King was immiserable, and his eyes were scarlet. He glanced at Zhang Ji, and sure enough, exactly the same eyes. Pitfall. This is a trap. It's all ghosts. And the girl with the white thing on her neck. It's all ghosts. But why, ghosts want to kill ghosts? And why is there no ghost breath? Righteous Brave's heart is in chaos. Ha 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 ha. Extreme, this kid can think so much in an instant. Okay. If you have anything, let's talk about it first. I'm going to verify one thing. Madara laughed loudly, and the whole person banged and exploded into a cloud of smoke. With Banyi leaving, Yiyang felt that the pressure he was under immediately dissipated. His feet were soft and he almost didn't stand. Well, that's an illusion. If you are hit by illusion, what you think and what you are about to do is not at your disposal. Seeing that Ban Yi dared to press the knife directly on the hilt, you are also lucky that you are not dead. Zhang Ji was suddenly stunned as he spoke, stretched out his hand and scratched his head and said again, "No, it will definitely not die. You guys are ghost, right?" Yi Yang calmed his mind and asked. No, no, you don't look at my teacher like that, it's not the ghost you think. The ghosts you think are, fundamentally, also creatures. And my teacher, I can't call it a creature at the moment, it should be a real ghost. Zhang Ji said thoughtfully. You just said that I definitely won't die. Why? Yi Yang then asked and answered. The reason is simple, what adult have you ever seen get angry with a child? Zhang Ji said in Ban Yi's tone. Children. But I'm not a child. I'm 21 years old. Yi Yang replied very seriously. Zhang Ji. Chapter 14. I didn't expect it. Yuka, your father turned out to be the knifesmith of the ghost killer team? Zhang Ji looked at the middle-aged old man carrying a hoe in front of him strangely and said. Yes, Zhang Ji is ready to join the ghost killing team, without him, just mix a day wheel group fan. Because when Madara exploded into smoke and left, there was also the Uchiha Tuan fan who disappeared with him. Zhang Ji believes that this is the end of the experience period. Yes, our family is also a hereditary member of the ghost killing team. Yuka nodded her head and said, she has now recognized the reality, and she has not become a ghost at all. What is white on the body can be understood as some kind of herb that fills the body. Yes, she understood it that way. After building your Nikaiku saber, go back to the headquarters of the ghost killing team with me, and I will take you to meet Lord. Everyone had rested at Zhang Ji's home for the night, and Yi Yang had also recovered his state. Didn't expect that, did you? Yuka's father asked with a smug face. Yes, I really didn't expect it, I thought you could only farm, and you could also forge knives, but uncle, can you really forge knives? I doubt it. Zhang Ji looked at Yehua's father with skeptical eyes and said. What words? What are you talking about? You're righteous, right? That guy mentioned you to me before, me and your teacher, but the same role as you. Come, Yi Yang, tell him whether a knifesmith of the same period as your teacher will forge a knife. Yuka's father shouted with his beard cocked. Zhang Ji turned his puzzled expression to Yi Yang. Yuka's father also looked at Yi Yang, and waited for this stuffy gourd to speak. I don't know. Righteous Yang whispered these 4 words. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Ji laughed heartily. Yuka's father angrily threw away the hoe in his hand, and said with anger on his face, Yi Yang, you guy is really not likable at all. Stupid. Saying that, Yuka's father raised his fist at Yoshiu. I'm not hated, and besides, I'm not an idiot. Righteousness is that oil and salt do not enter, soft and hard do not eat. Okay, father, don't be angry anymore, Mr. Yi Yang has always been this character. Brother Ji, don't laugh anymore. Yuka held Zhang Ji's arm and began to shake wildly. After a while of arguing, they followed Yuka's father to their backyard. Wow! There is a full set of equipment? I never found out. Zhang Ji looked at the forging equipment in front of him and smacked his tongue secretly. Okay boy, in fact, I was the most surprised. I didn't expect a kid who farmed to have this kind of skill. It must be dangerous to rescue Yuka from the hands of the ghost, right? Thank you so much. Yehua's father knelt directly to the ground, and when he went up, he was going to give Zhang Ji a knock. When a man of such an age gave him such a big gift, he immediately grabbed Yuka's father's arms and said polite words in his mouth. No, it's not dangerous at all, it's crushing. Yi Yang interjected very inappropriately. Crush. Is Brother Ji really? You obviously don't even have a Nikaru. Little stars appeared in Yuka's eyes, and she looked at Zhang Ji with adoration. She didn't see how Zhang Ji fought ghosts. Righteous courage saw it. That thing is much crueler to the devil than the Nikawa knife. So. The ancestor is a ninja, I can still have both hands, Zhang Ji said as he touched his nose embarrassedly. Yuka also wanted to ask questions about ninjas, but she was so curious. Okay, Jiwa, Zhang Ji still has to go to the headquarters of the ghost-killing team, let me give him a knife first. My material, but there are quite a few. Ji, what kind of knife do you want? Yuka's father asked. Knife. No, I don't want a knife. Zhang Ji shook his head and said. Nikawa knife, you don't want a knife. Yuka's father is a little confused, isn't it how to cut the neck of a ghost with a knife? He wants a fan, big above and small below, with a chain attached to the tail, and a sickle at the end of the chain. A weapon of this shape. Yu Yang said expressionlessly while gesturing with his hands in the air. The things that are compared are a little convex and backward at a glance. It's just like what Jiraiya compared to Naruto in the beginning. I probably got it. Yuka's father said in a wistful manner. Although the old man said that he understood, Zhang Ji still gave the drawing. That night, the shirtless Yuka father had a serious face. The time has come to put his skills to the test. In this way, Zhang Ji and Yi Yang were in the village at the foot of Spider Mountain, waiting for the completion of the construction of the Sun Wheel Group fan belonging to Zhang Ji. Tanjiro and several people have been brought back to the headquarters by the Ghost Killer team for treatment. In the middle of the night, Madara was wandering, he was looking for something called Ghost. Without him, it was all because after Zhang Ji killed the ghost, his perception of the ninja world seemed to be a little more. So he wanted to try it and kill a little more ghost, anyway, this kind of thing seems to him weak and a chicken is no different. But obviously, Madara was not very lucky, and he did not find such a thing as ghost after wandering for several days. Late at night, he walked on the road with his hands on his chest, and occasionally a few passers-by passed by him, as if they hadn't seen him. Hey? This kind of thing is… Madara looked at the train in front of him and was stunned for a moment, there was something he had never seen before. Infinite. Madara looked at the two words on the front of the car and suddenly became a little interested. He wanted to go up and take a look. Hey! Roar, is it finally touched by me? Madara suddenly dismissed the idea of getting on the train, because he sensed that not far away, a ghost appeared. In the dark alley, a ghost with dark blue stripes and blackened skin is torturing a woman. He pinched the woman's neck with one hand, and put the fingers of the other hand in the woman's face. The hand that grabbed the woman's neck was slightly forced, and the finger disappeared a little. Ahem! Wow! Ah, the ghost's face was excited, it didn't seem to be hungry, nor was it in a hurry to kill this woman, just having fun. Hey! 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 The expression is so good. It's a little painful. The ghost licked his tongue excitedly, looking at the woman's gradually distracted eyes, he felt a refreshing feeling rushing straight to his heavenly spirit cover. Da! 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 The sound of unheard footsteps reached the ghost's ears. The ghost looked back and saw that inside the pitch-black box, a tall figure slowly walked in his direction. Its nose sniffed, and it was not human. Hey, I discovered this human first, but I'm not hungry, when I'm done playing, you can take it and eat it. I advise you to better listen to me, because this is my Ripper's territory. The bald ghost actually reported to Madara yet. Hey! Ripper! Your territory! Humph! Madara said in a tone of sarcasm. Chapter 15. The Ripper's sight is greeted by scarlet eyes that look like they were poured with blood. Walking closer, the Ripper noticed that the face of the guy in front of him was full of cracks. This must be a ghost. Same as. The same kind, you, like me, are all ghosts, right? The Ripper is not afraid, with his ability, how can he find that Madara is powerful? As long as Ban Yi is not powerful, he looks like a handsome uncle. Ban Yi didn't pay attention to him at all, his footsteps did not stop, with Ban Yi's personality, when he showed up just now, talking to this kind of ant was already very face-saving for him. Hey! You guy, why don't you talk? Didn't put me in the eye at all. Who do you think you are? 12 Ghost Moon? The Ripper launched a temper and actually let go of the woman in his hand, who had been tortured by him and was covered in blood. He decided to teach this guy who broke into his territory a lesson. The ability of the Ripper is to move at high speed, and his movement speed is so fast that it is invisible to the naked eye of the average person. A gust of wind blew in Madara's ears. No one can stop my speed. The Ripper had already appeared behind Madara, and Madara slowly raised his hands, made his classic posture, and held his chest with both hands. I am. In the next second, the voice of the Ripper appeared directly in Madara's ears. In an instant, he was already close to Madara again. The fastest. Bang! The Ripper didn't finish speaking, Ban Yi's fist smashed back, the Ripper flew out upside down, the bridge of the nose has been broken, not so much broken, but his nose has been smashed into the face entirely, his face. It was smashed flat by Madara casually. How can you fix? The Ripper was furious, and urged his speed with all his strength, and the whole person seemed to turn into blue lightning, moving wildly around Madara yet. My speed is something no one can catch up with. I must make you pay for your rampantness. The sound of the Ripper seemed to come from all directions, and Madara stood in place, motionless. Alas! Madara let out a slight sigh, and then grabbed his right hand casually to the side. The Ripper, who was moving wildly around him, was suddenly directly pinched by a hand. 8. Yagana! The Ripper's face was full of disbelief, and he immediately raised his hands, and the dark nails on the index fingers of both hands were extremely sharp, and all of them fell into Madara's wrists. Your speed is indeed bad, if you use it to escape, you should be a good hand. The corners of Ban Yi's mouth turned up slightly, and the disembodier was stunned for a moment, and then a violent fluctuation surged out from Ban Yi's body. The chakra in Ban Yi's body was amazingly powerful, forming a force field like Shinra Tianzheng, and in the blink of an eye, the body of the Ripper turned into ashes under the impact of this chakra. No matter how much the body of the reincarnated Earth was injured, it didn't matter, so Madara didn't look at the small hole in his wrist that was made by the claw of the Ripper. It won't bleed anyway. Save me. The dying woman tortured by the Ripper had a light of hope in her eyes, and she said this sentence to the domineering man in front of her with all her strength. For the sense of the ninja world. There was a hint of it again. It seems that my speculation is correct. I should let that bug show me the way. Humph. Well, forget it. Madara thought to himself, and then walked past the woman without stopping. From beginning to end, he did not look at this dying woman. The woman looked at Madara, who left directly, the look in her eyes quickly receded, and her pupils began to dilate again. Found it. People who have been attacked by ghosts. What about the ghosts? Where is it? No trace of the ghost found. Probably already gone. Quickly bring this woman back for treatment. One by one, the sound of words reached the woman's ears, and the ghost-killing team arrived. In a certain carriage of the infinite train, Madara appeared out of thin air. He sat by the window, his eyes indifferently looking at the night outside the window. Early the next morning, a man with long yellow hair and a part of his hair rimmed red boarded the infinity train. He had thick black sword eyebrows, bright eyes, and a faint smile on his face. Yansu, Purgatory Kyo's hero, boarded the infinite train. When Kyo's hero passed by a carriage, he always felt that something was strange, but he couldn't say it. Then he shook his head and walked forward. Oh? The world also has characters with such keen intuition. Madara propped his chin and said softly. I saw that the carriage where Ban Yi was located, only he was sitting alone. All the passengers passing by ignored Madara and the carriage in which Madara was sitting. Outside the wireless train. Ah! What kind of monster is this? Pig's face is written with shock. He really hasn't been in town. It's also the first time I've seen this kind of thing. Pigs leaped forward. Inashuk's head hit the carriage of the train, causing the crowd around him to cast doubtful eyes. Stop! You're embarrassing me like this. Zenji scolded Inashuk in anger, only begging him not to do anything strange again. What happened? A little girl selling bento boxes with a beret on her head, a big silver mirror on her face, and a wide ponytail looked curiously at the man wearing a pig's head cover not far away. Moxie, suddenly, a call came from behind him. Hey! Ah! Do you want a bento? The little girl immediately turned around and sent her own bento box forward. A fine bento. The man in front of him held up a finger with a kind smile on his face. A fine bento, $36. The little girl handed out the bento and said. As soon as the man took the bento, he opened the box and began to eat, chewing it in his mouth and saying, Knotted flowers. Pay the money. After passing the little girl's side, the little girl found that behind this man, there was a very strange huge fan. How so? Brother G, you are also too much. Even if I pay, you want 2 copies. Yukiwa raised a fist at Zhang Ji's back and said through gritted teeth. The people I met today. It's all so strange. The little girl said helplessly to herself, and then began to sell her bento. Chapter 16. A few days ago. In the headquarters of the Ghost Killer team, Tanjiro was tied with his hands, and in front of him, were the pillars. Before you begin your trial, explain what you have committed. Butterfly Shinobu's voice was soft and soothing. There is no need for judgment. Shielding a ghost is an obvious violation of the team's law. We alone can dispose of it and behead along with the ghosts. Yan Zhu's voice was loud and he said vibrantly. Then let me gorgeously chop off his neck. I'll make his blood splattered in all directions more gorgeous than anyone. It's already gorgeous. Yinzu Yu Tianyuan put on a very coquettish pose. Alas, alas. Want to kill such a cute child? It's heartbreaking, it's so painful. Lianzu Ganlu Temple Miri shallowly blocked the corners of her mouth with her hand, and her face had an unbearable look. Ah! What a shivering child! It's really pitiful, the fact that it was born is pitiful enough. The tallest rock pillar of all the pillars, his hands folded, and tears welled up in his eyes. What is the shape of that cloud? What's it called? Kazumi Zhu's gaze was dull, and he had completely emptied himself at this time. What about your beans? Where are your beans? Tanjiro looked around anxiously. He was very tired and injured, who had thought that he would wake up tied up and his sister was gone. Where are you looking? The column is talking. These adults are the highest-ranking 9 life swordsmen in the ghost-killing team. The member of the ghost-killing team who was kneeling on one knee next to Tanjiro reminded in a low voice. Let me kill you. Yes, be gorgeous. Several pillars who advocated killing Tanjiro said in a word. Where are your beans? Where are your beans? Thou beans! Good joy! Inashuk, Murata-san! Tanjiro ignored the pillars in front of him and began to shout loudly. How is Fukuoka going to deal with that compared to that kind of thing? A deep voice came. Tanjiro heard the sound and looked at a tree in front of him, between which was dressed in black and white stripes, with a bandage wrapped around his face and a white snake wrapped around his neck that was spitting letters. He wasn't even tied up, which gave me a headache. According to Butterfly, Tomioka also violated the team law, right? How do you punish him? How do you hold him accountable? What kind of situation are you going to put him in? Say something, Tomioka. This is exactly the snake pillar, Ihei Xiaobane, he said with his finger below. Tanjiro turned his head to look in the direction of the snake pillar's finger, Tomioka Yoshiyuki didn't know when, and was already standing beside him. Behind Yi Yang, there was also a familiar face. It was the man with a tuan fan on his back and a mouth breathing fire. At this moment, Zhang Ji looked at the pillars present with curiosity in his face. It's because of me, even Mr. Tomioka. A look of guilt appeared on Tanjiro's face. Let's think about the punishment after a long time. After all, he also honestly followed along. In contrast, I would like to see what this little guy says. This little guy is a ghost killer, but he takes the ghost to the mission. I would like to hear my explanation on this matter. Butterfly Shinobu said. Punishment? Hey, righteousness, why the punishment? Haven't you already done your mission? Zhang Ji raised his hand around Yi Yang's neck, looked at the pillars in front of him with suspicious eyes, and whispered close to Yi Yang's ear. No? Righteousness, you have been instilling fresh blood into the ghost-killing squad very often recently. It is worthy of being a disciple of the cultivator. Butterfly Shinobu looked at Yoshio with a smile and said. Yi Yang snorted lightly, and then stopped paying attention. Tanjiro and Pillar then began to explain, but it was clear that no Pillar wanted to listen to his quibbles. A ghost is a ghost, and it won't change anyway. Hey. It seems that something interesting has happened. According to the original plot, Wind Pillar Immortal Kawamiya came to the scene with one hand dragging the box where your bean was hiding. Zhang Ji was a little speechless, because he knew that if he went on like this, it would take a long time for him to enter his main line. Is the stupid player with the ghost that guy? What the hell is the plan? Nanny? Before Immortal Chuan finished speaking, his hand suddenly felt light, and the box he was holding in his hand had disappeared. Zhang Ji carried the box, walked to Tanjiro's side in a few steps, put the box in front of Tanjiro, and squatted down to help Tanjiro untie the rope. Tomioka Yoshiyuki still looked at Zhang Ji expressionlessly, and he was not worried that Zhang Ji's action would hurt him, because this guy. It's better than all the columns present. The kind of flame he spewed out, the words of the ghost can still carry for a while, the words of the people. I'm afraid it will turn to ashes in an instant, right? You guy. What people? Is it a companion of the ghost? Immortal Chuan roared angrily, and then directly pulled out his knife and slashed at Zhang Ji. Stop! Lord is coming soon! Righteous Yang shouted, making Immortal River's movements freeze. In the next second, he suddenly felt that his knife was frozen in mid-air. Oh! It's the back of a knife, so I'll barely kill you. Zhang Ji stretched out 2 fingers and pinched Immortal Chuan's knife. Silence! Good! It's so cool! Ganluo Temple suddenly turned red. Extremely. Yi Yang frowned slightly and shouted. He also couldn't tell if Zhang Ji could really kill people, but he didn't dare to gamble, because Zhang Ji and his teacher, this pair of guys surnamed Use Haibo, were too mysterious. Ninja? Never heard of. The physical fitness that far exceeds ordinary people and the ability to manipulate flames and water currents at will. It's just unbelievable. And I don't know why, when I see those scarlet chakra eyes, Yi Yang always feels uncomfortable. It seems that those eyes are full of malice towards everything. I see. Zhang Ji released his fingers and responded with impatience, and then with one force, he directly broke the rope that tied Tanjiro's hands. Thank you, Mr. Ji. Tanjiro looked grateful. Zhang Ji nodded at Tanjiro, stood up, scanned the circle of pillars, and then spoke, if you can't even tell the difference between a good ghost and an evil one, don't do any pillars. Anyway, you guys don't look very strong. Zhang Ji said as he raised his hands, hugged them in front of his chest, and slowly raised his head. In his eyes, there is a scarlet color that makes Yi Yang feel uneasy. Chapter 17. You guy. 100% are people who are in league with ghosts. I'm going to kill you and that little ghost. The pillars hate ghosts, this kind of thing, and the immortal river is the most extreme existence among them. Oh. If you have the courage, then you can try it. Zhang Ji stretched out a hand and hooked his finger at the immortal river. Immortal Chuan Xia held the knife in both hands. I don't know why, being stared at by that pair of scarlets, his heart actually gave birth to retreat. Lord, arrived. Just when the atmosphere of the scene was a little strange, two almost identical girls' voices came. Here you are, my lovely children. A gentle voice came from inside the room, along with a steady sound of footsteps. The Lord appeared and walked out of the room. His pupils were pale, and the area above his nose seemed to have been burned by fire, and there was not an inch of intact skin. Helped by two pale-faced young girls, the main public house stood in the Sunday. Good morning, everyone. What a nice day today. It's blue, isn't it? I feel very happy to have the semi-annual pillar meeting without changing the members. Izayashiki said in a soft tone. Hurt? No, is it sick? This person is Lord. Tanjiro looked at Izayashiki Yaya's face, a little distracted. Boom! In an instant, all the columns were lined up, and all fell to the ground on one knee. Tanjiro. Yoshiyuki looked up at Tanjiro and reminded. Hey! Oh! Tanjiro was stunned for a moment, and immediately knelt down on one knee beside Yoshiyuki. Zhang Ji took a few steps back and leaned against a tree in the yard. He did not intend to disturb the columns. Hearing footsteps, Izayashiki Yaya looked in Zhang Ji's direction, although his eyes couldn't see at all. It would be better if Lord, too, is still in good health, and I sincerely wish you more well-being. Immortal Kawashia changed his irritable appearance just now, and said in a sincere tone. Thank you, Xia. Izayashiki Yaya turned his face in Xia's direction and said calmly. That's what I want to say, greetings to Lord. Gan Lucy pouted, looking aggrieved, and a pair of eyebrows twisted into an 8 character. With all due respect, before the start of the pillar meeting, I would like to explain this ghost-bearing team member named Tanjiro Stove. I wonder what you think. Immortal Kawa continued. I'm sorry to disturb you, but Tanjiro and Yubin are what I admit, so I hope you will recognize them as well. Izayashiki Yaya is amazing. Sure enough, this decision was immediately opposed by most of the columns. After that, I pulled out Taki Zuoji's letter. Zhang Ji looked at the scene in front of him with interest, and he thought it was quite interesting to reproduce such a living scene. If you attack someone else, Tanjiro and Taki Kinji, Tomioka Yoshiyuki, will apologize for the sin. This passage was repeated from the girl's mouth, causing Tanjiro to burst into tears. Obviously, this does not allow the pillars to let go of their own preconceptions. Just like the big boy Yanzu said. If she catches people to eat, then the dead are irretrievable. Zhang Ji also agreed with this view. He had a deep understanding. In case he really returned to the Hokage world with Banyi later, Madara pointed at Heiju and said to him, this is the product of my will, you can trust this thing as much as you trust me. Then Zhang Ji will definitely immediately rush forward like the upper body of a certain tiger king and shout 3 words, you fart. I don't understand. Lord. If it's a human, it's okay to let it go, but not a ghost. So far, how much faith our ghost-killing team has fought, and how many people have died for it. Therefore I cannot agree. Immortal Chuanxi's face was full of anger, and after saying that, he pulled out his knife and cut his arm. What are you doing? If it will stain the garden. Ganlu Temple was full of doubts, and his heart began to complain wildly. Oh, a gust of wind blew the hair of the Ganlu Temple, and Zhang Ji instantly came behind the Ganlu Temple. Why do you keep complaining in your heart? I heard it all. Zhang Ji said with a smile. That's right, Zhang Ji was completely guessing the time period by himself, because he remembered that Ganlu Temple was a character who liked to complain madly in his heart. This time period was pinched by him just right. Alas! Did you hear that? Ganlu Temple stood up in fright, took a few steps back, and said with a shocked face. Lord, Lord! I'll prove it now. The ugliness of the ghost. Everyone's attention was all on the body of immortal Chuan Xia, and let the Ganlo temple watch Zhang Jia last non-stop there. Immortal Kawa stepped on the box where your beans were hidden, and all the blood flowing from the wound on his arm fell on the box. Stop! Tanjiro shouted and immediately stepped forward. Yoshiyuki grabbed Tanjiro's arm and said in a serious tone, Tanjiro, let your sister prove herself. Hey, ghost, it's time to eat. Come and eat. Blood seeped through the cracks in the wooden box and dripped onto the sleeping bean's hands. Your bean's hand jerked, and a low roar began to come out of his mouth. Don't force it, show your nature. Let me kill you here. Immortal Kawashia has a smile on his face. Absolutely no ghost can endure the temptation of human blood. Absolutely nothing. Immortal River, it can't work in the sun, and if you don't have shady, ghosts won't come out. Snake Pillar reminded. Lord, Lord, I'm rude. Immortal Kawashia greeted, picked up the box, and instantly passed through the delivery house and entered the house. Immortal Chuan threw the box to the ground, and the knife in his hand plunged into the box. Stop! As soon as Tanjiro broke free from Yoshiu's hand, he immediately rushed in. Seeing this, the snake pillar attacked Tanjiro. Dang, he punched a huge regiment. Uchiha! Rebound! A violent hurricane suddenly came from the fan, and the snake pillar was blown upside down and fell to the ground. Hey! Is it really an enemy? It's really pitiful, you have to be a ghost's companion. For a moment, the pillars all looked at Zhang Ji with unkind faces. I have long found out that someone else is there, I don't know who your excellency is. Izayashiki was obviously blind, but looking at Zhang Ji at the moment, his expression looked like he could be completely seen. Use Haibo, Zhang Ji. It's a ninja. After Zhang Ji reported his home, he slapped Tanjiro on the head with his backhand, stunned Tanjiro. Believe in your sister as you believe in yourself. If even you don't believe her, then she is no different from ordinary ghosts. Zhang Ji's words sounded deafening in Tanjiro's ears. Chapter 18. This episode did not interrupt the behavior of the immortal Kawamiya and continued. Finally, Minoru Immortal Kawa opened the lid of the wooden box, and Yubin slowly stood up from the box. Her body slowly returned to its original size. Woohoo! The sound of heavy breathing came from the mouth of Yubin. Her forehead was covered with sweat, and water flowed from her mouth biting the bamboo tube. What's wrong? Come on! You really want to eat it, right? Immortal Kawa raised his arm, and the blood flowed faster. Yubin's breathing became heavier and heavier, and the bruises on her forehead began to bulge, and it was obvious that she was working hard. Yubin's! Tanjiro ran to the edge of the house in a few steps, shouting his sister's name loudly. As Tanjiro's shout reached Yuduza's ears, Yuduza's expression suddenly froze, and a burst of images flashed through her mind. She's my sister! My sister! Your beans are different, although I don't know why she is like this now. Father, mother, younger brother, sister and older brother Tanjiro. All human beings are your family. Go and protect humanity. The hint that Takizo recently gave to Yubin came into effect at this time. People need protection and help. Don't hurt them. You must not hurt them. The eyes of everyone present were locked on Yubin, but Yubin only let out a low roar, and after coming out of the box, it did not move an inch. Humph! Yubin looked very arrogant and snorted, turned her face away, and she even closed her eyes and did not look at the immortal Kawashia. How's it going? Izayashiki Yaya asked. The white-haired girl beside him immediately responded, that ghost girl twisted her head away, although she was stabbed 3 times by Lord Immortal River, even if the bloody wrist was placed in front of her, she endured it and did not bite it. Then it will prove that your beans will not attack others. Tanjiro, even so, there will still be people who can't tolerate your beans. You have to prove that from now on, Tanjiro and Yutoko can fight as a ghost squad, something that can come in handy. The soft voice of Yayashiki reached Tanjiro's ears. Tanjiro was stunned, and immediately turned his face and knelt at the feet of Shiki Yaya in the delivery house. What's the feeling, fluttering sound? Is it this person's voice that makes my brain flutter? Tanjiro was surprised. As a 21st century traveler, Zhang Ji scoffed at the scene in front of him, and he even picked his nose. Go and bring down the 12 ghost moon, then everyone will recognize you. The weight of Tanjiro's words will change. Izayashiki continued. You Bean and I will defeat Oni Maisuji without misery. You Bean and I will definitely slash the chains of sorrow with a knife. As if he had been beaten with chicken blood, Tanjiro was filled with righteous indignation. The current Tanjiro can't do it, let's first defeat a 12 ghost moon. Lord said with a smile. Tanjiro's face instantly turned red, and he felt particularly embarrassed. Poof! No, you must not laugh, Dabuta bleat. Unlike the other pillars, Ganlu Temple is trying very hard to hold back a smile. Finally, under the words of Lord Gong, all the pillars temporarily put aside their prejudices about Tanjiro's brothers and sisters. This is the end of Tanjiro's affairs, so before the pillar meeting, Tomioka, the one you brought with you, is the fresh blood you sent to the ghost-killing team. Izayashiki Yaya finally asked Zhang Ji. Your lord? Yes. Zhang Ji interrupted Yi Yang's answer. He walked slowly to Tanjiro's side, scanned the circle of pillars kneeling on the ground, and said in a flat voice, although you made this fan for me, I am very grateful. But for now, there is no need for the ghost killer team to let me join. Tanjiro was stunned and asked, Mr. G, didn't you say that you would join it? Tanjiro, don't be stupid, look at the appearance of this group of people, it looks like they can be beaten to the point of being miserable. I see, in the future, these so-called pillars will die in the hands of ghosts sooner or later. Zhang Ji said with a smile. The eyes of several pillars all turned bad, including the smile on the face of the gentle Sayashiki Yaya. What do you mean by that? Dare to say that about the ghost killer team? The snake pilla's eyes were as cold as the snake on his neck. I know a man like you, who has been with snakes all year round, but he is countless times stronger than you. Zhang Ji looked at the snake pillar with provocative eyes and said. I don't know why, Zhang Ji felt that his personality had changed slightly, which may be the influence of the identity of the Ujibo clan. After all, most of the clansmen of the Uchiha clan are very belligerent. For example, now, he really wants to compete with these columns. Do you want a duel? You guy! Lord, let me teach this man a magnificent lesson. It's really sad that there are so many people who don't know the so-called pillars. You glanced at me and said, and did not put Zhang Ji in your eyes. Only Yi Yang frowned. In the final analysis, his duty was to kill ghosts, and he had no interest in competing with people. The woman steps down. The remaining 7 of you, let's go up together. Let me see your strength. Zhang Ji pulled out the Tuan fan with his backhand and inserted it in front of him, and the Tuan fan broke the floor and was inserted into the ground. Rampant! I must let you know the majesty of being a pillar of the Ghost Killer Squad. The grumpy immortal Kawashia was the first to pick it out and backhanded his Nikki knife. He was about to step forward when Yoshiyuki stretched out a hand to block the chest of the immortal Kawashia. Tomioka, what do you mean? Immortal Kawa asked with a face. Tomioka Yoshiyuki was very practical and said bluntly, no, if you say, you will lose. Immortal Kawa Shimai. Izayashiki Yaya. Tomioka, I see you broke your head in Spider Mountain. How can you grow other people's morale and destroy the prestige of your own people? Get out of the way. Tomioka Yoshiyuki's language art has successfully raised the anger of the immortal Kawa to a higher level, and he now feels a wave of anger rushing straight to the heavens. Immortal Chuan Xia pushed away Yi Yang and walked in front of Zhang Ji in a few steps. This time, I won't use the back of a knife, are you ready to awaken? Xia's eyes widened angrily, and the scars on his body added a bit of momentum. Well, I have a word first, no matter what you think of me, but the duel has begun. Righteous brave, you should know my strength, I advise you to exert all your strength. Fight me like a ghost. If you don't want your companions to have you, die. The scarlet chakra eye met Yi Yang's eyes. And Yi Yang subconsciously held the handle of his sword. Everyone! Don't be careless. Definitely shoot like a ghost. Otherwise, you will really die. Yi Yang said a long paragraph very rarely, and he now regretted very much why he brought Zhang Ji to the ghost-killing team. He knew very well in his heart that his group was different from ghosts, and ghosts could hold on to his kind of attack, but human words. Even if there is a breathing method to improve the physical fitness, but if it is hit by that guy's means. Zhang Ji's pressure was also great, but more of an inexplicable sense of excitement filled his brain. Izayashiki Yaya was a little confused, he didn't know what happened at all, why was it like this? The ghost-killing team fresh blood brought by Yi Yang was shouting in the yard about what to dozen? Chapter 19. Looking at the rampant Zhang Ji in front of him, as well as those scarlet eyes, Immortal Kawashia gritted his teeth and directly attacked. Of course, he knew that the guy surnamed Uchiha in front of him was very strong, after all, he only relied on 2 fingers to clamp his knife, although he didn't use his full strength, but it was amazing enough. The cold blade rushed to Zhang Ji's arm and slashed over. Obviously, for humans, even if it is such a rampant Zhang Ji, Immortal Chuan Xia does not want to die. All he hated was ghosts. But Zhang Ji is different, as a traverser, he knows the fate of these pillars very well. Yanzu Purgatory Kyo's hero, killed by the 3 Izuku of the upper wind. Yanzu Yulu Tianyuan, broken hand blind. The insect pillar butterfly is absorbed by the 2 children of the upper string. Kashumi pillar was cut off by one of the upper strings, Black Death. Snake pillar Ihe Kobane and love pillar Gan Luyi Miri die in the final duel with Misery. The rock pillar also died in the great battle with Wu Wu. Wind pillar Immortal Kawashia was seriously injured and dying, and finally barely recovered alive, but did not live long. The ending of Mizuki Tomioka Yoshiyuki is relatively good, but his right arm is cut off. None of the ending of the 9 pillars was good. Zhang Ji looked at the group of living people in front of him, and a bold idea appeared in his heart. Boom Zhang Ji was obviously one step behind the Immortal Chuan Xia, but his attack fell on the body of the Immortal Chuan Xia first. Zhang Ji smashed his punch into the chest of the Immortal Chuan Xia, and the undead Kawashia flew out backwards, and the undead Kawashia was in the air, opening his mouth and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Cough, cough. How can you repair? The Immortal Chuan Xia who landed on the ground immediately got up and covered his chest and coughed violently, coughing and spraying blood droplets. His physical fitness was the best in the column, and he was actually punched by Zhang Ji and vomited blood? What happened? Izayashiki Yaya asked immediately. Shiyasama vomited blood when he was punched by Uchiha Zhang Ji. The white-haired girl responded immediately. A very shocked look immediately appeared on Sayashiki Yaya's face. The surrounding pillars all looked shocked. Is this person's strength so strong? Among them, Otoju Uru Tenjin's expression was the most strange, because he was also a ninja before, and the ninja profession has gradually withdrawn from this world. Anu Lu Tenjin does not have a good impression of ninjas, because ninjas are cold-blooded and ruthless, and they are only good at the yin people behind them. Mr. G, so strong. Tanjiro had already run to your bean's side, he stuffed your bean back into the wooden box, and looked at Zhang Ji with a shocked face, but he had witnessed it with his own eyes, the flame like an ocean wave. What's wrong? You're up. Zhang Ji looked at the group of pillars in front of him who stood up and stared at him closely, and opened his mouth to greet. It seems that you will not give your all. Zhang Ji smacked his tongue. Then a chain suddenly stretched out from his sleeve, and he threw it at Yayashiki. He made a move against the most important person in the pillars, Lord. The speed of the chain is extremely fast, and judging by the physical condition of Yayashiki, it is estimated that it will be hung if it is hit. Dang Yoshiyuki ran to Yayashiki in the blink of an eye and cut the chain open, and the huge force coming from the chain shocked his mouth numb. Pole! What are you doing? Yoshiyuki drank and protected Yayashiki behind him. You can block it once, then what about the second time, the third time? Zhang Ji sneered, pulled out the fan inserted on the ground with his backhand, and rushed out directly with a kick under his feet. The scythe in his hand flashed with cold light, and he cut it out. Wheel water breath 1 no type water surface chop. Yu Yang directly activated the breathing method, and if he did not activate the breathing method, he would not be Zhang Ji's opponent at all. The pillars are all people who have mastered the full concentration of the breathing method, so they can maintain the breathing method all the time, and even so, Yu Yang was numbed by Zhang Ji's chain. Bursts of water appeared with the slashes of righteous bravery, and the collision of the scythe and the Nikki knife created bursts of sparks. Good! Zhang Ji shouted, and then the group fan in his left hand slammed out, and Yu Yang immediately changed his knife momentum to block the huge group fan. The expected blocking success did not appear. Zhang Ji's group fan suddenly froze in the air. Yu Yang swung a knife into the air, only to see Zhang Ji's body made a very strange movement, directly around Yu Yang's back, and the scythe in his right hand mercilessly slashed towards Yayashiki. The two white-haired girls reacted very quickly. One girl pulled Yayashiki and ran back, and the other Zhang Kai blocked in front of Yayashiki with both arms. Poof! The sharp scythe slashed at the girl's shoulder, and blood flowed out. Do it! Such a dangerous guy, you must not stay. Kill him! Everything happened between the electric flint, and the pillars all mobilized, all rushing towards Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji pulled out the scythe, and the girl's face turned even paler, and she immediately turned her face and ran. Of course, this was deliberately done by Zhang Ji. Otherwise the scythe would have split this girl in half immediately. The scene began to become chaotic. The 9 pillars attacked one person together, and Zhang Ji had already enjoyed the treatment that only no misery deserved to enjoy at this moment. Zhu is a master in the end. Zhang Ji really can't bear it if he duels with physical skills alone, and in the blink of an eye, several wounds have been cut out of his body. Cyclone! Zhang Ji waved the fan and slammed it. A huge tornado appeared in the yard, and several pillars with lighter weight were close and found that they all had a tendency to be swept away by the tornado. This is not over. Zhang Ji's hands are sealed, a mouthful of old fire spews out, and the tornado instantly turns into a roaring fire tornado. What is it? Immortal Kawashia gritted his teeth and asked Tomioka because this person was brought back by Tomioka. Tomioka Yoshiyuki was expressionless and silent. He felt that things were making a big deal, and if he let him mess around like this, it was no less than fighting with the ghosts on the winding at the headquarters of the ghost-killing squad. This is obviously something that can only be used by the winding ghost, right? Butterfly Shinobu took several steps back in succession. She really couldn't stand the violent hot wind. Ulu Tenjin! How do I do this? As the flame whirlwind dissipated, Zhang Ji's figure appeared in front of Zhu, and he opened his mouth to directly ask Yulu Tianyuan. Ulu Tenjin was a little surprised. Did this guy know that he was also a ninja? It's gorgeous, it's not something that breathing can do. Yulu Tianyuan nodded and said with a serious face. That's right, in the final analysis, the breathing method is just a way to strengthen itself. What water breath, flame breath, and so on. It just looks like there has been a change in attributes, but in fact there is no corresponding power for attribute changes at all. It's all flower racks. It's really inferior. It's ninjutsu. Zhang Ji paused for a moment, stared at Ulu Tianyuan with a faint gaze and said, Ulu Tianyuan, this is the skill that ninjas rely on to survive. Even if it's a ghost, I can burn it to ashes with flames, tear it to pieces with a violent wind, and scorch it into char with lightning. Also as a ninja, do you want to learn real ninjutsu? Yulu Tianyuan listened to Zhang Ji's words, looked at Zhang Ji's scarlet eyes, and was stunned for a while. Chapter 20. You say this is ninjutsu? Take the liberty of asking, which ninja family is yours from? Strength is always the best way to introduce yourself, and Yulu Tianyuan even became a lot more polite at this time. It doesn't matter what family he belongs to. Yulu Tianyuan, you'd better find out that this guy made a move against Lord. Definitely an enemy. Purgatory Kyojuro held the knife in both hands and shouted loudly. Kyojuro is right, it's really sad. If he continues to make trouble like this, we will not be worthy of the pillar of the Lord. Sorrowful Yuzingyu is armed with a strange weapon, a broad axe connected by a chain and a meteor hammer. This weapon is similar to Zhang Ji's Tuan Fan. Since you have been in this world for a while, your Sharingan has evolved into a three-hook jade. The emotionless voice filled Zhang Ji's brain, like a thunder on the ground. And this operation? The sudden surprise made Zhang Ji smile uncontrollably. Guys! Something is wrong. Although his eyes were completely blind, just now, a pair of eyes with three gouge jades and incomparable scarlet appeared in his mind out of thin air. With the reminder of the sorrowful Yuzingyu, all the pillars immediately took action, encircling Zhang Ji in the middle in different directions. Zhang Ji held a fan in one hand, the pressure suddenly decreased. Sang Guyu's Sharingan made him more confident in his strength, and unlike Uchiha, who was righteous, he used the Sharingan for too long without any eye discomfort. Breath of Flame, one type, Ignorant Fire. Purgatory Kyo's hero took the lead in attacking, and the blade was as if it was wrapped in flames, and approached Zhang Ji in the blink of an eye with a blinding fire. Breath of Love, the love of the wandering range. What Zhang Ji didn't expect was that Ganlu Temple also made a move. You must know that this girl can be described as gifted, and her muscle density is 8 times that of ordinary people. Didn't I say that you and Butterfly Shinobu are not on the list of fighters? Zhang Ji's chakra eyes turned quickly, and instantly analyzed the tricks of the two, threw the Tuan Fan in the direction of the Yanzu with his backhand, turned his face and leaned out his big hand, and grabbed the wrist of the Ganlu Temple. Yanzhu slashed at the Tuan Fan, and the scythe held in Zhang Ji's right hand jerked it, and the Tuan Fan was pulled back by him. Obviously, the muscle density that is 8 times stronger than ordinary people is still much worse than the intercolumn cells. Zhang Ji's hand is strong, the Nikki knife in the hand of the Ganlu Temple comes out, he presses the Ganlu Temple to the ground, and the fan bangs and inserts it into the ground next to the head of the Ganlu Temple. Love Zhu, Ganlu Temple Honey Li, was instantly subdued by Zhang Ji. He now has a sense of confidence, he feels miserable now appearing, and he has to be slapped twice by him to leave. As everyone knows, Banyi has been wandering around the world looking for ghosts. If he happens to be met by Banyi, Zhang Ji's chance to give Wu miserable slap should be gone. Pole. Let her go. As you said, Ganlu Temple and Butterfly Shinobu are not on the list of battles. Yu Yang shouted as he took a step forward holding the knife. Of course. Zhang Ji nodded and let go of her hand, and Ganlu Temple immediately stood up, when she just wanted to stay away from this terrible man. Zhang Ji pressed Ganlu Temple's shoulder and pulled it behind him. What is he doing? Ganlu Temple was stunned, and saw Zhang Ji's shoulders shaking rapidly. Of course, Zhang Ji was not performing some kind of kunwu, but the movement of his hands sealing drove the ups and downs of his shoulders. Escape! Everyone! Run away immediately! Righteous Yang was blinded and greeted loudly. Although everyone did not know why Yi Yang was suddenly so excited, out of trust in his companions, everyone immediately dispersed. Fire escape, how fire lost! Zhang Ji opened his mouth and spewed out a huge fireball into the air. The faces of everyone present were all printed in a fiery red. This. Is that guy really human? Even if it's a ghost, You can't do it to this extent, can you? Immortal Kawashiya's hand trembled slightly, and he was a little afraid now. If he died not at the hands of ghosts, but at the hands of humans, he would definitely die without blindness. This fireball looks about the same size as the Lord's mansion. The Ganlu temple closest to Zhangji was already sitting on the ground, and she had forgotten to complain in her heart. Yan Zhu looked at the huge fireball in the air, and his pupils seemed to turn into a flame. Breath of flame. There is a trend to break through? I'm like. It's time to create new moves. Purgatory Kyojuro looked excited, and stretched out his palm in the direction of the fireball, hoping to grab the fireball in his hand. 2 lines of tears flowed from his pale eyes, and he clasped his hands together and whispered, Amitabha. Soon, the fireball landed in the distance. Obviously this move was not aimed at them. Boom! The violent explosion sounded the eardrums of everyone. A fire that covered the sky burst into the sky, as if to turn everything into ashes. What the hell are you trying to do? Yi Yang walked in front of Zhang Ji and asked loudly. Yi Yang, you guys kill ghosts, it's dangerous, right? The way to kill ghosts all along, it's very dangerous, right? The members of the ghost killer squad are not very old, and you may die tomorrow. See this trick? Zhang Ji asked, pointing to the flames that dyed the sky red in the distance. See? So what? Yi Yang asked. I'm willing to teach you. Zhang Ji was astonishing. Righteous Yang was stunned. He didn't think this kind of thing could be learned by mortals. As for Zhang Ji, just look at his teacher, he is definitely not an ordinary human being. Righteous Courage thinks so. During the flame explosion, no pillar launched an attack on Zhang Ji, and they were completely unable to fight Zhang Ji. Now what? What happened? Sweat had already appeared on Izayashiki Yaya's face, and I don't know why, the temperature around him suddenly became very high, and the violent sound that happened just now was simply louder than thunder. Your lord? Yes. It's the power of God. The white-haired little girl who was slashed in the shoulder by Zhang Ji's scythe before trembled, and her brain went blank. The explosion of flames is over, the earth is devastated, although the explosion is over, but the flames are still burning, as if they are going to burn the surrounding earth and everything about it. This. Is it also ninjutsu? Yulu Tianyuan asked with a dull face. That's right. Precisely. This is a power that humans can master. Come on, the era of ninjas, it's not over yet. Zhang Ji hugged his chest with his hands and smiled. Chapter 21. The Ghost Killer team members are busy now, because not far from their headquarters, they exploded. It is not an exaggeration to call it a natural disaster. The ground in a radius of several miles is all scorched black, and there are flames burning, but fortunately, the momentum of this flame has begun to weaken, because there is nothing to burn around. In the headquarters of the ghost-killing team, the 9 pillars knelt in rows. Zhang Ji stood on the opposite side of everyone with a regimental fan. Zhu has completely lost the mind to fight Zhang Ji. If Zhang Ji is a ghost, then he must have to fight with his life, but the other party is just a person, and he is a strong outrageous person, and he also said that he would teach the pillars of the ghost-killing team ninjutsu. Hey, Yurido Tenjin, are all ninjas like this? Can ninjas unleash that kind of massive ninjutsu? Have you seen it before? Mujiro asked as he lightly touched Uru Tenjin with his arm. Yuku Tenjin frowned and didn't answer. His ninja career had told him that ninjas were just people who lost darts, threw smoke bombs, climbed over walls in the middle of the night, and secretly assassinated their targets. After all, ninjas hide in the shadows. But this guy called Uchiha Zhangji made such a big movement. Can this also be regarded as a ninja? People make plans for assassinating targets, deploy them in detail, infiltrate the target's location, and then assassinate them. Did a ninja like you find a place hundreds of meters away, and a large fireball directly blew up people's houses? The little girl who was slashed on the shoulder by Zhang Ji's sickle before has a bandage wrapped around the wound at this moment, and the bandage is already oozing some blood. You, come here. Zhang Ji raised his head at the white-haired little girl. The little girl was obviously a little nervous, and looked at Yashiki in the delivery house with a panicked face. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. Zhang Ji's tone was slightly embarrassed. Yashiki stroked Hinagi's head and nodded at her. Hinami stood up and walked to Zhang Ji's side in a few steps. She didn't dare to look up at Zhang Ji's eyes, she was very afraid. Zhang Ji raised his right hand, and a burst of blue brilliance appeared on his palm, and he gently placed his hand on Hinagi's injured shoulder. Ah! Hinata subconsciously sounded in pain, but she covered her mouth, for fear of upsetting the man in front of her. Izayashiki Yaya's expression was also nervous, because he couldn't see, but it was clear that she heard her daughter's cry, and it sounded because pain. Wound healing, it will inevitably hurt, endure a little. Although my medical ninjutsu is considered the most rudimentary, there is still no problem in dealing with this small trauma, take it easy. Zhang Ji said and let go of his hand. The butterfly couldn't help it, she had just heard about the medical treatment, which was obviously healing. You must know that Butterfly Shinobu is the person in charge of the Butterfly House, and the Butterfly House, which is actually the medical organization of the ghost killing team, influenced by her parents, she has had a strong interest in pharmacology and medicine since she was a child. Faux pas. The butterfly swooped in front of Hinata and untied the bandage on her shoulder 3 or 2 times. What the hell is this? Butterfly Shinobu's eyes widened sharply, what did she see? Hinagi's shoulder was bandaged by her, and the cut was very deep, Hinagi's body was already thin, and this knife had obviously injured the bone. But now what? The wound has healed. Only a thin white mark remains. Hinagi, does it still hurt? Butterfly Shinobu raised her hand and squeezed Hinata's shoulder. Obviously, Hinagi's shoulder was still painful, and her shoulder immediately shrank down, with a trace of pain on her face. It still hurts, but it's much better, and now I don't feel like I've been cut by a knife at all. Zhang Darren, thank you very much. Yun Yi bowed to Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji was even more embarrassed, obviously the knife was cut by himself. It's okay, I cut it anyway, you don't have to be so polite. Zhang Ji touched the back of his head and said. It doesn't look like this bad guy. Gan Lucy looked at Zhang Ji, who looked embarrassed, and began to complain in his heart again. Brush Zhang Ji turned back sharply and gave Ganlo Temple a smiling look. He did it on purpose. According to the character of the Ganlo Temple, seeing this situation will definitely spit in the heart. Ah! Did he hear that? It can't be, this kind of thing. Looking at the Sharingan eyes that suddenly looked at him, Gan Luyi's expression was a little nervous. It seems that the little girl was treated, although I don't know how you did it, but thank you, you are really not an enemy. Dare to ask your excellency, the purpose of this trip? Izayashiki Yaya asked softly. My purpose is to make ghosts disappear completely. Zhang Ji said confidently. Let ghosts disappear completely? Your purpose is the same as what the Ghost Slayer has always done. A smile appeared on Butterfly Shinobu's face, and her tone was gentle. Haha, you don't have to deliberately learn from your sister, isn't it good to be yourself? Your sister will not be very happy to know that you have been learning her words because of her departure, and may even be sad. Zhang Ji said with a smile. Everyone present was numb. He knows all this stuff? How is it done? Hey, Ulu Tianyuan, how did you do this? Did you do a survey before, or did you read minds? Muichiro touched Utsumi Tenjin with his arm again, his interest in ninjas now is simply outrageous. Don't ask me again. I do not know. This guy doesn't seem to have anything to do with the word ninja. Yurido Tenjin brought his head closer to Muichiro and said with an irritated face. No need to guess, Nothing can hide from the prying eyes of these eyes. Zhang Ji turned his head and pointed his finger in his eyes and explained. My teacher and I can completely kill Wu Miserable, but where Wu Miserable is, we don't know yet. Of course, the intelligence of two people is not comparable to the intelligence system of your entire organization. In order to exterminate the ghosts faster, I decided to teach you ninjutsu. Just do it as I do. Your talent is also among the top of the human race, and I am curious if you who can practice breathing method have the potential to cultivate ninjutsu. Zhang Ji talked, and then walked a few steps in front of Butterfly Shinobu. Hey! The butterfly was stunned, because Zhang Ji was too close now. Just as she was about to retreat, Zhang Ji's voice came into her ears. It can be painful, but it's the quickest way. Butterfly Shinobu didn't know what he was talking about at all, but in the next second, all the scenes in her sight disappeared. All she could see was a pair of scarlet eyes with 3 gouged jade. Ah! Butterfly Shinobu immediately felt like his head was going to explode. All kinds of theories that she had never heard before were entering her mind very strongly. She felt great mental torture. The other pillars looked nervous, and everyone looked closely at Butterfly Shinobu who was lying on the ground with his head covered and wailing. Hey? Why is the reaction so big? It shouldn't be. Zhang Ji was a little puzzled, he didn't expect that he didn't play Banyi 6 at all with this hand. For Butterfly Shinobu, the consequences of this glance are no less than being attacked by illusion. For a while, Butterfly was sweating profusely, her face was crimson, and the butterfly hair ornament on her head fell to the ground, and she even shed tears. She lay on the ground and raised her pear blossom with rainy face to look at Zhang Ji. Check. Chakra. Medical. Medical ninjutsu? Chapter 22. Yes, chakra. Can you understand now? You also have a ninja character in your name, and you are related to my ninja sect. Zhang Ji looked at the butterfly in front of him, whose face gradually returned to calm, and said with a smile. Butterfly Shinobu collected his emotions and picked up the butterfly hair ornaments that fell on the ground. What a faux pas! For me, this is really too exciting, Butterfly said apologetically as she rearranged her hair. The hall was silent, and all the pillars wanted to know what Butterfly Shinobu had obtained through Zhang Ji's eyes. What was chakra? You should be regarded as the most gifted existence among human beings, whether it is breathing method or chakra, it is actually a way to enhance your own strength. I have instilled in you the specific principle of chakra, as well as the refining and use methods. Whether you can learn it or not, it's up to you. Zhang Ji talked eloquently. It doesn't seem that complicated, but... Forgive me for being ignorant, I can't understand it at all. Butterfly Shinobu blushed slightly, she seemed a little shy. You plan to spread the ninjutsu of the Hokage world to the world of the Demon Slayer's blade. The facts prove to you that the alien is only you, and it is no less difficult for the character to learn any skill in the other world than 100 push UPS, 100 sit UPS, and 10 kilometers of running every day. You can reach Saitama's strength. You understand your innocence at the moment? It turns out that my very pretentious operation is really just pretending. Zhang Ji's face is longer than a donkey. The only people who can perform ninjutsu here are Madara and himself. So, what happened? Butterfly. What do you know? Immortal Kawashia was a little anxious. He ran to Butterfly Shinobu in a few steps, and asked eagerly. The principle of that thing called chakra, and how to use it basically. Although I feel that it should be something that is introductory, I can't understand it, even. I can't even repeat it. Mr. G, you can instill it in others, such as Mr. Immortal River. Butterfly said with regret on his face. Yasi. Come on me. I'm ready. Immortal Kawashia looked at Zhang Ji with excitement. Since the system has clearly said that this is an impossible thing to do, Zhang Ji does not want to do useless work anymore. He did not think that Saitama-sensei's achievements could be achieved by individuals at will. Don't say this kind of thing about the Dogecoin system earlier. You start complaining that the system doesn't explain it to you early, but you forget that you never asked. In the end, Zhang Ji expressionlessly used illusion to instill all the basic principles of chakra into the minds of the pillars present. He didn't want to explain anything. If he couldn't learn it, he couldn't learn it. Abominable. Forgot. Immortal Minoru gritted his teeth. He had just recovered from the tingling in his head, and immediately found that he had completely forgotten the theory instilled by Zhang Ji. Me too. I don't remember anything. Yi Yang looked at his hands and frowned. I don't understand. I don't know how these things should actually operate. Mujiro's face was dumbfounded, but he remembered. In the end, the only person in the 9 pillars who wrote down the basic principle of chakra was Butterfly Shinobu and Shito. It's so humiliating. Obviously I was rolling all over the ground in pain, and in the end I didn't write anything down. Ganlu Temple was flushed, covering her face and squatting on the ground. Her whole person was like boiling water, and her head actually began to smoke. Why can some people write it down and others can't? Zhang Ji was a little confused. You find that you are not really doing useless work, but in the end it has been written down by 2 people, although they can't understand what you are transmitting at all. You sigh that people's physiques really can't be discussed at once. In the end, Zhang Da's haunted killing team came to an end, and Zhuzhou became very net weight to Zhang Ji. Without him. Just because Zhang Ji is strong enough, and he is human. Zhang Ji stayed in the ghost killing team for a while, during which Mujiro and Butterfly Shinobu came to ask Zhang Ji about chakra very frequently. Of course, the 2 of them did not make the slightest progress. In the early hours of one morning, Tanjiro, Inashuk, and Zanai were asleep. It's dawn. Get up. The sleeping trio were awakened by the raven's shrill cry. The victims of the infinity train have increased, and more than 40 people are unaccounted for. Go and join Kyo's hero in purgatory located on the scene. Go west now. As with the original Spider Mountain incident, Raven brings new missions. That morning, I asked Tanjiro and them to go to the mission of the infinity train. Can I hear Shinobu's reason for recommending Tanjiro? Izayashiki Yaya asked as he looked at the butterfly half-kneeling in front of him. The stove gate is very frank, very hard-working and able to accumulate. Their development space is far beyond what I expected. The most important thing, he has the clear goal of beating Ghost Mai Suji without misery. Butterfly Shinobu spoke his reasons. Izayashiki Yaya says he thinks the same way, and Shinobu Butterfly explains that Tanjiro said that his father once used breath of fire. I don't deny that he doesn't have enough strength at the moment, but as the Yanzu Purgatory Kyojuro, he must be able to guide him somehow. Compared to the ethereal ninjutsu, it is more important to cultivate excellent swordsmen. Butterfly Shinobu has a faint smile on her face. She has come out of the obsession of ninjutsu. Even if there is no ninjutsu, even if her strength is not enough to cut off the head of the ghost, but hasn't she been fighting until now? Good. You have a point. Infinity Train, I'll go too. Zhang Ji walked slowly to the courtyard. That's really good. If Mr. Zhang Ji also goes, the ghost of the infinite train will definitely be finished. Butterfly Shinobu said as he bent down slightly at Zhang Ji. I won't follow Tanjiro. If I encounter a ghost first, then this mission, which is a good exercise for him, will be over. Because I will kill the ghost in the first place. Zhang Ji said faintly. Chapter 23. Among the infinite trains. Madara sat by the window and looked out the window boredly. It's too boring for Madara here, there is nothing that interests him at the moment, and he has not been motivated lately. The crowd walking back and forth, still no one noticed Madara yet. Until a teenager with a little girl sat opposite Madara yet. How? There should be ghosts here, right? Madara didn't move his gaze and looked out the window and said. Yes, there must be, but you will definitely not see it during the day, and you will have to wait until night. Zhang Ji nodded and replied. Madara. Madara yet? I haven't seen you for a few days, is your body okay? Yuka looked very nervous, and greeted Madara respectfully. I don't know why, anyway, Yuka has to follow. Madara turned his head, glanced at Yuka, and said lightly, oh, it's okay. Gee, has the ability to write chakra eyes improved again in the past few days? Zhang Ji didn't open his eyes at all, but Ban Yi could immediately feel the improvement of Zhang Ji's chakra eyes. Yes, I just opened Sanguyu recently, and my condition is very good now. Maybe you can dance with Madara-sensei in the Ninja Alliance. Zhang Ji said with a smile. Extreme, the number of ghosts, is it huge? I verified my idea, for some reason, we have to kill all the ghosts before we can go home. Madara turned his gaze out the window again, and a look of irritation appeared on Shuei's face. Yes. Is it? That's really troublesome, said Zhang Ji embarrassedly. How can he not be clear? This is purely a deliberate arrangement of the system. To put it bluntly, the world of the Ghost Slayer Blade is just a copy of him, killing all the ghosts, that is, his main task. Ban Yi no longer paid attention to Zhang Ji and looked out the window with his own care. Until the evening, with the roar of the whistle, the infinity train started. Ha 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 ha. So fast, so fast. Inashuk's pig's face was full of excitement and he shouted in the train. The passengers looked at this strangely dressed and even more strange pig-headed man, and various strange expressions appeared on their faces. I'm so sorry. Sorry. Have you had enough? Come with me. You idiot. Zanai is like Inashuk's nanny, apologizing and dragging Inashuk all the way. That purgatory Mr. Kyojuro, that is, Yansu, do you recognize him? Zanayashi dragged Inashuk while asking Tanjiro in front of him. Well, his hair is shiny, I've seen him, and I remember his smell. Tanjiro nodded, confident in his sense of smell. Whether it's a person or a ghost, he knows it when he smells it. Delicious. Delicious. In the end, in a loud delicious, the three of Tanjiro meet Purgatory Kyojuro. At this moment, Purgatory Kyo's hero is furiously showing off his bento, and the loud voice of delicious has been coming out of his mouth, and the voice he uses to speak has always been very loud. That. Mr. Purgatory, excuse me. Delicious. Ah, we already know this very well. Tanjiro initially greeted Purgatory Kyojuro, and Purgatory Kyojuro beckoned Tanjiro to sit with him. Why are you coming here? Tasks? Purgatory Kyojuro clasped his hands to his chest, and a face with integrity written on it looked straight ahead. The Raven sent a mission, saying that there were more victims of the infinite train. Ask us to join Mr. Purgatory who has already arrived at the scene. That's right. I understand. I have one more thing I want to ask Mr. Purgatory. The two of them just looked at me and chattered. By the way, Mr. Purgatory, Mr. Zhang Ji should also have boarded this train. Tanjiro suddenly changed his tone. Oh? Is that ninja here too? Then we, as ghost hunters of the ghost killing team, must not let the ninja steal the limelight. Be sure to find the ghost first, and then cut off the ghost's head. Purgatory Kyojuro seemed to suddenly get energetic, and his voice was a few degrees higher. Okay. Tanjiro seemed to be infected by Purgatory Kyojuro, put his hands on his thighs, and answered Purgatory Kyojuro loudly. They chatted a little more, and Purgatory Kyojuro seemed very interested in having Tanjiro his stepson. Tanjiro also learns that there has never been a black swordsman with a Nikken to become a pillar, and no one knows which field a swordsman with a black sword should study. More than 40 people have been missing on this train in a short period of time, and we sent swordsmen over, but there is no news, so I, as a pillar, came. As soon as Purgatory Kyojuro's voice fell, Zenji's terrified voice immediately appeared. So it is. I'm going to get off. I'm going to get off. Shanyi was currently afraid, and he fell directly to his knees, trembling all over. At this moment, a pale-looking man wearing the uniform of a train crew opened the door of the carriage where Tanjiro and his party were located and walked in. "Please show your ticket." Obviously, this is the ticket inspector. When the expressionless staff member finished checking the ticket, the lights in the carriage suddenly flashed. Madara, who was far away in another carriage, suddenly opened his eyes. Extreme appeared. Madara spoke up. "Hey. Well, I also found out." Zhang Ji immediately activated his own little aura perception technique. Ghosts are not like ninjas, they do not hide their breath in the slightest, and once they take action, for Madara and Zhang Ji, it is immediately like a torch lit in the night. "Extreme, go fix it," Madara ordered. "Good." As soon as Zhang Ji stood up, he was suddenly stunned and sat back in his seat. "Haha, the little ghosts of the ghost-killing squad can still come in handy, it's just that, extremely, let's sit here, it's better if you don't have to do it," Madara said with a smile. "That's nature." Zhang Ji also smiled in return, took the tea on the table in front of him and took a sip. "What? What to solve?" "Just a few seconds, and then suddenly it doesn't need to be solved." "What happened?" Yuka looked confused the whole time, completely unaware of what had just happened. "Awesome!" The head of the ghost was cut off with one sword. In the carriage where Tanjiro and several people were, Purgatory Kyo's hero had just killed a ghost that suddenly appeared with a single sword. "There's another one. Follow me." Purgatory Kyojuro stared at the car door in front of him and was silent for a few seconds, and immediately deduced that there was another ghost, greeted and ran over. Tanjiro pressed his scabbard and immediately followed. Chapter 24. In the carriage where Tanjiro and his party were originally located, the ticket inspector and the passengers all stood together, without a trace of expression on their faces, and all disappeared as the lights in the carriage flickered. In another carriage, passengers were fleeing in a hurry, because a ghost with limbs and arms hanging on the roof of the car appeared in the carriage, and the arms and legs were extraordinarily long. Whoops! The passengers were fleeing the carriage in a panic, but the next compartment of the carriage was very empty, with only 3 people seated. "Brother G." Yuka frowned, and immediately pressed her hand on the scabbard. There was such a big movement in the carriage, Madara ignored it, still looking out the window flatly. Even if this weak ghost was killed, his sense of the ninja world would not be much enhanced. A passenger landed at the rear, he stumbled to the ground, and the ghost behind him quickly moved in front of him. The ghost's face is hideous, and mucus keeps flowing from the corners of his mouth. "Ghost!" Yuka immediately drew her knife, stood up and slashed out. She is also a member of the ghost-killing team, and the moment she encounters a ghost, her first reaction is still to fight. This knife slashed at the ghost's shoulder. Roar! The ghost was startled by this sudden attack, and his whole body jumped back, and even the knot flower was taken over. Only then did it notice that there were 3 people sitting in this carriage. One of them is also a member of the ghost killer team. "Hack you to death!" The knot flower is like a fried female cat, with the force in her hand, the Reiwa knife was pulled out, she rotated in place, and the Reiwa knife cut out again, unexpectedly cutting off one of the ghost's arms in an instant. The ghost screamed in pain, and his long arms began to grab the knot frantically towards Yuka. Yuka immediately began to dodge. Zhang Ji held his chin and looked at Yuhua's battle with interest. This little girl was so good, he really didn't expect it. "Don't touch a single hair of that girl." Just as Yuka and this ghost were scorching, a confident shout came. "Yansu! Purgatory Kyojuro-sama!" Yuka looked back and immediately shouted in surprise. The pillar can bring a great sense of security to the general members of these ghost-killing teams. Cut! Obviously the strongest person is in front of her. See a pillar. So excited Zhang Ji pouted and complained, and glanced at Banyi. By the way, very good, Banyi still has no spirit. Taking advantage of Yuka's efforts to turn back, the ghost's big hand jerked out and grabbed Yuka's waist. It seems that I didn't hear it. Your opponent is here. Purgatory Kyojuro pulled out his knife quickly, cut off the ghost's arm in an instant, and ran away as soon as he picked up the knotted flower and turned his face. Tanjiro and Inashuk had already rushed out. What is that? What a long hand! It's really long. Shanyi stood at the back, he felt like he wanted to throw up. This stuff is so desperate. During a fight, Inashuk was slapped away, and in his direction, he would sit on Madara on the head. Madara stretched out his hand and waved it casually, and Inashuk was pulled by an inexplicable force and bounced back the same way. What happened? Yosi. Golden opportunity. Beast breath, one fang, penetrating stabbing. Inashuk stretched both knives forward at the same time. And at this moment he was like a wild boar fired from a cannon, and his two fangs flashed with cold light. Water breath, one type, water surface slash. Tanjiro stabbed a huge wound on the ghost's chest. Before the Oni could react, Inashuk's twin knives had plunged into his chest, and Inashuk knocked the Oni down on the seat next to him. Roar! The Oni roared loudly, his arms suddenly lengthened, his dark nails were extremely sharp, and the elongated arm turned in the air and plunged straight into Inashuk's back. Inashuk! Tanjiro was shocked, and the Nikki knife in his hand immediately slashed at the devil's arm. The ghost's legs also became long in the blink of an eye, and the long legs smashed Tanjiro upside down with a huge force. How can it be repaired? Inashuk! Tanjiro shouted dumbfounded. Breath of flame, type of flame, ascending flame heaven. Purgatory Kyojuro's figure flashed in front of Tanjiro's eyes, swept from the bottom up, and cut off along with the seat and the ghost's head. In a wail, the ghost turned to ashes. Well! That's awesome! So strong, big brother! The swordsmanship is so powerful! Please take me as an apprentice! Tanjiro immediately turned into an iron powder and shouted with excitement next to Purgatory Kyojuro. Very good! I will train you to be an excellent swordsman! Purgatory Kyojuro clasped his hands to his chest, and his face was still the same upright expression. And me! And me! Inashuk and Zanayashi also gathered around. I'll take care of you all! Purgatory Kyo's said confidently. Big brother Purgatory! The three of Tanjiro all called Big Brother in an instant, and they all became the little fan brother of Purgatory Kyo's hero. Yuka looked helplessly at the three of Tanjiro. Snap! Awesome! Admire and admire! Zhangji applauded. Everyone was stunned. Mr. Zhangji! Hey? Have you been here all this time? Alas! Tanjiro's face was full of doubts, and his head kept looking around, not knowing what he was looking for. Oh! It's Mr. G. When did you arrive? Purgatory Kyo's hero also found Zhang Ji and the long-haired man opposite Zhang Ji holding his chin and facing out the window. I just arrived. The corner of Zhang Ji's mouth twitched, and this kind of man with a straight face and a tendon like steel, Zhang Ji really didn't know how to chat with him. Swoosh, just arrived. If Mr. G had come earlier, maybe I wouldn't have had to kill the ghosts. Ha 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 ha. Purgatory Kyojuro said with a big laugh. Hey! It's obviously impossible, isn't it? It's definitely always there, but we didn't find out, right? And that long-haired uncle, how is he wearing the armor of the Warring States period? How strange! Shan Yi's heart began to complain madly. Yes. Ha ha ha. It's hard to kill ghosts, Mr. Purgatory, you can go to rest. If there are still ghosts here, there is still a little girl over there, so don't worry. Zhang Ji said with a smile. Purgatory Kyo's hero turned his face and looked at Yuka. It was obvious that Yuka's small role, he had no impression at all. Oh! This little girl is also an excellent swordsman. If you give it to her, I can also rest assured. Come on. Young swordsman. Purgatory Kyojuro nodded at Yuka, turned his face and left. Yuka looked confused. Excellent swordsman. Don't worry about me. It's really fake. Chapter 25. Late at night, the infinite train was still running normally, the matter of slaying ghosts came to an end, and the three of Purgatory Kyojuro and Tanjiro also began to rest and gradually fell asleep. Hoo-hoo, Yukiwa also leaned on Zhangji's shoulder at this moment and fell asleep. Madara-sensei, you're a master of illusion, right? Zhangji asked. Humph, with the Sharingan, the talent of the clan of the Uchiha clan in illusion will not be too bad. Why ask such obvious questions? Madara replied. It's nothing, I think that the ghost who can enter the dream realm is no different from a bug for Madara-sensei. That's really a pity, I'm already dead, this body doesn't need to rest, of course, dead people don't dream. It's a pity, then I have to play by myself. A shy smile appeared on Zhangji's face, and Sanguyu's chakra eyes slowly rotated in his pupils. Don't go overboard, this thing called train, I want to stay a little longer. Banyi glanced at Zhangji's chakra eyes and said, and then moved his gaze out the window again. Zhangji didn't know what Banyi was thinking. You can't be homesick, can you? Impossible. When pigs fly. Zhangji immediately overturned his guess. In one of the carriages, the staff who had previously checked the tickets for Tanjiro and the others knelt on the ground. I cut their tickets as you commanded, and put them to sleep. Please hurry up and put me to sleep too. Let me go to my dead wife and daughter. Please, 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 please. He pleaded as he lay on the ground crying bitterly. Okay. A palm fell to the ground, this hand had eyes and a mouth on the back of the hand, and one hand stood up with its fingers like a person. Several fingers are marked with the word dream. You did a good job. As the word sleep came out on the back of his hand, the crying man instantly fell asleep. Have a good dream of reuniting with your family. The eyes on the back of his hand looked at the sleeping man and said. That. What are we going to do? Behind this hand, 2 men and 2 women sat on their knees, and a woman sitting in front asked. It won't be long before the sleep becomes deeper, and until then, stay here. Ghost hunters with keen senses may be awakened by murderous aura and ghost breath. When approaching the tether, be careful not to touch your body. I can't get out of the front of the car for a while. You have to work hard before you're ready. So that you can have happy dreams. The voices of men and women could not be distinguished from the final coming from the back of the hand. It is clear that it is plotting something. The time feels almost up, so Madara-sensei, I'm going. Zhangji gently put Yuhua's head on the seat, letting her lie on her side on the seat. Well, go ahead, try not to affect this carriage, that will disturb me. Madara said with a smile. Good. Zhangji nodded, picked up the fan leaning on the edge of the seat and threw it back, and left dashingly. Snow, heavy snow, the sky is white and white. Tanjiro runs wildly in the snow. Gradually, Tanjiro's footsteps filled up, and he gasped heavily, he was tired. Suddenly, a look appeared on Tai Hailang's dull face. He pulled out his Nikawa knife. What's going on? What happened? Tanjiro held the knife in both hands and looked around cautiously. Calm down, I must calm down. Tanjiro forced himself to calm down, the snow under his feet and this cold air were not true. But he clearly remembered that he should be in the infinite train. Behind him, there were footsteps. Tanjiro turned his head sharply, and his pupils contracted instantly. Brother! It's brother! Brother, welcome home, has the carbon been sold? 2 children, a man and a woman, looked at Tanjiro, and Yu asked happily. Tanjiro was stunned, the knife in his hand fell to the ground, and he ran forward, slamming his brother and sister down. Brother! Brother, what's wrong with you? My sister asked suspiciously. Then came Tanjiro's voice of pain. Tanjiro's clothes disappeared without knowing when, and behind him appeared the basket he used to hold carbon. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. The heads of the younger siblings of the Tanjiro landlord shed tears like they didn't want money. Whoa, what a blessing to be able to die in a dream. Even the strongest ghost hunter is useless, the driving force of people is the heart, it is the spirit. A broken hand jumped out and instantly attached to its wrist. Just destroy the core of the spirit. It's easy to kill them, because the human heart is as fragile as glass artifacts. Nightmare muttered to itself in the wind, it was excited. In the carriage where Purgatory Kyojuro and the others rested, the 2 men and 2 women who were with the ghost hand before had all tied their wrists with ropes. On their wrists, ropes were also attached. Take slow, deep breaths and count at the same time. Sleep, sleep, baby, go to sleep. If you forget to breathe, you have to sleep, even if a ghost comes, you have to sleep when you enter your stomach. Are you happy? Are you starting to dream? As if he was softly humming a nursery rhyme, he slowly turned his head to look at the long carriage behind him. The moment he turned his head, it froze. In the night breeze, a figure stood not far from it, and behind the figure was a white strange thing on its back, and with the vision of the nightmare ghost, it was impossible to see the face of the comer. There are only 2 scarlet points in the sight of the nightmare. Humph! A very flat cold snort entered the ears of the nightmare along the wind. Wei Meng immediately felt his heart beat faster, his scalp was numb, his eyes flowered, and there was still a figure in front of him. What kind of person? Illusion. Is it the sequelae of absorbing the blood of Lord Wuxian and not fully adapting? A few drops of cold sweat appeared on the door of Wei Meng's brain, and it looked around and did not find anything abnormal. It can feel that the target is still asleep and that nothing is happening beyond its control. Tanjiro was completely immersed in the reunion with his family at this time. A house in the snow, a harmonious family. And Zhang Ji, who was behind a big tree, watching all this with a smile. Chapter 26. As the dream continued, Wei Meng felt that he was stable, and facing Ye Feng, an intoxicated look appeared on Wei Meng's face. It's going well, the rope I made is a special technique, and by connecting it with another person's hand, you can enter another person's dream. I am always extremely cautious when fighting, and after falling asleep, even if it is you, it is no different from a child. Let's enjoy the meal slowly after destroying this gang of ghost hunters. Nightmare is like talking to his mouthy hand. Tanjiro gradually begins to fall deep into the dream, and he has begun to completely forget that he is on the infinity train, and he is here to kill ghosts. Forget it, although he can wake up by himself, but my time is precious, since Madara said that the more he kills, the stronger his sense of the ninja world, then I should quickly complete this main quest to kill without misery. Using illusion to enter other people's dreams, for Uchiha who writes chakra, it is simply not too simple. A truly powerful illusion ninja, even if you do not meet his line of sight, can still make you fall into illusion. What's more, the target is still asleep, and the ordinary person who does not understand the use of chakra. I'll make Tanjiro your favorite pancake today. I'll just mash the dried rice cakes. Great! Rokuta, there are pancakes to eat. Tanjiro's home was still peaceful, and Tanjiro's face was full of happy smiles. Crunch came the sound of the door being pulled open, and Zhang Ji walked sideways into the house. Tanjiro's whole family looked over. Are you? Asked Tanjiro's mother, looking at the man in front of her who had suddenly entered her house. Zhang Ji shook the snow on his body and said softly, although I know that it is fake, it is really realistic. Hey? Tanjiro. Tanjiro's whole person shook when he heard this. He looked at Zhang Ji with wide eyes. In his line of sight, Zhang Ji's pupils slowly turned, and scarlet chakra eyes appeared in his pupils. Pole. Mr. Ji. How could you? How could it be? How did it get here? Zhang Ji said and walked in front of Tanjiro, and Sharingan stared at Tanjiro. You understand, right? How can it be repaired? But how do I do? How to go back? If you don't hurry up and go back and kill the ghost. Tanjiro gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Tanjiro! Shut up! Tanjiro's mother was just about to speak. Zhang Ji turned his head to look at her, and the whole dream instantly froze. Mr. Ji, what did you do? Tanjiro immediately stood up. Even if he knew it was a dream, he would definitely not allow his family to be hurt again. Didn't do anything, just stopped your dream. What is that thing called? Spiritual nucleus. If you are destroyed by outsiders, you will become a wasteless person without consciousness. What do you do now? Tanjiro. Of course, Zhang Ji knew that someone had invaded Zhang Ji's dream, and at the moment that guy was looking for Tanjiro's spiritual core everywhere. And at this moment, in the real world, in the carriage where the infinity train Tanjiro and several people were located, Yu Bin came out of the box. Hey! The first thing she saw was Purgatory Kyojuro standing there with her eyes closed, her hand still pinching a girl's neck. Purgatory Kyo's hero relies on his own instincts to physically control the girl who is instructed by the nightmare to destroy his spiritual core in a state of dreaming. Of course. This kind of thing has nothing to do with Yu Bin. She looked for it a little, and found Tanjiro who was panting and trembling slightly, and with Yu Bin's current cerebellum, she could also see at a glance that her brother was wrong. When he put Tanjiro's hand on his head and got no response, Yu Bin was anxious. She raised her head and hit Tanjiro's forehead. It was obviously a very stupid decision to collide with the head pilla's brain, and after you bumped the bean, I was stunned for a second, and the smooth brain melon immediately flowed blood. Way! Woo! Immediately your beans began to howl. You beans? It is the smell of your beans, the blood of your beans. Tanjiro lit up with gorgeous flames, and in an instant, the ghost-killing team uniform, the Nikwe knife reappeared. Blood. Your sister may have been attacked. What should I do? Zhang Ji immediately added oil and vinegar. What to do? What the hell is going to do? I need to wake up immediately. Tanjiro was anxious, his brain was running in custom. In a trance, Tanjiro found that it was not Zhang Ji who was standing opposite him, but own father. Tanjiro, pull out the knife, what you should chop, right here. Tanjiro's father, Tanjiro, has a reassuring smile on his face. What should be chopped, right here? Tanjiro's face returned to calm, and he drew his knife with his backhand. I should have understood, but what if I guessed wrong? If the events in the dream affect reality? Tanjiro gritted his teeth and looked at the Nikki knife in his hand. Zhang Ji did not speak, this is his own experience, after all, he is the protagonist. Can't hesitate, if the death in the dream will affect reality, that is to say, it is your own neck that will be chopped. Tanjiro decisively slammed the knife across his neck. Ah! His other hand slammed into the back of the knife, and the sharp blade immediately cut into his neck, and hot blood sprayed out. Zhang Ji jerked to his side, and the ground was stained with bright red. Due to Zhang Ji's intervention, the boy who was instructed by Nightmare to destroy Tanjiro's spiritual core has not yet begun to act. Tanjiro's dream has ended, the dream collapsed, and the boy suddenly fell into the abyss. Inashuk and Zanai's brains are not normal people at all, sneaking into their dreams, the most dangerous is the infiltrators. The wild boar collapsed in the subconscious, 4 landed on the ground, and chased a long-haired girl around with a strange cry in his mouth. Shan Yi's face was crazy, and he frantically chased the intruder with the scissors, and kept saying the only one who can enter here is your beans. Why do men kill you? Tanjiro screamed loudly and sat up sharply from his seat because he cut himself, panting heavily, and he immediately touched his neck. Are you all right? Still alive? Tanjiro turned his head and saw Yu Bin with an unhappy face. Yu Bin, are you all right? Then looking at his brother with a concerned face, Yubin stretched out his hands and protected his forehead. Zanya, Inashuk, Purgatory-san. What are these ropes that hold us together? Yubins, burn these ropes. Tanjiro has always had the steadiness that he should not have at his age, and at the moment he did not touch the rope with his own hands, nor did he use a knife to chop, but let Yubin burn with her unique ghost fire. What the hell, that guy? It's clear that it's not a child anymore. Why? It's been 10 minutes and it hasn't been solved yet. Isn't that thing called ghost still alive? Forget it, the interest in trains ends here. Madara stood up expressionlessly, and disappeared into the carriage with a brush. Chapter 27. In a shook. Good joy. Tanjiro shook their bodies frantically, but they showed no sign of waking up. Purgatory first. What? As soon as he turned around to try to get away with Purgatory Kyojuro, a girl with a twisted braid came from behind him with a pendant. Needless to say, Tanjiro's skill could not have been attacked by an ordinary little girl like this, and the attack was immediately dodged. People. Is this person being manipulated by a ghost? Tanjiro didn't smell the ghost from the girl in front of him. Don't get in the way. Because you are here, we can't dream. The girl gasped and yelled at Tanjiro with a resentful face. A man and a woman who broke into the dream of Zanai and Inashuk also woke up and stood beside the girl with braided braids. They are. Is it voluntary? This person is also. Tanjiro looked at the three people in front of him, his face was a little surprised. Someone would take the initiative to help the ghost? What are you doing? Since you're all awake, come and help. Although I don't understand what tuberculosis is, if you don't work seriously, I'll go and tell that person, so you can't dream. With the girl's roar, the teenager sitting on the edge of the bed stood up, his eyes were already full of tears. Is the one connected to me? Tuberculosis. It's pitiful, what a sinful and unforgivable ghost who takes advantage of people's weaknesses. I'm sorry. I have to fight. As soon as Tanjiro's voice fell, a figure flashed past him, and in a trance, Tanjiro saw a cold light. No. Tanjiro was shocked, immediately drew the Nikawa knife in his hand, stepped down, overtook the figure in the blink of an eye, stood in front of several humans who helped the ghost, and then blocked the knife. When the scythe slashed on the Nikki knife, Zhang Ji did not have the slightest look of surprise on his face. The gentle Tanjiro would definitely stop himself. This is Tanjiro's character. What are you doing, Tanjiro? Whoever helps ghosts is treated like ghosts and dies. Isn't that the iron law of your ghost-killing team? The scythe in Zhang Ji's hand slammed down, and Tanjiro immediately felt a burst of pressure, and he was crushed by a huge force to fall to one knee. Mr. G. They were forced by ghosts. You can't kill them, just knock them unconscious. Tanjiro quickly explained. After he said that, he was stunned, turned his head and saw that the girl with two twisted braids was actually holding a pendant, only a few inches away from his head. The braided girl's eyes were dull, and she froze while maintaining her movements. Apparently, this was purely glared at by the Sharingan. Ha 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 ha. Tanjiro, not all the people who stay with the ghosts are like you. Although they are weak, there is no way to be coerced by the ghosts, so what should other innocent people killed by their actions do? Will they forgive these teenagers? Zhang Ji withdrew his scythe, and Tanjiro, who was shot with a mouth, was speechless. But this is not the end. Zhang Ji will not give Tanjiro a chance to think at all. As a protagonist, or such a gentle protagonist, you can definitely find a reason to refute your own theories. If you want to confront this kind of protagonist who is good at talking, the best way is not to let him speak. But Mr. G. Enough. Tanjiro, I've never been a good person, and killing a few teenagers doesn't have the slightest psychological pressure on me. Do you really think you can stop me? Zhang Ji said suddenly, and he looked back at the carriage behind him. I blanched. Madara moved. Didn't you say I came? Why did he move? Think I'm slow? At this moment, the system's prompt at that time appeared in his mind again. The summoned character's personality cannot be changed. Okay, Tanjiro, I'll solve the dream ghost now, you think about people and ghosts well. Zhang Ji patted Tanjiro's shoulder, raised his leg and left. Dream-making ghosts? Mr. Ji, I'm going with you. Tanjiro immediately sent out a request to form a team. No, I'll go by myself, I'm going to kill him in seconds. If you don't kill in seconds, I'm afraid my teacher will be upset. Take care of your companions. Zhang Ji casually waved his hand at Tanjiro, and instantly disappeared from Tanjiro's sight. I can understand that I want to stay in my dreams, and I want to stay there. Tanjiro sighed and looked at the four people in front of him and said. The mouth did not play a role in Zhang Ji's body, and the next target who was hit by this crit was the four humans in front of him. Suddenly, something was wrong with the atmosphere of the carriage, and Tanjiro felt that he was stiff, and he gritted his teeth and tried to turn his face. A man with an expressionless face and hands on his chest walked over slowly. He hugged his chest with both hands, without looking at a few people. The aisle had been blocked by several people. Madara did not stop. As he approached, several people were all pushed to the sides by an invisible force. With Madara leaving, Tanjiro breathed a sigh of relief. And the four helpers of Nightmare have passed out. At the top of the train, Nightmare had sensed someone approaching. Good morning. Hey? Who are you? Are you? The previous figure was you, right? Wei Meng turned his face and turned his mouthed hand to Zhang Ji and asked. Zhang Ji ignored him at all, took the scythe from behind him, and walked quickly towards the location of Wei Dream. What a boring person, obviously asleep and having a good dream. Nanny. Wei Dream was stunned and immediately jumped back. Zhang Ji, who was obviously still some distance away from him, just arrived in front of him in an instant, and the scythe broke through the air. Don't hide, let me kill it, I don't have time to play illusion with you. Zhang Ji flicked the chain linked to the hilt of the scythe and threw it at Wei Meng. He. Don't be in such a hurry. Let's sleep first. Wei Meng did not retreat, dodged the scythe at the waist, ran towards Zhang Ji, and stretched out his mouth hand to Zhang Ji. Forced fainting hypnotic whisper. Go to sleep. The mouth on the back of the hand spat out these three words. The perspective of the nightmare suddenly turned around, all kinds of things flickered wildly in front of his eyes like a marquee, and he felt that his mind was very chaotic. Wei Meng took a step back, his eyes widened instantly. I don't know when, the moon in the sky turned scarlet. There are still 3 hook jades slowly rotating in the moon. Poof came the sound of the blade cutting into the flesh, and Wei Nightmare's head was cut off by the scythe. At the moment when his head was about to fall off the carriage, Wei Meng saw the scarlet chakra eyes in Zhang Ji's pupils. It's beautiful. Such beautiful pupils. Wei Meng's face actually showed a hint of obsession. Lao Tzu is the most annoying and coquettish, and he's still a man. Zhang Ji took off the group fan with his left hand and slapped it fiercely. Snap! Nightmare's head was slapped into a puddle of mud. Chapter 28. Sure enough, there is no feeling of hitting the real thing at all. Zhang Ji said to himself as he held the tuan fan in one hand and looked at the head that had been slapped on the ground. Obviously that one also gave me the task of killing the child wearing earrings except for the pillar. That kid, I haven't killed it yet. The head that was obviously rotten, and the words were even spoken between the agitations. Zhang Ji supported the tuan fan with his arm and quietly looked at this lump of broken rotten meat. Behind him, surging flesh and blood appeared on the carriage, and the flesh and blood became more and more, condensing into a long sarcoma, and at the top of the sarcoma, the head of the nightmare was intact. As the sarcoma shook, Nightmare's head emitted a low strange laugh. Who the hell are you? New to the Ghost Slayer? Since you are here, stay in this train forever. You? What kind of expression are you? The expression on Wei Meng's head began to become hideous, because Zhang Ji was looking at him with a smile that seemed to be smiling, as if his change was completely expected by Zhang Ji, and he did not put himself in his eyes at all. Nothing, I'm guessing which section of your spine is. I'll go and cut off that disgusting thing directly. It's better than if I set fire to the car, in that case, some more people will die. Zhang Ji said and raised the fan in his hand and smashed it down fiercely, and the iron piece of the car under his feet was immediately smashed out of a big hole. It's not here. Zhang Ji took a big leap forward, and with a backhand wave of the scythe in his hand, the long sarcoma connected to Wei Meng's head was cut off by a sickle. Zhang Ji told Wei Meng with practical actions that he was right, and he really didn't put him in his eyes at all. It's not your body that I cut off my head, and this one is not now, it's just the shape of a head, right? Well, don't talk nonsense anymore, you don't have the slightest secret in front of me. Zhang Ji mercilessly interrupted Wei Meng's words, raised the fan and smashed it under his feet again. The top of the train was smashed open, and all the passengers inside were sleeping. That guy! Why? I'm already one with the train, human. Wei Knight's head had not yet landed, and immediately a piece of meat squirmed and was connected to this head-like thing again. You should understand that the more than 200 passengers on this train are all things that can strengthen the body. At the same time, you are still hostages. Do you think you can protect everyone? Everyone on the train is in my belly. Speaking of this, a look of excitement appeared on Wei Nightmare's face again, and he who was integrated with the train, with more than 200 passengers, was definitely a winner. Oh! That's really powerful, but when did I say I was here to save people? If you want to treat the passengers, whatever you want, I'm here just to kill you. Zhang Ji grinned, and then ignored Wei Meng's confused expression, and smashed open another carriage again. Nightmare's expression was gloomy, and his head and pieces of meat surged into the train. And in all the carriages, there are surging sarcomas, and Wei Dream is ready to eat all the passengers. Beast breath, 5 fangs, frenzy tear. Inashuk woke up, he killed all sides in one carriage with 2 Nikawa knives in his hand, and the wriggling sarcoma in the carriage was cut to pieces by him. What happened? What are these pieces of meat? Tanjiro pulled out his Nikwe knife and frantically slashed at the pieces of meat around him. Dang! Above the carriage where Tanjiro was located, a big hole suddenly opened, and Zhang Ji's head was exposed. Oh, Tanjiro, there is no safe place for this train anymore. It's no longer a train, you can understand that this train is ghost. Zhang Ji said hello and jumped into another carriage. No, why don't I take Tanjiro with me? His nose can smell the specific location immediately, right? Thinking of this, Zhang Ji immediately prepared to go back to find Tanjiro. Crackling, a burst of electric light flashed in the train, and it was obvious that it was the breath of thunder of goodness, the type of one. There were so many pieces of meat that they covered the entire train, whether it was inside the carriage or outside the carriage. Zhang Ji looked at the pieces of meat slowly spreading under his feet, and he almost couldn't help but want to breathe fire. Purgatory Kyo's hero also woke up, and as a pillar, he immediately deduced that the train had a neck. As long as it was a ghost, it definitely had this weakness. No matter what form he appears. Just as he was telling Tanjiro his plan. At the top of the carriage, a man appeared. Extreme, didn't I say, don't make too much movement? You are obviously not a child, why would such a simple thing be like this? Madara stood opposite Zhang Ji, and the piece of meat not far from his feet could not be approached. This ghost's body is this train, I smashed the head of the human figure, it is useless. The ghost has merged with the train. I'm looking for its neck. As Zhang Ji spoke, there was a vibration in the train, and Purgatory Kyo's hero struck. Find. No need to look for it, it's just a piece of meat attached to the surface, what fused into one pole, I'll teach you how to do things. Boom! As soon as Ban Yi's words fell, a strong chakra fluctuation gushed out from all around him with him as the center. In Zhang Ji's envious gaze, a blue chakra appeared on Ban Yi's body, and the blue chakra formed two huge arms in the blink of an eye. Susanoo's arm. It's bigger than expected. Zhang Ji looked at Madara, who was obviously able to open Susanoo in front of him excitedly, and said, "Susanoo." Madara let out a low sigh, and his body was immediately wrapped by Susanoo, and he only used his upper body. "Mew done." Ban Yi slapped his hands in front of Zhang Ji and shouted something, which made Zhang Ji even more envious. Countless trees suddenly grew under the speeding train. The trees grew extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, the branches were luxuriant, and the train was pushed into the air by the trees. The huge shock startled the nightmare. What happened? The train. The train went off track? Nightmare has sensed it, and the train is now in mid-air. How did you do it? The train at this speed was topped up by the wooden trees, but the trees did not penetrate the body of the train. Zhang Ji asked with adoration on his face. Ha 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 ha. My chakra control. No, Ji, I told you a long time ago, with the power of God, it is easy to do these things. Looking at Zhang Ji's adoring expression, Ban Yi was very proud in his heart. Rumble. Susanoo's arm grabbed the carriage hard, to be precise, on the piece of meat on the carriage. Come out. 4 chakras perfect control. Susanoo's arm grabbed the piece of meat and pulled it fiercely, and actually pulled the piece of meat out of the train. Hey? Something, is there such a huge amount? Madara kicked his feet and jumped into the air. Completely Susanoo appeared in an instant. Susanoo flew into the air with his wings, and the pieces of meat pulled by his arms were dragged into the sky by him. Pole. You said neck, is that this? In the piece of meat, something that was clearly a vertebrae was pulled out. Exactly. Zhang Ji greeted, took the Tuan fan and began to run, jumping in the direction of the vertebrae, the Tuan fan in his hand, and waved continuously. The vertebrae were cut to pieces by Zhang Ji with a fan. When Yehua's father created the Tuan fan for Zhang Ji, the edges of the Tuan fan were all made according to the blade. Nightmare didn't know what was going on. Just like a bug, he was killed by 2 Uchiha. Chapter 29. Woohoo! Tanjiro was tired, he fell out of the train, his mind was in a mess now, and he didn't slow down for a while. Just now an inexplicable force penetrated his body. For a moment he seemed to be in shock. A small piece of flesh with eyes squirmed beside him, and the words lower string 1 in his eyes were carried out. The body is disintegrating. Unable to regenerate. Did I actually lose? Am I going to die? How is it possible? How can it be? I haven't exerted my full strength yet, not even a single person has eaten. Merge with the train and eat a large number of humans at once, and my plan is all ruined. Even to become like this, it took so much time and energy. Blame that strange guy, where did it come from? Abominable. Abominable. A man crouched on the edge of a piece of meat. The vitality is really tenacious. Are you thinking that you died so unknowingly before you exerted your full strength? It's really stupid. As a bug, even if you use all your strength, you can deal with people. No, what is the threat to God? Zhang Ji stared at a pair of Sharingan's beautiful pupils, staring at the eyes on the piece of meat. Nightmare. It's a nightmare. In the end, the nightmare turned to ashes under the gaze of his incomprehensible pupils. Well, the induction of the ninja world is a little clearer, and the role of this ghost is much better than before. Extreme, this ghost has words in his eyes, and our target is to lock on the ghost with words in his eyes. Ban Yi stood behind Zhang Ji and said his inference. Oh, Mr. Madara, you're right, if you can't wait a bit, there will be unlucky eggs who will send them to the door by themselves. By the way, Madara-sensei, according to your nature, how could you go to such great lengths to separate the ghost from the train? According to your style, it should have been blown up with the train. Zhang Ji stood up and clapped his hands and asked. Ha 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 ha, Extreme, I'm just simply showing you the power of God as your teacher. Extreme, act separately, and when you encounter a ghost with words in your eyes, you must not let it go. We're going to pick up the pace, this world is really boring. Madara said with a very rare chuckle, and then Madara turned into a wooden man. Ah! I didn't come at all. Wooden doppelganger open complete body Susanoo. And didn't I say, wait for the unlucky bastard to come by yourself. Zhang Ji began to complain wildly. It's all to blame on you. It's all to blame on you. What the hell are you doing? Why don't you let me dream? The train staff who had cut the tickets for Tanjiro and the others before appeared, holding a knife in his hand, and rushed towards Zhang Ji with a roar over and over again. Zhang Ji is not Tanjiro, he was stabbed and wanted to save other people's lives. He casually reached out and grabbed the wrist of the other party holding the knife. If you come down from such a high place and don't get dropped to death, you should go, why do you have to come and die? Zhang Ji's hand was slightly forced, and the ticket inspector's wrist was immediately deformed. As soon as he opened his mouth to scream, Zhang Ji slammed a knife into his neck, and his neck was immediately broken, and bursts of blood spat out of his mouth. Poof! The ticket inspector fell to his knees, not breathing. Zhang Ji casually killed this human helper of the nightmare. He didn't care what the other party was, for what reason he was the helper of the ghost, since he wanted to stab himself with a knife, he would definitely die. After all, he is a naturally evil imp of the Uchiha clan. Your Excellency Zhang Ji, thank you for helping to kill the ghost. I want to ask more, is that also ninjutsu? Purgatory Kyojuro came over and asked. It is worthy of being a column, and the physical fitness is high, have you seen it all? Zhang Ji asked rhetorically. Do you mean the blue giant or the thing you killed, that human? Purgatory Kyojuro asked with a straight face. Zhang Ji didn't know how to reply to this sunny and cheerful big boy. Mr. Purgatory, fortunately, Tanjiro woke up at this time. His shouts also succeed in attracting Kyojuro, who examines Tanjiro's injuries and teaches him how to use breathing to stop bleeding. If you breathe to the extreme, you can do all kinds of things. Although it is not omnipotent, it can definitely be stronger than yesterday's self. Purgatory Kyo's hero began to encourage his juniors. Good. Tanjiro nodded. Everyone is okay. Although there are many wounded, none of them are life-threatening. You don't have to force yourself either, take a good rest. Purgatory Kyojuro said to Tanjiro with a smile. Obviously, the man who was killed by Zhang Ji's hand knife was not among the number of people he counted. Thank you very much. Tanjiro looked at the smile on Kyojuro's face, and a smile appeared on his own face. A sound that broke through the air suddenly reached the ears of several people. In the night, a pair of eyes glowed yellow, and a person squatted not far away. Here it is. Kiwozia Zhang Ji whispered. Kyo's hero pressed his hand directly on the hilt. Tanjiro twisted his head, and his expression immediately froze. Winding. Why is it here? Of course, Tanjiro understood that the further the number of the 12 ghost moon went, the stronger it became. And it's a winding ghost. The rook moved, his speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of Tanjiro, and the punch carrier slammed into Tanjiro's head. Breath of flame, type of flame, ascending flame heaven. How could Purgatory Kyo's hero let him get his wish? A backhand slash slashed through the fist of the zodiac, splitting the arm of the nest seat vertically. The nest seat turned back several times in a row, and the split arm instantly recovered as before. Good knife. He licked his own blood and praised. Regeneration is so fast, this sense of oppression and rich ghost chi, is this winding? Purgatory Kyojuro was still a little shocked. Why you would attack the injured person first, I can't understand. Purgatory Kyojuro asked. I just think he's going to get in the way. Before he finished speaking, a strong force smashed into his face, smashing him upside down and flying out, and his body cut a long ravine on the ground. Kyojuro, what do you care about him? God is a ghost, how can he understand the human mind? Zhang Ji walked slowly to Purgatory Kyojiro's side and said. The man in front of him got up, and the eyes of the man in front of him were scarlet. How can humans have eyes of this color? And was he there all the time just now? Why didn't I find out? He was also suddenly punched, and the beaten face hurts. Not only was he not angry, but he even had an excited look on his face. A master who can compete with yourself. The more the merrier. Chapter 30. Very good fist, full of strength. Are you a ghost hunter too? 2. Let's talk. Kaiwuza raised his hand and rubbed his face, and asked with a smile on his face. We have something to talk about with you, although it is the first time we meet, I already hate you. Purgatory Kyojuro said solemnly. Is it? I also hate weak humans. When I see something weak, I want to vomit. Yuzuzu said and glanced at Tanjiro again. It seems that we have very different evaluation criteria for things. Purgatory Sing Shao held the knife horizontally. So I have a good suggestion, do you want to become a ghost too? Ryazar raised his hand and said, his fingers as black as ink. Of course, his proposal was immediately rejected by Purgatory Kyojuro. I can tell at a glance that you are very strong, you are a pillar, right? The fighting chi in your body has been condensed and is close to the supreme realm. As for you, it doesn't seem to have the slightest vindictiveness, but your punch tells me that you should also be a strong person. Ryazar squinted and said. I am Yansu, Purgatory Kyo's hero. I'm Hipso. Kiwozuo and Purgatory Sing Shao actually reported their names to each other, and then Kiwozu looked at Zhang Ji. It was obvious that he also wanted to know Zhang Ji's name. Well, I won't kill you first. My name, Uchiha Zhang Ji, wait for you to go back and tell your master, Uchiha is terrible. Zhang Ji said with a grin, his tone was very arrogant. Ha 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 ha. I hope so. Kyo's hero, let me tell you why you can't enter the supreme realm. Because you are human, you will grow old and die. Yuuza said and paused, casually stretched out his hand to Kyo's hero and said, become a ghost, Kyo's hero. In that case, you can exercise for 100 or 200 years, and you can become stronger. Ryazar began to persuade. Zhang Jiqiang resisted the urge to beat him violently, patiently waiting for him to finish, because he wanted to completely destroy Yuuza as a ghost. Among the ghosts I have encountered so far, he has the strongest smell of ghost Mai-Suji. I have to help. Tanjiro lay on the ground, clenching his teeth tightly. Elders will die, this is also the beauty of the shortness of human life, it is precisely because of the old will die. Human beings are so cute, so sacred, the so-called powerful is not a word used to describe the strength of the body. This teenager is not weak, you are not allowed to insult him. I repeat, we differ very differently in the evaluation criteria of things, and for whatever reason, I will not be a ghost. Purgatory Kyo's hero Yoshimasa expressed his opinion solemnly. Zhang Ji on the side has already begun to tap his tuan fan with his fingers. He almost can't bear it, and when the sky breaks, this thing is going to run. Yes. Kaiuza's eyes narrowed slightly, exuding a burst of killing intent. The technique unfolds. Sabotage kills Luo Needle. He stomped on his feet, a sign of a hexagonal snowflake appeared at his feet, and his left hand pushed out his palm, his right hand clenched his fist across his waist, his knee was half bent, and he immediately entered a combat state. Since you are not a ghost, I will kill you. As soon as the words of the Kiwozuo fell, he immediately rushed out, and Purgatory Kyojiro's eyes were cold, and he immediately greeted him, and one person and one ghost directly started the war. Awesome, I don't have the slightest certainty in my eyes, it's okay, wait a little longer. Wait a little longer. Zhang Ji stood in place with shaking legs, watching the battle of one person and one ghost. Eyes. Can't keep up at all. Tanjiro looked at the battle between Ryaza and Purgatory Kyojuro with a shocked face, and said in surprise. So far, I said that there is no pillar of flame in the pillar of killing. And no one accepted my invitation. Kaiwu's fists were as fast as thunder, and he hit Kyo's hero madly. The fist and blade struck together, making a sound like hitting iron. The two fought for several rounds, and Hayakosa punched from the bottom up, and the Nikki knife in Kyojiro's hand pressed down violently, and the blade immediately slashed into Ryakosa's wrist. Why? As a fellow martial arts researcher, I really can't understand. Obviously, only the chosen one can become a ghost. Ryakosa kept talking, the other hand grabbed Kyojiro's head, Kyo's hero raised the knife and chopped off, and Ryashao's arm was immediately cut off. At the broken arm, just in the blink of an eye, a brand new arm appeared again, and he punched out. People with great talents are constantly becoming ugly and aging, which makes me very sad and unbearable. While you are young and powerful, you hurry up and die. Ryaza pressed his fists against Kyojiro's knife, close to Kyojiro's face, and said with malice on his face. Wind escape vacuum wave. Just as Kyo's hero was about to fight back, an unusually sharp aura appeared beside the two in the blink of an eye. Poof! Although the nest subconsciously wanted to dodge, he was still cut off by the vacuum wave. Hey! I forgot you, how did you do that trick just now? It looks like a tired vampire technique. Kiwo's arm grew out again, and he looked at Zhang Ji with interest and said. Kyo's hero, take care of Tanjiro, there are still many passengers who need your help. This guy, I'll deal with it. Zhang Ji threw the tuan fan to Xing Shulang's side with his backhand, and then said, I like this weapon very much, don't lose it. However, if you don't have a weapon, how can you cut it off? Kyo's hero said halfway, and suddenly stopped talking. He stood up and lifted Zhang Ji's tuan fan and said again, Your Excellency Zhang Ji, you are in trouble so much. Kyo's hero turned his face and picked up Tanjiro to leave. This is a ghost slash. It's not a fair showdown, it's better to have someone to help, and Zhang Ji's fireball that can destroy a house is still vividly remembered. Kyo's hero didn't think that Zhang Ji needed his own help at all. It's just a pity, that kind of flame, I still want to see it again. Go. If you don't become a ghost, die. Ha 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 ha. Want to run away like a weakling? Weakling, it really makes me sick. Ryaza laughed wildly. A strong wind came, and he didn't see how Zhang Ji was close to him, and a strong force slammed on his stomach, and his body was smashed into the air again. Just as he had just appeared, he pulled a ravine in the ground. When fighting, don't talk so much nonsense. Zhang Ji shook his hand, ready to fight with the Kaiwuza in a wave of passion. He just wants to use his fists and feet to completely smash the heart of the Kaiwuza. Human beings can burst out such great power. Forget Kyo's hero, how about it, Ji, do you want to be a ghost? Kaiwuza immediately made a request to Zhang Ji. Ghost. I only dare to haunt at night, and I don't even dare to see the Sunday. Poor stuff. Zhang Ji raised his eyebrows, stared at the Kaiwuza with contempt and slowly spoke. Chapter 31. Pathetic. You call me pathetic? Woza smiled angrily, and he pointed to his hand and asked. Yes, it's not just you, all ghosts are pitiful, good people don't do it, they have to be ghosts. Come on, let me feel what step you can do with a ghost body. Dance to your heart's content. Zhang Ji opened his arms and looked excited, and the evil Uchiha was ready to torture the amnesiac patient in front of him. I hope you can maintain this attitude after that. Kaiwuza couldn't help it, immediately rushed out, punched Zhang Ji. According to normal conditions, as long as this punch hits, the human head will immediately be like an explosive watermelon. The fist was getting closer and closer to Zhang Ji's head, but Zhang Ji had not moved. Die! A guy who doesn't want to be a ghost! Kaiuza shouted. Snap! The fist of the Kiwo seat was grasped by Zhang Ji. What? Raiza was still shocked. The humans who had fought in the past had all used weapons, and no human had ever grabbed his fist with his bare hands. What's wrong? So the weak fist still wants to hit me? Zhang Ji stretched out his head, just as he had approached Kyo's hero before, with a playful smile on his face. Kiwo's face sank, he was a little angry, and his other hand grabbed Zhang Ji's chest, but he still couldn't get it, and Zhang Ji's left hand instantly grabbed Kiwo's wrist. As soon as Zhang Ji used both hands, the wrist of the Kiwo seat was immediately broken, and then he kicked out, kicking the Kiwo seat back several steps. You are the most powerful human I have ever seen, and you don't even use weapons to fight me with flesh and blood. I admire you. I invite you again, and the last issue, let's be a ghost together, Pole. The twisting of his hands once again returned to their original state, and he actually invited Zhang Ji again. Yes. Then I have to think about it, provided that your strength is enough for me to recognize. Zhang Ji clasped his hands to his chest and held his head high. Destruction kill, empty style. Yuuza no longer had the nonsense of the previous battle against Kyo's hero, and immediately launched the blood demon technique. His fists slammed into front of him, and 6 punches were thrown in succession. Zhang Ji raised his fists and also threw 6 punches into the void in front of him, and his fists hit the air, erupting into a violent sound. Don't use this trick to embarrass people again. Zhang Ji stepped on his feet, rushed out in an instant, and went up to be a sliding shovel. The nest seat jumped up on the spot, and Zhang Ji's body suddenly twisted up in a strange posture, kicking on the chin of the nest seat. The rook seat was kicked into the air, he adjusted his position and landed on the ground, but Zhang Ji did not pursue. Very interesting trick, what genre is this? Raiza asked as he wiped the corners of his mouth. Kanaha. No, this is called Uchiha Rigid Kick. The next move. Zhang Ji raised his fist and rushed forward. Good to go. Yuuza looked excited, he had never met a human who could fight with his bare hands to this point. One person and one ghost began to beat each other. But it is very strange. The attack of the Kiwo seat is either blocked by Zhang Ji or avoided by Zhang Ji, and the attack frequency of the Kiwo seat is much faster than Zhang Ji. But it didn't work. On the other hand, Zhang Ji, occasionally a move can hit the roar of the nest. Destroy kill, foot style, crown cut first. Uchiha Rigid Whirlwind. Boom! The legs collided together, and a wave of chi erupted. Of course, Zhang Ji's name for this trick was made up blindly. The moves are also imitation memories of Mad K's moves. Sabotage killing. Kaiwuza made another move, and he struck violently at the same place at a very high speed, and the position of this attack was still Zhang Ji's head. Zhang Ji swayed left and right, dodging wildly, and the attack of the Kiwozie did not hit at once. Zhang Ji found an opportunity and struck an elbow on the chest of the Kaiuza seat. Good opportunity, hit you. At the moment when the elbow hit the chest of the Kiwoza, the hand of the Kiwoze became a hand knife, and it was also inserted into Zhang Ji's chest. He stepped back with a strong thrust, his feet stuck in the ground, and he stopped after sliding a short distance. Human bodies are fragile, no matter how many times I get hit by you, I won't die. But if you are hit by me once, you will immediately lose your ability to fight, and then you can only wait for death. Kaiuza flicked the blood on his hand and said with a proud face. You mean you can miss 1,000,000 times, but I can't miss a single shot, right? Zhang asked with a low head. Yes, it's really clever, can you understand the power of ghosts now? Come on, it's not too late, just like me, come and be a ghost. Raiza looked very optimistic about Zhang Ji, and once again invited Zhang Ji. Haha. Kaiuwo, you're too weak. In the previous duel with Kyo's hero, you were slashed twice by him, right? Zhang Ji slowly raised his head. In the shocked gaze of the Kobo seat, Zhang Ji's hand bloomed with blue light. He pressed his hand to his chest, and the chest pierced by the palm of the socket seat actually stopped bleeding, and the wound was even healing at the speed of the naked eye. If it weren't for the fact that you are a ghost, in a duel with Kyo's hero, you would be a loser in one round. The Ghost Killer team has been fighting ghosts in favor of the ghosts at night, and their bodies cannot heal and regenerate. Just like that, you were still slashed twice by Kyo's hero in just a few rounds. Even, if it weren't for the fact that you turned into a ghost, your first punch, you would already have burped. So, who is the weakling? You should be clear in your heart, Tanji. Zhang Ji's eyes were blood red, and Sang Guyu's riding wheel eyes looked at the Kobo seat. What are you talking about? Koji? Who is Komeiji? Ghosts are above humans. How could I be a weakling? I'm going to kill you. The calm expression on Yawosa's face completely disappeared, and his face was fierce at this moment, like an off-string arrow rushing towards Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji's fist erupted with a strong chakra, and a punch blasted out. Powerful fists shake around. Ahem! The smoke and dust dispersed, and the right arm of the Kobo seat had been completely deformed, and at this moment he was choked by Zhang Ji's throat. Sang Guyu's chakra eyes looked into the eyes of the Ryza seat. I don't know why, the Kaiuza was stared at by these eyes, and his head began to be confused. Messy things appear in his mind, such as tamarin, such as love snow. Gradually, the sun began to rise and the night ended. Zhang Ji backhanded and threw the nest seat on the ground, and the high nest seat's head immediately regained consciousness, and he just wanted to fight back. But found that the sun had risen and the sun was shining towards him. Abominable! As soon as he gritted his teeth, he stood up and turned his face and ran. Run away! Run for your life! Nest seat! Zhang Ji clasped his hands to his chest, and the morning sun swept over his face, and the harsh sunlight made Yu Woza dare not look directly at his face. What are you talking about? The strong self-esteem made Yuza stop and asked through gritted teeth. I said you, weakling. In front of my Uchiha Zhang Ji, run away. I'm willing to let you live. Thank me for my kindness. With an evil smile on his face, Zhang Ji looked at the Kobo seat and said. Yu Woza really wanted to rush up and hit Zhang Ji's head now, but the sun was almost at his feet. You're not hiding from me, you're hiding from the sun. You want to say that, right? An excuse for the weak. Weak, just run away. Fear of the sun or anything else. The strong never pay attention to the reasons why the weak run away. Zhang Ji took a step forward and loudly interrupted the Kobo seat. Chapter 32. Kaiuza burst out with violent killing intent, and he felt that he had been greatly insulted at this time. And the sun is approaching him. Kaiuza gritted his teeth and took a few steps forward. Oh! Don't run away! Not only do you not escape, but you dare to approach me Uchiha Zhang Ji. Come on, look me straight at me. I will give you a warrior's way to die. Zhang Ji spread his hands and smiled. He looks a little evil. Ryza had never seen such a dragged human since he became a ghost, and he took a step forward with a hideous face. The sunlight swept to his feet, emitting bursts of black smoke, and Ryza immediately felt a piercing pain. Yu Woza subconsciously turned back a few times in a row, and he was now very confused in his heart. On the one hand, Zhang Ji said things about warriors, and he felt that he should fight. On the other hand, it's dawn. That's it. I'll fulfill you. Zhang Ji stepped on his feet, instantly burst out, reached out and pressed a hand on the face of the nest seat, and rushed to the depths of the woods with his face just like that. Let go. Feeling a little ashamed, he grabbed Zhang Ji's arm with both hands, and the muscles on his arm bulged and his green muscles were exposed. Okay, as you wish. Zhang Ji threw the nest out violently. Mew done. Zhang Ji's hands were sealed, and the thick trees burst out of the soil, shrouding the two in the blink of an eye. The sunlight could not penetrate at all, and it was pitch black inside. Kai Wuza's eyes glowed yellow, and he slowly stood up and stared at Zhang Ji deadly. In the darkness, a pair of bare red eyes suddenly lit up, and the three Gujad slowly turned. Are you really human? Yu Woza walked to the edge of the wall made of wood and stroked the wooden wall with his hand and asked. Yes, like a fake human being. Human power, you can feel it next. Come on, no one here can disturb us, and no sunlight can affect you. If you want to prove that you can't be weak, come on. Zhang Ji stood in place, and his words kept stimulating the Qiwozie. Well, no human has ever been able to fight with me with bare hands to this point, but unfortunately, human life is too short. You can become stronger. Forget it, you won't listen to it. You are the same as those ghost hunters who died in my hands before. Kai Wuza said and slammed his fist on the wooden barrier, and the wooden barrier did not move. Good, it seems that this thing you made is very hard. If you want to break it, it should take some effort, and the place is big enough. I'll be serious, let's fight with you. Zhang Ji. Kai Wuza stomped at his feet and once again made his starting move, and under his feet, a pattern similar to the shape of a formation appeared again. Snowflake, sure enough, that person is still living in your subconscious. Qiwoza, you ghosts, it's only you, I can still look up to such a small eye. So I gave you the opportunity to fight me, not burn you to ashes. Zhang Ji spread out his hands and stared at the Qiwo seat. This pair of scarlet looks at the nest seat is very irritated. He has never seen a human with such eyes. I don't know what you're talking about. The technique unfolds. Sabotage kill Luo Needle. The speed of the Qiwo seat was extremely fast, and it rushed towards Zhang Ji very fiercely. Hype. I'm not a vindictive person, you don't have this kind of thing for me. Let you see how humans use mental and physical energy higher. Zhang Ji bent down and went head on. One is a ghost, the other has a chakra eye, and the dark environment around them does not affect their vision at all. Outside the wooden barrier, Tanjiro and Kyo's hero had chased after him. Shut up! Mr. Zhang Ji locked himself up with the ghost of the third wind. How can you repair it? It's obviously Dawn. Why did Mr. Zhang Ji do this? Tanjiro was a little puzzled. Kyo's hero stood behind Tanjiro with an indifferent expression, and began to sigh in his heart that Zhang Ji's means were so many. I rushed over, in fact, I wanted to see the flame that covered the sky again. Boom! Inside the wooden barrier, there was a loud noise. Tanjiro looked a little anxious. Tanjiro, no problem, Zhang Ji's words, the ghost of the third winding is not enough to defeat him. Just wait quietly outside, but unfortunately, it must be a very exciting battle. Kyo's hero nodded his head to himself as he spoke. What's wrong? Nest seat. None of it hit me. Zhang Ji punched the Qiwoza's face, smashing the Qiwo seat on the wooden barrier, and the left half of the Qiwoza's face had been distorted and deformed by the smash. I hope you can stay like this until the end. Kaiuza shook his head, and his distorted face recovered in the blink of an eye. Destruction kill, foot, stream. Yu Wozu jumped up and quickly launched several violent kicks to the same place with one foot, and with his kick, burst out a burst of blinding white light, like a flash of explosion. Zhang Ji stretched out an arm and blocked every kick from the Qiwoza. Too slow, too slow. For some highly skilled ninjas, this is completely inadequate. Zhang Ji's right leg swept across, and he kicked violently on the waist of the Qiwoza, and the Qiwoza opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood. How can it be repaired? How could it be? Kaiuza wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He felt that the kick just now, his internal organs were injured. This strength is simply a bit outrageous. Chakra, it's chakra, I just added 100 million chakra. Show you something. Zhang Ji rushed to the front of the Qiwo seat in the blink of an eye, and the Sharingan immediately met the eyes of the Qiwo seat. In an instant, the back of a woman appeared in the mind of the Kiwoza. This woman's hair was coiled, and a hairpin was inserted, and the style of the hairpin was exactly the same as the shape of his own unfolding. Fuck off! Kiwozuo punched forward with both hands at the same time. Zhang Ji made a small move, and after dodging his attack, he smashed a punch on the brain case of Kiwoza. The head of the Zuza was smashed crooked. Koji, after becoming a ghost, did your skills decline? With the physical advantage of the ghost, have you completely forgotten the real combat method? Anyway, every time, the body will recover, right? One punch and one kick, there is no place decent. Zhang Ji grabbed the neck of the Kiwoza, lifted him up, threw him upwards, and kicked him fiercely on the stomach of the Kiwoza. Ryo Nest was struggling on the ground, with a complicated expression on his face. Zhang Ji even saw the expression of humiliation. Chapter 33. What the hell is going on? Why human beings? How can human beings be? Hurt me like this with your bare hands. Kyuza is healing rapidly, and without the Nikkeiko saber, the physical damage to him is not actually fatal. It's just that the long-standing concept that ghosts are stronger than people in all aspects has begun to waver. Nest seat, cheer up, you can't beat me anyway. Use the advantage of your ghost's body to drag me down, maybe there is a limit to my ability to recover from injuries. Can you deeply appreciate one thing now? You who have become a ghost have long been unable to compete with the strong with the identity of a warrior. It's not you who is strong, it's your ghost's body. Zhang Ji squinted his eyes and talked. This is completely sophistry and cannot withstand scrutiny at all. But under the gaze of the Sharingan, the Ryokuza seemed to have received some kind of hint. He suddenly cut off his left hand, then frowned, and his left hand grew back again. It turns out that I rely too much on the power of ghosts? Uwoza actually began to suspect the identity of his ghost. As soon as this thought came out, a figure that made him tremble appeared in his mind, that is, the figure of Ghost Mai Suji Wuxi. Nonsense! The power that Lord blessed absolutely cannot be denied. Kyuza shouted angrily and rushed towards Zhang Ji again. His speed and strength were actually much stronger than before. Zhang Ji was surprised. The two are fighting together again. It's worthy of you, Kiwoza. Has the obsession of wanting to become stronger all the time been forced out by me now? Let me see the experiment, and if I'm dead, don't blame me. Behind Zhang Ji, the wooden barrier opened a gap, and Zhang Ji jumped out after one by one. Hugh wants to escape. Uwoza was furious, and punched out, but the gap had closed, and a slight crack appeared on the wooden barrier where this angry punch hit. Mr. Zhang Ji! Are you safe and sound? What about ghosts? Have you killed the ghost? The moment Zhang Ji came out, Tanjiro immediately found him, rushed to Zhang Ji in a few steps, and asked with an excited face. Oh, Tanjiro! Not yet. Borrow me a knife, and also, trouble you to go to the previous place and bring my Tuanfan over, please. Zhang Ji pulled out Tanjiro's Nikki knife and patted Tanjiro's shoulder. As soon as he was about to enter, the wooden barrier was accompanied by a violent sound, and he was actually broken by the Kiwo seat, and the Kiwo seat stepped out in one step. How can I fix it? As soon as he said a word, the sunlight from the forest hit his face, and he cursed and retreated. Kyo's hero. Tanjiro. Mr. Zhang Ji, I'll go back and get you a fan. Tanjiro turned his head and left, the tension of facing the upper string, Tanjiro could no longer feel it. Ha ha ha, although this is deep in the woods, the sunlight will still penetrate in. Mr. Zhang Ji, what do you want to do with this thing to help the ghost cover the sun? Kyo's hero asked with a big laugh. Looking at Kyo's hero who laughed in front of him, Zhang Ji was a little embarrassed, because if it wasn't for such an external ninja like himself, his eldest brother should have died young at this time. Kyo's hero, have you ever seen a ghost who is beheaded by a Nikawa knife and will not die? Zhang Ji asked rhetorically. A ghost who won't die if he is cut off by the Nikawa knife. This is impossible to happen, right? You must know that the neck is the weak point of the ghost, no matter what kind of ghost, as long as the neck is cut off with the Nikawa knife, it is certain death. Kyo's hero affirmed. Come in. Zhang Ji lifted it with one hand, and the wooden barrier opened again. The nest seat did not smash the wooden barrier again to escape, and the forest now shot a lot of sunlight. If he goes out, he will be even more disadvantageous. What's wrong? This expression? Didn't I tell you before, the ghost killer team has always been fighting against your ghost superiority knights. In this way, countless ghosts have been killed, but it has been replaced by a ghost killing team. It can't be said to be advantageous, the day is just the norm, and you can't even fight dignified. Just like this, do you dare to call yourself a warrior? Zhang Ji went in and saw the Kiwo seat, and opened his mouth to spray, and the taunting skill was obviously full. Kai Wuzi stood in place, his eyes fierce, just dressed roughly, silent. I can fight you until dark. Don't worry, I won't use the Nikawa knife, and I won't escape outside. Zhang Ji backhanded Tanjiro's Nikki knife in his hand and stuck his hand on the ground, hooking his hand at the Ryo nest seat. Although Xing Shulang didn't know what Zhang Ji wanted to do, out of his recognition of Zhang Ji's strength, he decisively retreated around the corner. He pressed one hand on the hill to prevent any unexpected situation, after all, the third winding in front of him. Come on! Scared? Otherwise. Shall I start lightly? Zhang Ji was full of disdain. The Yawo seat couldn't bear it anymore, the whole person turned into a bolt of lightning, rushed to Zhang Ji's face in the blink of an eye, and with a punch with full power, he blasted at Zhang Ji's face. Zhang Ji moved later, but his fist smashed on the jaw of the Yawo seat first. Too slow. He also did not forget to mock. He himself did not expect that through the perfect fusion of cells between the columns, his physical quality could be high to the point of such incredible songs. Then it is conceivable that the physical fitness of the pillar himself. Then the physical fitness of Madara who can fight passionately with the pillars. Damn it! Abominable, absolutely knock you down. I will get stronger and stronger. Definitely won't stop at you. Destruction, kill, crush. 10,000 leaves flashing willow. The Kiwo seat smashed a punch from top to bottom, and Zhang Ji raised his arms to parry. Boom! Huge force penetrates the body. Zhang Ji couldn't even help but snort, and all his internal organs were greatly impacted. His feet sank into the ground, starting from the position under Zhang Ji's feet, and the ground shattered like leaf patterns. Destroy, kill, kill. Wozu hit the hand and threw a devastating punch with his backhand. Blue brilliance filled his whole body, and this punch was overbearing. Uchiha! Damn, don't care! Super Uchiha Thunderbolt Dark Knight-born Evil Electric Cannon Fist. Zhang Ji's right hand also erupted with a strong blue brilliance, of course, this was caused by his strong chakra condensation on his right hand. Boom! Double fist touch. Strong fluctuations emanated from the position of the two fists. Good. I feel it, you are breaking through yourself. Hype. Let's dance. Uchiha Extreme Left Hook Spiral Ascension Hammer. Zhang Ji's body erupted with a strong momentum, and an ordinary upper hook fist smashed on the jaw of the Kiwoza. Good. What a powerful move name. Shouldn't the name of my move be changed? Kyojuro, who was watching the battle, suddenly fell into deep thought. Chapter 34. The jaw of the Yawozuo was shattered by Zhang Ji's punch, and the whole person was floated up by this hook punch. The ultimate Uchiha universe exploded and hugged. Zhang Ji stretched out his hands and hugged the waist of the Kiwoza, and then bent back sharply with the Kiwoza, and came a standard German-style back fall. The upper body of the Kiwo seat was blurred by the flesh and blood dried by Zhang Ji's set of operations. Awesome, Mr. Zhang Ji. I'm starting to wonder, What kind of fighting method is this? Forgive me for my shallow knowledge, this is very different from the combat style of ninjas in my impression. Purgatory Kyojuro involuntarily applauded. To be reasonable, he still wants to see Spitfire in his heart. I don't know why Mr. Zhangji just doesn't breathe fire. Obviously if he breathes fire, the battle would have ended a long time ago, right? Quick! Spit fire quickly! I want to see that big, hot, and rigid fireball. Needless to say, Kyo's hero is a little anxious. Yawosa's body began to recover again, and Zhangji did not mend the knife, but just looked at him quietly. The breath of ghosts is even stronger than before. And it's still growing. Mr. Zhangji, you can't drag it on any longer. Kyo's hero drew his Nikawa knife with his backhand, and his face became serious. Don't be in a hurry, Kyo's hero, didn't I say, I want you to see the ghost whose head was cut off by the Nikki knife and will not die. A little patience, wait a minute. It's almost there. Zhang Ji raised his hand and pressed against Xing Shulang, signaling him to be calm. Ha 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 ha. It's so exciting to fight you. Come. Let's continue. The body of the Yawozie has been restored, his eyes erupt with a strong fighting intent, the momentum of his body is climbing wildly, and the fluctuations of fighting chi are becoming stronger and stronger, even reaching the point where it is visible to the naked eye. Mr. Zhang Ji, this is obviously wrong, is it really okay? Kyo's hero couldn't help but make a move. It is very stupid to sit and watch a ghost get stronger and stronger in front of him without making a move. Everything is under my control. Zhang Ji's momentum also began to climb, chakras fluctuations enveloped his whole body, and a palpitating aura emanated. Kyo's hero took a few steps back, put the knife into its sheath, and looked intently at the person and ghost in front of him. Destroy kill style. Kaiwuza pressed his hands together, and with a violent force, rushed straight towards Zhang Ji. Cyclone. Huajunhao fireball. Zhang Ji chose not to fight him hand to hand, and used the classic fanning with his backhand. The high nest seat did not expect this wave of not fighting each other, and the Chu Wozuo who rushed halfway was pushed into the air by a violent whirlwind, and then a blazing heat wave instantly wrapped his whole body. Oh this flame! Sparacy! Kyojuro's eyes lit up, and he saw this blazing flame tornado again. This! Impossible, impossible to stop in such a place. The rook seat was all over, he actually rushed out of the fire tornado with an obsession, and at this moment he was scorched black, and his face was fierce. He rushed towards Zhang Ji again. Kyo's hero! Hide behind me! Fire is extinguished. At the moment when Zhang Ji spoke up, Xing Xiaolang already knew what he was going to do, and immediately rushed to Zhang Ji's God Queen. Boom! A wave of flames like ocean waves was spewed out by Zhang Ji, and a sea of fire immediately formed in front of him. Ah, what the hell! The figure of the Kiwo seat was completely drowned in flames. Zhang Ji freed one hand, sealed the seal with one hand, and the surrounding trees burst out of thin air again, and the wooden barrier could not block the sunlight at all after these waves of battle. The figure of the Zuza was unable to move an inch in the flames, and he now had an idea: escape. He has to run away immediately. This guy is definitely not human, he was purely deceived. Strength is not on a level at all. Dead is also dead in vain. I can't die here, I have to become stronger. The nest seat struggled to turn his head and raised his foot to run. Are you going to escape? Finally, escape. After seeing the means of the truly strong, let's live in fear of flames in the future. Ha 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 ha. Weak ghost. Zhang Ji immediately began to pinch the timing and send out his mouth cannon. Sure enough, Yu Woza was furious, and subconsciously turned back. His mind immediately swirled, and his mind was full of scarlet chakra eyes. Messy people, scenes, words. It was running back and forth in his head like a marquee. Komeiji, Koihoki, Keizo. Fireworks. Surya boxing method. I will definitely become stronger than anyone else and protect her for the rest of her life. I will never back down. Kiwosa's head was broken, and subconsciously, a sudden will immediately dispelled his idea of escaping. Sitting in Kyojiro's surprised gaze, Yawo turned his face and ran wildly in the flames. His body was burned, his flesh and skin were burned. When he walked in front of Zhangji, only a skeleton of blood and flesh was left in his body. Change. Get stronger. His charred arms clenched into fists and stretched out to Zhangji. Zhangji backhanded and picked up Tanjiro's Nikoro knife stuck in the ground, and slashed the head of the Zuza with a sword. It's really amazing perseverance. Kyohiro looked at the already completely inhuman Kiwo seat, still maintaining the punching motion, and said in amazement. In some ways, this also represents Kyojiro's affirmation of the Hyun nest. Win! Win! Tanjiro ran back, carrying a huge fan behind him. The fire began to decrease and Zhangji stopped the output. He silently looked at the headless coke in front of him. He was waiting to see if the high nest was reduced to ashes or the limits of ghosts have been broken. Less inclination. That's not right. Mr. Zhangji. Not yet to ashes. He's not dead yet. Kyohiro immediately drew his Nikawa knife and slashed it out. This simply subverts Kyojiro's perception of ghosts all along. Was it really said by Zhangji? This is a special? Snap! The headless corpse actually came with an empty hand to receive the white blade. What? Kyohiro felt numb. The flesh and blood of the nest seat began to be reborn, and even the head also began to be reborn. What the hell is going on? There is no need for you to be resurrected. Die completely. Yagayu Road. Breath of Flame, Ai, Juno type, Purgatory. Kyohiro burst out with a fiery fighting chi all over his body, and was about to smash the ghost in front of him. The eldest brother has already spouted urgently. Chapter 35. Kyojiro's mysteries are powerful, but something incomprehensible happened, and the scorched black body of the Ryo nest seat actually stepped on his feet and jumped out of Kyojiro's attack range. Big brother! Mr. Zhangji! What the hell is going on here? Can a winding ghost reach this point? Tanjiro did not have a Nikki knife in his hand, he held Zhangji's Tuan fan in his hand, and looked nervously at the Ruxai squatting on the ground in front of him. That place, there is sunshine. The body of the hive nest is still recovering, the sunlight shines on his back, the back of the high nest seat immediately emits bursts of white smoke, the recovery of the high nest seat immediately stops, and the whole person falls to the ground in pain. If it's hit by the sun, it's damn anyway. Kyohiro stared cautiously at Yuzuza. Beside the nest seat, 2 rows of wooden stakes rose, and then twisted in mid-air, tightly stapled together, and the sunlight was blocked. Mr. Zhangji, what the hell are you doing? Kyojiro wrinkled his brows together and turned his face to question. It's okay, I'm just confirming one thing, rest assured, even if he is still the ghost of the 3rd string, I can still burn him. With me here, don't worry. Zhangji said calmly. The world of consciousness at this time. I can still fight. Strong. I've started to get stronger, the weakness of my neck. Overcome. Mr. Komeiji, please stop. A crying female voice reached the ears of the Zuza seat. Subconsciously, he looked back and saw a woman with tears in her eyes and coiled hair. At the moment this woman is grabbing her arm. Let go. Who are you? Even if he became a ghost, he never killed or ate women, and even if he really cannibalized, he would only do it in a state of being very hungry and completely unbearable. Please stop, it's over. Go to the other world. No, I have to. I have to kill them. Why? I must become stronger, and kill anyone who hinders me from becoming stronger. Why do you have to be stronger? Because, if it is not strong, it cannot be brought back. If you can't bring medicine back to your father, you can't escape with your stolen wallet, you can't win it back if you get retaliated again, and if you don't become strong, you will be caught and sentenced. The memory of the Hipzo has been completely restored. The tragic experience of childhood, until I met the master, met Lien Shuet. Until the nearby dojo couldn't beat the master and Tamarin, he despicably chose to poison the well of the Surya dojo. It will definitely be cured, rescue. Protection. My life is full of nonsense, boring. The head of the Kaiuza is about to fully recover, and the body has slowly stood up. Next. Tanjiro. Go up and punch him. Zhang Ji shouted at Tanjiro. Hey. Oh, good. Mr. Zhang Ji, your Tuanfan. Tanjiro raised his hand and threw the Tuanfan to Zhang Ji, and ran towards the Ruxa. Although I don't know why Mr. Zhang Ji asked him to go up and punch this third of the string ghost, he must have a reason for saying this. Tanjiro flew up and smashed a punch on the head that had just formed a silhouette of the Zuza seat. In the right eye that had just regenerated, Tanjiro, who gritted his teeth and punched himself, gradually blurred. Reborn. Juvenile. That's my own master. Dad, are you all right already? Isn't it uncomfortable anymore? It was his father who appeared again in front of Kaiuza. It's okay Tanji, it's okay, thank you. I'm sorry Dad, I'm sorry. I didn't make it all over again, I didn't make it. It's okay, no matter what you become, a son is a son, a disciple is a disciple. The father gently stroked the hair of the Kaiuza seat, and his figure became his master again in the blink of an eye. Almost. Damn it, Madara is not there, don't care. I'll go and feel the Ghost King first. Zhang Ji's face was excited, and he rushed to the front of the Kiwo seat in a few steps, raised his hand and grabbed the head of the Kiwo seat, and a pair of riding wheel eyes immediately looked at the Kiwo seat without looking pupils. The world of consciousness in the constellation. The hand that caressed the top of his head suddenly grabbed his hair hard. The figure of the master became miserable. Don't you want to be stronger? Is that the end to it? Misery, the Zuza. The appearance of the hyena also began to switch back and forth between Tamari and the Ryza Zoza. Yes. I'm going to get stronger. Of course I have to get stronger. A very discordant sound was inserted. Zhang Ji's face was excited, and he grabbed Wu Wu's wrist. No misery. Although I don't know if this is your subjective intervention, or the reason for the subconscious thought of Taji, all in all. You eat me a set of combos. Zhang Ji's backhand punched Wu Miserable's face, and Wu Miserable's figure immediately dissipated. Zhang Ji's Yujibo combo only attacked once, and did not succeed in combo. Thank you, Mr. Komeiji, that's enough. Lien Shue's figure reappeared, and he held the head of the Kaiuza and comforted him softly. Koji, I have something to say to you. Without the interference of the sun, the speed of the recovery of the body of the Kiwozie recovered, and after a while, the seemingly intact hyptic nest seat reappeared in the sight of the three. He just crouched there, his head down. Zhang Ji also took many steps back in a row. Is he crying? The sound of sobbing came into Tanjiro's ears, and he said incredulously. As soon as Tanjiro's voice fell, Yu Wozu raised his head, only to see him with tears on his face and clenching his teeth tightly. It's me. It seems that I am also a master of illusion. If you use illusion to help people recall something, it's still no pressure for me. Zhang Ji nodded proudly. Ghost. The ghost of the winding. Actually crying? Why? Why do ghosts cry on their own? Having said that, Kyo's hero still did not let his guard down in the slightest, and his Nikoro knife was still pointed in the direction of the Hayakaza. Sabotage kills. Sabotage kill. Sabotage kill. It turns out that what I really wanted to destroy. Actually the self who failed to keep his promise to his father and lover, and used blood to defile his master's most important Suliu fist method for guarding rather than killing. How can it be repaired? How can it be repaired? Rizal looked sad and smashed the ground madly with his fist. Zhang Ji looked at the crazy venting nest seat indifferently. After a while, Yu Wozuo walked in front of Zhang Ji a few steps. He stared at Zhang Ji's scarlet eyes and asked, "What did you say? It's true, right? The strong never lie to the weak, right?" Zhang Ji said with his mouth cocked. "Humph. You're right." A smile appeared on Kaihu's face. "Then, I'll go first. Is it okay to move through the forest avoiding the sun?" "No problem." Yu Woza nodded, turned his face and ran. Purgatory Kyojuro? Tanjiro. What? What is that talking about? Hey, big brother Purgatory, ghost. The ghost ran away. I know, I see it. How? What to do? I don't know. Zhang Ji inserted Tanjiro's Nikui knife back into Tanjiro's scabbard, patted him on the shoulder and said, "Tanjiro, you have to understand that some people will become pillars if they are forced by ghosts. And some people will become ghosts if they are forced to be anxious." Chapter 36. At night, the nest appears in a deep alley. At this moment, it was raining heavily in the sky. Standing in the rain, feeling the rain. I've broken through the boundary of decapitation and death, and then there is the boundary of cannibalism and sunlight. If you push your body to the limit. Rizal looked at his hands and fell into deep thought. Snap! Click! A sound of footsteps reached his ears. In the line of sight, a long-haired man hugged his chest with his hands and slowly walked over. "Oh? Ghost? There are words in my eyes. It's Madara." Hipzo's luck is very bad, and after being ravaged by a Uchiha, he meets a more perverted and cruel Uchiha. Ryza glanced at it and didn't think much about it. He has no interest in killing people now, and the situation of regurgitating his stomach when he sees the weak is gone. Although the person in front said professional terms such as ghost and words in his eyes. But Ryza had no idea of fighting with him. He turned his face and wanted to leave. At this moment, a pure killing intent to the extreme instantly locked him. I don't know why, Ryza suddenly felt like an ant, and on his head, there was a foot stepping down. Ants can move, but he can't. He seems to have lost control of his body. Dense cold sweat instantly appeared all over his body. Madara got closer and closer, and a pair of scarlet chakra eyes came into the sight of the Ryo nest seat. Kiwosa's eyes widened sharply, and these eyes looked very similar to Zhang Ji's. And on the man's face, I don't know why there are several cracks. Madara walked in front of the Ryo nest seat and slowly raised his hand to press it on the face of the Ryo nest seat. You! Uchiha! Zhang Ji! Ryza seemed to have tried his best and spit out the name. Madara stretched out his hand and stopped in front of Yu Woza. The feeling that made him shudder disappeared. Have you seen Zhang Ji? It's really strange, didn't that kid kill you? Madara withdrew his hand and asked with a smile. Haha, Kaihuza gasped. This kind of feeling he only appeared when he faced no misery. I can't even mention the slightest thought of resistance. Answer me. Ghost. Madara saw that this ghost was panting for breath for the first time and did not answer his own question, so he asked again, his tone raising a little. No, Zhang Ji didn't kill me. We've got to a consensus. Ryza replied immediately. Humph. Although I don't know what kind of calculation the kid is making. But take me, the strongest ghost. Madara said with a smile, isn't this ghost used to lead the way for himself? That's nice. The strongest ghost. Isn't that just? The strongest ghost. I have no way of knowing his location, replied Hipso. Is it? That's really boring, but what about other ghosts with words in their eyes? Madara is a little excited. The ghosts of the winding are not often met, and under normal circumstances, they will only meet once in hundreds of years. Madara Yi's face immediately showed an unhappy tendency. I don't know what the use of keeping you is. That's it. By the time he raised his head to look, the figure in front of him that scared him had disappeared. Purgatory. Kyojiro's younger brother, Purgatory Senjiro, is wielding a broom at the gate of the courtyard as he cleans the courtyard. Senjiro, I'm back. Kyoshiro stood in the doorway, shouting his brother's name. Senjiro heard the sound, and the broom in his hand fell very abruptly to the ground. He touched his cheek. Strange. Why do I cry? Isn't it normal for the eldest brother to come back? Senjiro immediately wiped away his tears and greeted him with a happy face. After that, go to the Purgatory house. I have records left by the Yanzu of the past dynasties at home. My father often reads them. I haven't read them, so I don't know what the content is. The fire god Kagura you said may have been recorded in it. This is what Kyojuro and Tanjiro said to him when they separated. So Tanjiro decided to go to Purgatory's house soon and visit Purgatory's father. In the evening, a very young child walks into a bookstore and takes a book from it. He walked down the street with the book and into a mansion. Ha 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 ha, what a smart kid. Yes, I was originally frustrated because I never had children, and I can be relieved that I can raise such an excellent child. In the courtyard, there was a burst of laughter. In the study in the attic, the boy flipped through a book, which was a book that recorded various herbs. Kaiuza's face was very gloomy. He felt the call of Wu Wu, and Wu Wu wanted to see him. The exact location is already known. But he didn't inform Zhang Ji, because he knew in his heart that he still had a boundary. That is no misery, controlling his life and death. He must not mention the name of Wu Mi in his heart, and everything about the two of Uchiha, otherwise Wu Mi would not know. That's hard to say. The door opened. Ryuza came to report. Lord Wu miserable. Kaiwuza knelt on the ground and said to the child in front of him. Children are miserable. Wu miserably turned his face, and on his immature face, a pair of eyes became extremely red. How's the thing I commanded? The young man looked miserable and asked very directly. I investigated, but didn't wait for me to get the exact information. It's also impossible to confirm whether it really exists. I couldn't find the blue flower. Kiwoza answered honestly. In fact, don't say that there is no misery. Kiwoza, who has recovered his memory, wants this thing himself. So? Wu Miserable asked. In order to live up to the expectations of Lord Wu Miserable, I will continue to do my best in the future. Ryuza replied with a slight look up. He didn't say a word about what happened to him in the Infinity Train and his recovery of his memory. Chapter 37. Looks like you're misunderstood, Zuza. Wu Mian said and raised his finger to point to the Kiwo seat, and the rampant nest seat immediately trembled. You met the pillar, right? Why didn't you kill the column? No, it's not the column, all the ghost-killing teams. Why has it been so long? The Ghost Slayer squad still exists. Miserable tore off one of the pages of the book in his hand. And the row seat, all the tendons were bulging and strangely black, and blood began to flow from his mouth. Hipzo's body was trembling, and it was clear that he was enduring extreme pain. Kill them all, leave no one. So they can't stain my eyes anymore. It's not difficult, and you haven't achieved it so far. Why, exactly? The more he spoke, the more angry he became, and he directly tore the book in his hand in half. Why didn't even one pillar and 3 ghost hunters kill them? I know you're nearby, and I specially sent you there. Nest seat. Hyacinth. As he repeated his name, Hyacinth began to vomit blood even more. You were actually beaten into that virtue by non-pillar humans. You ran away at dawn, right? You disappointed me so much, the third winding has also fallen to this point. Stand down! Wu scolded. The nest stopped trembling, he stood up, turned his face and left. A huge wave turned up in his heart. You must know that in the face of no misery, he can't have any thoughts in his heart, because then he will be known by Wu miserable in the first place. If you want to deceive him, you can only fabricate it on the spot, and you have to deceive yourself first. He forced himself not to think about Zhang Ji's affairs, and his thoughts were cut off when the sun rose. But in his consciousness, he already understood that when he was violently beaten by Zhang Ji and began to break through the limits of ghosts, he lost control of himself. Raiza walked on the road, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned. Sure enough, you still have to get stronger. Boom! Kai Wuzi suddenly smashed a punch on a large tree, and then punched continuously, and the thick tree was broken by the smash. Bastard! I already remember your face. Next time I see you, I will definitely break your head. Kai Wuzi gritted his teeth, cursed, and acted in place. For the winding ghost, it was as if it was everywhere, and the previous Kai Wuzi didn't feel much, but now, he felt very troublesome. Tanjiro and the others have been exercising in the ghost-killing team. In the blink of an eye, 4 months passed. Huajun Longyan's singing technique. Zhang Ji jumped into the air and launched an attack on Ban Yi. At this moment, the two are engaged in a very friendly master-apprentice training. Zhang Ji's body was already scarred, his left eye was swollen, and he hadn't touched Ban Yi yet. Uchiha rebound. Madara pulled out the fan with his backhand, blocked the attack, and flipped his wrist slightly. The flames that were more ferocious than the fire used by Zhang Ji before were swept out lightly by Tuan Fan. Uchiha! Again! Boom! Zhang Ji wants to use the Uchiha rebound to bounce off Ban Yi's Uchiha rebound, obviously, his strength does not allow. He was swept away by the raging flames, and the person was still in mid-air, and Zhang Ji had already seen Ban Yi standing where he was about to land, waiting. Since you have spent some time in this world again, your chakra eye has changed. The long-lost system prompt appeared very abruptly. Zhang Ji wanted to roar, I can become stronger when I hang up. Between the twists of his 3-hook jade riding wheel eyes, the 3-gouge jade fused together, and new eyes appeared. Roar! Touch West Building 1. Ban Yi immediately noticed Zhang Ji's change. He stepped on his feet, soared into the sky, and grabbed Zhang Ji's collar. Zhang Ji looked at the smiling face of Ban Yi in front of him, and his expression began to appear a hint of pride. Shock! Naive motor, Sensen. It's the same straight BA chakra eye as me. If it weren't for the fact that I hadn't been married, I would even doubt that you kid is my descendant. Madara tugged on Zhang Ji's collar and landed on the edge of a lake. Pole, how did you do it? The speed at which your Sharingan broke through the boundary was too fast, and the reason for the breakthrough couldn't stand up to scrutiny, you boy, Ban Yi said and stared at Zhang Ji and began to look up and down. Zhang Ji was stared at. Could it be that a genetic mutation caused the conditions for the evolution of Sharingan to become lower? Madara touched his chin and guessed. It should. It should be, I don't know very well, anyway, I was beaten by Mr. Madara, and I turned on the kaleidoscope. Wait a minute, Madara-sensei, you just said I'm the same straight as you. That means my kaleidoscope doesn't have any other special abilities, just enhanced ninjutsu and physical skills. Zhang Ji faintly felt that his dream was about to be shattered. I can't say that, anyway, I realized it myself, when we return to the ninja world, you with your kaleidoscope can barely help me. The Eye of the Moon plan, you and my master and apprentice work together, it will definitely be foolproof, ha 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 ha. After seeing Zhang Ji's growth, Ban Yi began to laugh wildly. The moment Ban Yi said the Eye of the Moon plan, Zhang Ji's kaleidoscope suddenly reacted. Fake. Zhang Ji blurted out subconsciously. Hey! Pole, what fake? Madara asked with a frown. Hey! The Eye of the Moon Project. Fake. It's deception. Zhang Ji's kaleidoscope reacted even stronger. Ban Yi walked to Zhang Ji's side in a few steps, held Zhang Ji's head, and stared at Zhang Ji's kaleidoscope. He had a very bad inference. You kid. Ji, I'm actually not from the Uchiha clan. Madara slowly said this sentence. Zhang Ji also understood, and the moment he heard this sentence in his heart, the kaleidoscope reacted again. Fake. Zhang Ji said these two words without hesitation. Pillar killed Senna. Fake. I was close friends with Pillar when I was young. Really? I founded Konoha with Pillars. Really? Let me be the village chief. Really? Uchiha slate. A drop of cold sweat appeared on Zhang Ji's forehead. Good fellow, his kaleidoscopic ability is to distinguish between true and false? Yes, this is useless for a crosser. Extremely, you got the Sharingan eye to distinguish between real and fake. I have never told you about me and the pillar, this kind of thing should only be known between me and the pillar. That is to say. Madara looked gloomy, and the whole person's breath dropped to the freezing point. It can be seen that he is very angry now. Although Zhang Ji wanted to complain about why all the questions he asked were Haxi's hot mother, he knew that he was asking this pure beating. Humph. The time period before and after is so far away. You can even use me as a pawn. Ban Yi trusted Zhang Ji very much, and did not have the slightest suspicion at all. The guy behind the scenes. You don't want me to know who it is. Ban Yi's hair was windless and automatic, and the momentum of his body emanated, and Zhang Ji's figure had an untenable trend. If a little ghost named Water Moon is there, it will turn into water immediately. Extreme, well done. Things here are settled as soon as possible. With Susanoo, crush everything, and the pace of our return will be accelerated. Susanoo. Madara exploded on the spot, and a blue giant spread its wings and soared into the sky. Looking at the flying away Madara yet, Zhang Ji touched his nose, turned his head and began to try to condense Susanoo. In the blink of an eye, a blood-red skeleton appeared, and the same blood-red Susanoo arm condensed in front of him. The next day, Otoju Tenjin and Tanjiro had already entered Yukio. Zhang Ji was one step slower than them. He carried the Tuan fan on his back, walked in the night Yukio, looked at the various geisha on the attic on both sides of the street. He decided to fight quickly. As long as he thought that he could go back with Madara for a wave of Master Apprentice vs Ninja Alliance, he felt his blood boiling. This wave is the evil Uchiha victory. It doesn't matter what the winding is, if he can find the miserable lair, he really wants to be direct and miserable. Zhang Ji, who has Susanoo, already feels invincible. Ji should be the best looking one. She and her brother share a body, and they must be cut off at the same time. Anyway, by then, there will be no ash left. Zhang Ji smiled and began to wander around Yukio. The protagonist group is here, it will definitely make a big move, and there is no need to go around looking for ghosts by yourself. Chapter 38. You guys listen to me, don't make trouble for me, this trip is just to step on a point, definitely don't go from the car first. Ulu Tianyuan sat on a rickshaw-like car and held his arm and ordered. In the other car, the three of Tanjiro huddled together, Zenji looking stupidly at the street with his mouth open, while Inashuk, crouched above and looking around very restlessly, like a monkey. As soon as Ulu Tianyuan's voice fell, Shanyi's eyes suddenly lit up and he jumped out of the car directly. Don't get out of the car, Shanyi. Tanjiro immediately greeted, followed by Inashuk, and a pig rushed down. Inashuk. Come back quickly. As a last resort, Tanjiro also sneaked down and began to chase after his companions. These stinky imps! The angry Ulu Tianyuan directly erupted. Tanjiro grabbed the two people who were running around, and the three of them stood on the street in shock together. This is Yoshiwara Yukaku, a night city mixed with the vanity, desire, and love and hatred of men and women. Gorgeous, hey! Yulu Tianyuan walked behind the three little ones and briefly introduced them. Ah! What the hell is going on? There are people everywhere. Pigs leaped forward. Inashuk had wind under his feet, rushed directly into the crowd and began to collide indiscriminately. The tourists around exclaimed, "There is a lion dance out of control." "Calm down, Yaga." Yu Tenjin followed, slammed a punch on Inashuk's pig's head, lifted him on his shoulder and immediately returned to the dumbfounded Tanjiro. But he found that the other was missing. "Hey, what about the yellow-haired one?" Ulu Tianyuan bent over and asked expressionlessly. "Hey!" Tanjiro immediately began to look around anxiously. These three little ones are currently not reliable in the eyes of Yulu Tianyuan. Inashuk's footsteps flowed, scurrying around the crowd irregularly. "The yellow-haired little brother downstairs, come up to play, there are snacks to eat." The geisha upstairs shouted Shanyi. As soon as Shanyi looked up, his face immediately turned red, and he pressed his face with his hands, trying to force himself not to look. "Come on, hurry up, hurry up." The geisha upstairs began to urge, carrying bursts of laughter. Shanyi felt that he couldn't hold it, turned his head and ran, sighing while running, "What a beautiful sister!" Fist descends. Yulu Tianyuan also gave Shanyi an iron fist, grabbed the collar with his backhand and dragged it away. "You're not there yet, stinky little devil!" Yulu Tianyuan's face was speechless. Why did he bring these three unsettling little ghosts? And the headquarters of the ghost-killing squad at this time? "Kyo's hero, I'm glad you're able to delve into new moves. It's just that Yuguo's affairs have been handed over to Yulu Tianyuan to be responsible. There should be somewhere else that needs you." Izayashiki Yaya looked at Purgatory Kyojuro who was kneeling on one knee in front of him and said gently. "But the Stove Gate Boy has already been accepted as a disciple by me. If I follow him, I can teach him more effectively. After all, the breathing method used by this child. The Stove Gate Boy definitely has the potential to become a pillar." Purgatory Kyo's hero said loudly. He was in a good mood, because just before, Kyo's hero had already deduced a new move from Zhangji's flames. This will be more powerful and range than its own mysteries, that is, the Juji type of the breath of flame. These 10 types have already given themselves the name of a crazy and cool bully. I'm so excited, I seem to find a winding chop. Kyo's hero is in a good mood. Izayashiki Yaya had a smile on the corner of his mouth. Obviously he was blind, but he still looked at Kyo's hero with gentle eyes. "Kyojuro, you're right, as a supporter, go to Yoshiwara Yukaku. If there really is a winding ghost there, Kyo's hero, you will definitely come back unharmed after killing everyone with Uru Tenjin, right?" Izayashiki Yaya muttered for a while and said gently. "Of course." Purgatory Kyojuro is full of excitement. Lord Yansu!" An intelligence officer from the ghost-killing squad pushed open the door and shouted anxiously. "Please say." Izayashiki Yaya treats all the members of the ghost-killing squad with gentleness, even the most basic intelligence officers. "There's news of the third winding. The ghost of the third winding is in the forest where he fought with Lord Yanzu before." When Kyo's hero heard this, he suddenly stood up, walked a few steps to this intelligence officer, and asked loudly, "Is there such a thing? Is the intelligence true?" "Absolutely." The intelligence officer nodded firmly. Lord! The Stove Gate Boy and Yulu Tianyuan are absolutely safe together, and the words of teaching the Stove Gate Boy are not in a hurry. But after the ghost of the third winding escaped, he reappeared in the place where he fought before, and I am very relieved. Lord! Please let me find the ghost of the third wind." Kyo's hero said, and the expression on his face became even more excited. Izayashiki Yaya. In the forest, Kyuza stood quietly where he had fought Zhangji before. "Has it been so long?" Ryazal looked around, and there were still large traces of the previous battle here. Cracked ground, scorched trees. In fact, He had discovered the members of the ghost-killing team, but he had no intention of killing them. Even if the memory is restored, the hobby of fighting with the strong has not weakened in the slightest, or even more intensely. This was not strange to Wu Xian, and he didn't even react to Kaiwuza regaining his memory. Just like Wu Miao gave him a name, Kaiwuza, a bereaved dog who guarded the nest after being castrated, and he wanted him to die, is it not a matter of thought? Suddenly, accompanied by a gust of mountain wind, Kyo's hero rushed all the way over. Long time no see. Nest seat. Kyojuro was full of excitement, and he pulled out a knife and slashed at Yuzuza's head. According to the experience of previous battles, the Kiwo seat will most likely directly use the flesh and his blade to confront. Anyway, the body will recover quickly if it is cut, and this guy should have reached the realm where he will not die if his head is cut off. Oh, Kyo's hero, long time no see. Twisting at his feet, he actually dodged this knife, which was very different from his previous way of fighting. Kyo's hero kept attacking, the crossway lazily cut out, provoked on the spot, and then turned over a long-distance heel fight to the rear. Kyo's hero, so long. It's been almost 4 months, have you gotten stronger? Raiza asked with a smile. Of course, if you don't become stronger, how can you cut off your head? Hyacinth? Kyojuro straightened his waist. Exactly. I'm also trying to break through the limit of ghosts again, although I haven't eaten people for 4 months. But I've reached the realm where I can't die if I am beheaded, come on. Kyo's hero. Never leave your hands behind. Even if it is a competition, it will cost you your life. The nest seat raised his hand and made his own gesture. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and said softly, the mystery of Sua fist flow, today I will also let you experience it well. Kyo's hero felt that something was wrong, the way this guy spoke was too different from before, and he was a little unacceptable. Chapter 39. On the streets of Yoshiwara Yukaku, Yuku-Tenjin, Zenji, and Inashuk are watching the parade with many passers-by. The specific task has been assigned, and the 3 of Tanjiro disguise themselves as sold girls and infiltrate the Kabukiko town of Yukaku Sankachi, where the 3 ladies of Eugen Tenjin are located, where they inquire about intelligence and have been in correspondence with Eugen Tenjin. Until recently, they lost contact. It's the Hanakwai parade, this is the Koisya Hanakwai of the then house, and the highest-ranking geisha went out to greet the guests, but it's really gorgeous. Chalcedony Tianyu turned on the interpretation mode, although he didn't know why he was explaining it to the 2 little children. As for why Tanjiro was not seen, it was because charcoal had already been bought. It's really slow to walk, and in the mountains, you will die in a few steps. Inashuk squatted on the road very puzzled and gouged his ears. His appearance was taken by the sharp-eyed old bustard of Ajihonya and bought it directly. Yulu Tianyuan lowered his head and looked at Shanyi with a mocking face. Shanyi reacted immediately, and he didn't want anyone. Not good. Only I have no one to ask for. Shanyi suddenly gave birth to a very disappointed mood. And Tanjiro, who works part-time, also learned from Hanakwai's mouth that one of Uru Tenjin's wives had escaped, and his task was to find out Suma's location. Ulu Tianyuan's wives must have ghost intelligence in their hands. Escape. This is a pretty good excuse for ghosts. Even if the person is gone, it can be considered to have escaped from Yukuo, and the diary must be used to hide people's ears. I will definitely save you, Miss Suma. Tanjiro's mood began to get a little heavy. At this time, Yinzu Yulu Tianyuan had removed his disguise, found a commanding height, and quietly looked down at Yukuo. There is no abnormality today. I always feel that something is wrong, as if I have been caught in the eye, and the breath is eliminated so cleverly and so low-key. The evil ghost entrenched here. Could it be the ghost of the winding? If that's the case, it seems to be an extremely gorgeous fight. Urudo Tenjin is deducing. Yay, can I come here? I don't know if Miss Makiyu is okay. She locked herself in the room and didn't come out, and after saying that she was unwell, she never showed up again, and it was impossible to go to the doctor, and if she continued like this, she would be dragged out by the hostess. I just took a meal for her, and if she refused to open the door, I could only put it at the door. In the shop where Inashuk works, two geisha are talking about something. Makiyu? They were chatting about Yulu's wife, and finally heard the name. Not feeling well? How could it be that the contact was broken because of this matter? The woman should have come from this direction. Go over and take a look. The witty pig thought of this and sneaked out of the shadows. Ah! Pig sauce, if you run too fast, beware of falling. The geisha who had been talking about Yu's wife before spotted him and immediately reminded. Inashuk stopped, bowed slightly to the two, and continued to walk forward. He didn't say a word. What a silent child! Geisha sighed. And at this moment, pigs are already gritting their teeth and spewing smoke from their nostrils. Your voice is too thick, you must not speak. The falsetto is also a mess. Seriously. As soon as you open your mouth, people will know that you are a man. Ulu Tenjin's admonition reappeared in his mind. So what the hell am I going to do? How can it be repaired? Piggy now really want to use indiscriminate pig rush. In the dark environment, there are long streamers hanging everywhere. Come on, answer me, answer me. Who did you send these letters to? What's your name? By the way, your name is Makiyu, answer me, Makiyu. The beautiful woman smiled and asked the woman in front of her who was tied up by the 5 flowers and called away. Searching inside the store, Inashuk faintly sensed that something was wrong, and he walked up a step with a cautious face. Hey? Someone's coming? There are really more and more nosy people in Ajihonya. Obviously, the movement of Inashuk, who was walking outside, was still detected by the ghost. That's the meal that the woman left at the door, that is, it's Makiyu's room. Something is wrong, is this a bad situation now? I can't judge. It always feels slippery, it's a disgusting feeling. Hey, it's not my style to just think about it in this case. Inashuk rushed out directly and pulled open the door. The house was cluttered, as if no one had lived in it for a long time, and indoors, there was wind. Wind. But the windows are closed, ceiling. Inashuk immediately deduced the result, picked up the food on the side, and slammed it against the ceiling. Hey! Come out! You can't hide! Inashuk shouted. What's the situation? How chickens fly and dogs jump on the ceiling? There was a sound from the ceiling, the sound of something moving. Inashuk turned his face and ran wildly, and he followed the sound on the ceiling and began to catch up. Sure enough, there are ghosts. Where is it going? Where is it going to escape? Who wants to escape? Inashuk turned the pig rush state and turned the store upside down. It's daytime, so have you escaped up? But it will definitely find a place to climb the wall and climb down. Tanjiro's instincts were very sensitive, and finally, in a corner, he locked his position. This is it. Inashuk flew up and punched the wall. He wanted to knock the ONI out, now in broad daylight. As long as the ONI is found, it will be over. Oh! What a lovely sister! At this time, a drunken guest walked over, and Inashuk's all-out punch hit him right in the middle of his face. And the ghost also went down the wall. Where? Damn it, it's lost, it's hard to feel the breath, blame the guy who got in the way. Inashuk grinned his teeth madly, his face full of anger. And at this time, Shanyi, due to his sensitive hearing, he heard a girl's cry in the chaotic voice, so he decisively followed the sound and prepared to appease the girl. Ah! So messy in the room. What happened? Shanyi opened the door and looked at the mess in the house, and immediately marveled. Hey? Woohoo! The crying little girl looked at him, and then began to cry. Chapter 40. Hey? Fight? Did you fight with someone else? Are you okay? Shanyi asked in surprise the little girl in front of him who couldn't stop crying. Wu, the little girl, didn't say anything, just cried. As a last resort, Shanyi entered the house and began to comfort the little girl. What are you doing in someone else's house? A woman's questioning voice appeared behind Shanyi, and Shanyi's whole person immediately froze. Golem Shanyi swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and cold sweat had begun to flow down his face. Standing behind me is the ghost, this is definitely not the voice of a human. I didn't notice her when she didn't speak, this sound is not good, there is no sound at all, but it is even more terrible. This. It won't be a winding ghost, right? Shanyi's heart began to go up and down, and he who had always been timid could not react at the first time. Hello? Deaf? The woman's voice began to grow impatient. Fern Ji Huakui. That person has only been here for 2 days. 2 little girls appeared at the door, trembling and majestic. Hey? So what? Fern Ji Huakui turned her face and said with a frown. I'm sorry I broke in, I saw the mess in the room, she was crying again. It's really ugly, it's disgusting, and it's okay to die early. What's with this hair color? Want to use it for grandstanding? Indeed, the room is still a mess, didn't I tell it to be cleaned? Fern Ji crossed the nervous Zanai and looked at the crying little girl and asked. The little girl just whimpered, and Fern Ji immediately twisted the little girl's ears and picked her up like that. Don't be noisy! What a shout! Hurry up and clean up your room! I'm sorry, I'll just clean up and spare me. The little girl immediately begged for mercy, her ears were twisted and cracked, and blood began to flow out. Shanyi couldn't bear to stand up and grabbed Fern Ji's wrist, gritting his teeth and saying, please let go. At this time, Zhang Ji was running around the street, and he didn't know where Ji was, because it was too big. Haven't started yet. What the hell are you doing? It's really noisy here, geisha don't even wear silk, I remember that the order of knotting is the art of wood doppelganger. In the body of Zhang Ji, who was walking, a wood-like substance appeared, and 3 wooden doppelgangers walked out between the squirms. The 3 wooden doppelgangers and the local began to move in 4 directions, and his steps began to speed up. The moment you see Ji, cut off her head directly. Then wait for her skinny brother to show up. Send him directly to meet Mei, who has been waiting for him. I really planned it. Zhang Ji nodded, affirming his plan that could not be regarded as a plan. What did you say? Have the ability to say it again. Fern Ji's face is like frost. Please let go. Although Shanyi was nervous in his heart, his gaze was firm. Damn, it's even uglier to look up close. You ugly monster even dares to touch me. Fern Ji threw away Shanyi's hand and swept it out. And somewhere in the forest at this time, Ryokuza and Kyo's hero fought each other and immediately separated. Ha ha ha, Kyo's hero was breathing heavily, but his face was still excited. They have been fighting here for a day and a night. Kyo's hero, tired. During the day, you let me rest, then now, you can also rest, out of the respect of the warrior, I will definitely not make a move against you. Ryoza was pale, and his state was equally bad. After all, it has been a long time since I cannibalized, and my physical strength is not as good as before, but the stench of ghosts that Kyo's hero said before is much lighter. I don't know if I'm doing it right, Ryoza, I'm not to the point where I can trust ghosts, you don't run during the day, just hide in the shadows, I didn't kill you just out of trust in His Excellency Zhang Ji. You have no chance of winning in his hands, do you? He didn't even kill you, although I don't know why, but I believe that His Excellency Zhang Ji naturally has his plans. I can still continue fighting, my new trick has not yet made you feel it. Kyo's hero grinned and casually grabbed a knife flower. Oh? I understand. I'm not talking nonsense. I'm trying to push the boundaries of ghosts. What I'm doing is not eating people, and as you can see, my physical strength is obviously not as good as before. That's because I haven't eaten people in 4 months, and now I'm looking at you. There is really an urge that is difficult to suppress. As he spoke, the corners of his mouth began to appear. No wonder. Maybe you can really do it. Kyoshiro didn't say much, and swung his knife out with an indomitable momentum. Don't rest, Kyoshiro. Come on. Ryazal looked crazy, punched out, and the two fought together again. At the headquarters of the ghost killing team, members of the ghost killing team had already conveyed information. What did His Excellency Zhangji do, and why did the winding ghost make such a big change? Righteousness, Butterfly, you two go together. If something happens, cooperate with Kyoshiro, be sure to leave the third of the upper string, stay there. Izayashiki Yaya ordered. In this way, Yoshiyuki and Butterfly Shinobu set off together. Whoever allows you to touch me casually, it's really eating leopard gall, stinky little devil. It seems that you owe discipline, very strict discipline, said Fernji with a slap on her face. Fernji Huiqi, please raise your noble hand, the store is about to open, and there are guests coming in. I will definitely discipline me strictly. Now please also look at my face. Let her go. It was the owner of the shop, who knelt directly on the ground and asked very humbly. I'm too strict with the child who just arrived, let's heal her well. Boss, please get up quickly, I should apologize like you, there have been too many things that have not gone your way recently, preparations are up, you quickly clean up. Fernji turned her face was full of a kind smile, it can be said that she changed her face. That little ghost, judging from the feeling, did not suffer multiple injuries, although he was unconscious. But he knows how to unload, he is definitely not an ordinary person, he is a person from the ghost killing team, right? But she doesn't have the level of a column. When Fernji turned back and walked, her face became gloomy again. Although it took some effort, the fish still took the bait. Come on, I will kill everyone and eat them all. Fernji felt a little excited. Where the hell is it? What is the name of the shop where Shanyi works? It's hateful. Can't remember exactly. I should have acted with them. And how did the people of the ghost killing team feel the breath of the so-called ghost? They have no clue at all, which is too difficult for ninjas. Zhang Ji walked down the street with some impatience on his face. Of course, this was actually his wooden doppelganger. Where did this go? It doesn't make sense, I'm not a sword, how can I have the attribute of getting lost? Damn, I'm not convinced. Zhang Ji's wooden doppelganger's face instantly became gloomy, and he turned his face and began to run wildly, and at the same time began to perceive everything around him. It's not good, the sun is going down, I have to hurry to Inashuk. Tanjiro has already started the action. Hey! There is a smell. It's a subtle sweetness. It's the smell of ghosts. Ghosts are nearby. Could it be? Tanjiro already had his own inference. At this time, Ulu Tianyuan also forced out about Fernji from the mouth of the owner in the store, and he lurked in Fernji's room and found it empty. Not there? Is it out to eat people? While keeping an eye out for the ghost's breath, let's go find the crane. Ulu Tenjin also began to act. And Inashuk, he couldn't bear it at all. Tanjiro said yes and he would make peace, but now it's getting dark and I haven't seen anyone. So he hit the ceiling with his head and called muscle rats. 2 rats covered in tendon flesh, carrying Inashuk's double knives with the same forehead protection as Ulu Tenjin, walked over with Inashuk's double knives, raised their hands and threw their weapons to Inashuk. That guy is really capable. I even trained muscle mice as subordinates. I really want ninja beasts too. Inashuk's face was full of envy. In a certain house, Yuji entangled Koisya with a clothes bag. Boom! The window was pulled in. Here you are, little brother of the ghost hunter. As if everything was expected by Yuji, she slowly turned her head and was suddenly stunned. I saw a man standing at the window, his face was gloomy, and his eyes were scarlet. You made me look so hard. Fallen Ji. Zhang Ji said, slowly pulling out a scythe from behind him. Chapter 41. Oh? A ghost hunter you haven't seen before? Is the weapon a sickle? How many of you came? Is there a column? You don't look like a column, do you? It looks very weak. I'm not a pillar. Before Yuji's words were finished, Zhang Ji blinked and slapped her beautiful face, and Yuji was slammed against the wall. The power of this slap turned out to be terrifying. It feels so good. Quickly stand up, I'm not interested in your kind of trash, let me cut your head, I'll cut your brother again. Zhang Ji looked impatient and waved his hand at the angry Ji and said. Miss Koisya. Mr. Zhang Ji. Tanjiro jumped to the window with a knife, and the house was currently a little incomprehensible. Oh, Tanjiro, just in time. The ghost is there, winding 6, Fallen Ji. You save that flower quay called Lixia, I'll give this thing. Poof. A sound of a sharp blade piercing his body suddenly came, and he looked down at his head and saw that a piece of clothing belt had penetrated his body. Mr. Zhang Ji. Damn it! Tanjiro was blinded, swung his knife and slashed out, cut off his clothes belt with a knife, and then grabbed Zhang Ji and jumped out of the window and ran. How can it be repaired, unexpectedly? Dare to hit me in the face? I'll tear you to shreds and grind you into scum. Yuji gritted her teeth and followed out, her clothes fluttering behind her, and her face was full of murder. Mr. Zhang Ji, are you okay? Hey! Alas! When Tanjiro looked again, he realized that he had rescued it. A wooden man? And in the distance, Zhang Ji slapped on the wall. Damn it, is my wooden doppelganger so weak chicken? How to open Susa by the wooden doppelganger, in case you have to discuss it with Madara another day. Let's go first. Zhang Ji jumped onto the roof and began to run wildly. Some kind of trick. Yuji looked at the wooden man on the ground with disdain. Miss Koixia? Let go of Miss Koinatsu. Tanjiro looked at the carp wrapped in his belt and immediately drank it. There was no blood, no smell, and Koixia was wrapped in a coat belt, but the lower body was not visible. Stinky little devil, who are you talking to? As soon as Yuji pouted, the belt behind him flew out instantly, dragging Tanjiro out for several meters, smashing a wall and lying on the ground. So fast. Can't see at all. Winding. Hands and feet can't exert strength, the body is numb. Calm down. The body reacted, otherwise I would be dead by now. Tanjiro struggled to get up from the ground. I can't exert strength in my hands and feet, because I'm afraid. Body numbness is a normal reaction to a heavy blow to the back. This ghost's weapon is a clothing belt, with special abilities, can receive people inside. No wonder no matter how you look in the store, you can't find a passage to get through people. As long as the clothes belt can pass, she can arrest people. Tanjiro made a judgment at the first time. You're still alive, more backbone than I thought. The eyes are good, very beautiful, then gouge your eyeballs and eat. Gigi said and stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. The strap of the chest that Tanjiro was carrying behind him broke, and realizing that if he suffered an impact, the box would break, he put the box behind him, calmed Yuduza for 2 words, and immediately prepared for battle. The breath of water, the unbridled type, the tide of blow, chaos. Tanjiro swung his knife out and took the initiative to attack. Tanjiro's clothes attacked madly, and in the blink of an eye Tanjiro had swung his knife in the air more than a dozen times. Obviously he took the initiative to attack, but it seems that now it has become his own passive defense. The body technique in the air is not bad, and the part that focuses on Koisya is precisely cute. It's ugly. You've made me feel sorry for a little, like a dying rat. Gigi bent over and said with a mocking smile. 6. Did I win? In the absence of Mr. Uru, Zenji, and Inashuk, one person defeats the winding. No, Mr. Zhangji, what is the situation of Mr. Zhangji? No, I can't think so much, it's not a question of whether I can win, but me. Be sure to win. Tanjiro immediately put on a posture and strengthened his beliefs. Boom! A huge sound suddenly came from a distance. What is this sound? What are you doing? Noisy to death. It's the direction of Ajihonya, and Hinatsuru too. How many of you are here? 4? Gigi asked impatiently. Don't tell you. The witty Tanjiro decided not to answer. If you are honest, I will spare your life. Just a few confrontations, your knife has already collapsed, and the person who forged this knife should not be a good knife maker. Akihime pointed to the Nikwe knife in Tanjiro's hand and mocked. It's not. The person who forged this knife is a very powerful person. A highly skilled knife maker. Tanjiro immediately retorted. Why is that still broken, idiot? There is movement everywhere, I'm already bored, I'll kill you in the next move. Yuji's face sank, and there was no longer the smile on her face. Yes, yes, I'm also annoyed, it's my first wooden doppelganger, and it was lost by you before I wandered around. Don't think that if you look good, I won't kill you, smelly girl. Zhang Ji appeared, and his movement speed was simply outrageous. Under the strengthening of his physical ability by the straight BA chakra, his physical fitness is no longer the same as before. Mr. Zhang Ji, are you all right? Tanjiro asked in surprise. Tanjiro, what nonsense are you talking about? Wasn't I beaten before the third winding, didn't you see it all? This is just a winding 6, what skills does she have? Zhang Ji said, grabbed his backhand forward, and directly grabbed a clothes belt. Hey, are you like this again? I've always been the one who interrupted others, so when I came to you, do I have to follow me? Zhang Ji grabbed the belt with one hand and pulled it hard in his direction, and Yuji was pulled over by a strong force without paying attention. In mid-air, Jiren had already noticed that Zhang Ji's right hand felt the scythe from behind him. Oops! It's going to be cut. Yuji immediately disconnected his clothes belt by himself, jumped backwards several times in a row, and moved away from Zhang Ji. I also heard that the Ryokuza was defeated by a human, and it turned out to be you. Yuji's face was gloomy, and she was a little retreated. The ranking of the 12 Ghost Moon represents strength, and the Kiwo seat, as the third of the upper string, can be described as the combat power of the ceiling level of the 12 Ghost Moon, and can still be defeated by the man in front of him? If that's true, then he is not an opponent. Wait a minute. You guy. It wouldn't be trying to escape, would it? Zhang Ji frowned. Is his fame already that big? Can you directly scare the winding 6 away? How is it possible? How can a guy like you defeat the Zuzuzo? It's obviously not even a pillar. It doesn't look like a strong person. Yuji fixed his mind and resumed his face full of sneering. Zhang Ji was silent, and the kaleidoscope in his eyes came with induction. What Yuji said was true, she now thought she was a little party. Zhang Ji slapped his forehead, and 3 doppelgangers exactly like himself stepped out of his body. What? Doppelganger? I killed you before, wooden man. Why do humans have this ability? Gigi's eyes widened, and his face was full of shock. Siguo Yi. That's amazing, Mr. Zhang Ji. How do you do that? Tanjiro asked with adoration. It's this water plus soil and then a little yang. Forget it, explaining to you is also blind. Zhang Ji waved his hand, and the wooden doppelganger in front of him immediately rushed out. He is not in a hurry now, anyway, Yuji is in front of him, and he has already found his target. The strength of the wooden avatar is still amazing. Each one is exactly the same as the body, and at this moment, the 3 doppelgangers are holding Tuan fans, and their faces are expressionless around the frame of Ji. After a while, all three wooden doppelgangers were killed by fallen Ji. What should I do? Would you play this trick? This kind of thing is not at all to me. Brush. It was Ji's turn, and before she finished her arrogant words, a scythe flashed with a cold light from her neck. Ji immediately fell to his knees, and his head fell into his hands. Hey! Beheaded, Mr. Zhang Ji. When did Mr. Zhang Ji make a move? Good, so awesome. Mr. Zhang Ji's words as a human being have become more and more untrue. Tanjiro's jaw is about to drop in shock. Zhang Ji stood in front of Yuji and looked at Yuji's head with interest. Bastard! What are you looking at? Dare to cut off my head? Ji's head was full of anger, and he roared at Zhang Ji. Oh, nothing, I'm waiting to see you holding a headache and crying. Zhang Ji replied expressionlessly. Ji. I don't know why, obviously very aggrieved, my heart is so uncomfortable, I want to cry. But after this bastard said this, he didn't want to cry at all, and he didn't even know what expression to spray with this bastard. Zhang Ji frowned, and urged impatiently, you hurry up and cry, otherwise I will use such a big fan to smash your good-looking face into paste, I will tell you. Woo yes! Ji cried, and Zhang Ji nodded gratifyingly. Chapter 42. I'm not done with you. I'm the upper string 6, I'm strong. I haven't lost yet. Ji cried with tears on her face and kept shouting. Why? Obviously, the head has been cut off, Mr. Zhang Ji's scythe is also a kind of Nikkei knife, why can he still speak here, and his body has not dissipated? Is it? It's the same as the third winding at that time. Have the winding ghosts all broken through the weakness of decapitation? Tanjiro felt like his brain was a little inadequate. Zhang Ji raised the tuan fan expressionlessly and began to gesture at Yuji's head. You? What do you want? Ji asked nervously. Zhang Ji ignored her at all, he adjusted the angle, squinted his eyes with the tuan fan and began to look, as if looking for another perfect strike point. Woohoo! It's too much. It's obviously so ugly. Ji cried even louder and began to pound the ground with both hands. Hey? You call me ugly? The whole Uchiha clan, is it not ugly? Zhang Ji became angry when he heard this, raised his finger and pointed at Yuji and began to make a statement. All to die. Die. Ouni-chan. Fallen Ji screamed. She finally called out to her brother. A thin figure crawled out from Fallen Ji's back very abruptly with Fallen Ji's call. It's out, it's out. Look, Tanjiro. Zhang Ji pulled Tanjiro over and patted Tanjiro on the shoulder frantically. Woohoo! Ji couldn't stop crying. A skinny young man with an ugly face and an arm around his waist appeared. He didn't look at Zhang Ji, but just picked up Fallen Ji's head and pressed it back on Fallen Ji's neck. It's useless to cry, it's just a U-turn, isn't it good to pick it up yourself? Your head is just missing roots, the prostitute Taro stroked Izume's head, his voice low, as if he was weak. The head was cut off but not dead, what is this ghost that came out of her body? Although Zhang Ji was by Tanjiro's side, Tanjiro was inevitably a little nervous. Oh, this slap print on my face. Such a beautiful face has been damaged. Be careful with such a cute face. The prostitute Taro reached out and gently stroked Akahime's face, and with his touch, the slap prints on Falehime's face began to disappear. When Zhang Ji's right hand trembled, the scythe flew out instantly, targeting the neck of the prostitute Taro. The scythe was empty, Zhang Ji's wrist shook, and the scythe flew behind him. A short scythe also appeared in the hand of the prostitute Taro, and with a sharp swing, Zhang Ji's scythe was blocked. Sure enough, the speed is fast, but it seems to be a little worse than the Zoza. Prostitute Taro, I'm sorry, your treatment is much worse than that of Ryaza. Zhang Ji pulled Tanjiro behind him and looked at the thin-waist ghost in front of him and said, "You know my name? Hype, have you ever fought with Hipso?" The prostitute Taro was a little surprised, and he straightened his chest and tried to straighten his waist. Zhang Jigang wanted to say something, and the prostitute Taro immediately attacked. Zhang Ji pulled out the Tuan fan with his backhand, and the prostitute Taro's scythe slashed at the Tuan fan. "I only drink milkshakes," Uchiha rebounded. Buzz, a violent fluctuation rushed out from the fan. The impact was very amazing. The body of the prostitute Taro was reflown by this impact, broke through the wall and fell outside. "Hey? Ernie! Sauce!" Fallen Ji was still talking, his head had separated. Zhang Ji grabbed Fallen Ji's head with his backhand, and walked out in his hand. "Oh, you are quite good. I originally wanted to kill you with this knife, but you blocked it and used some means to fight back. That's really good, really good." The prostitute Taro scratched his head and stood up, a slightly irritated look on his face. "These brothers and sisters don't believe that I hung the Kiwo seat. My kaleidoscope has already told me the answer. Still want to kill me with a knife? What a confused ghost's confidence." Zhang Ji stood in front of the prostitute Taro with his head and casually threw his head over. The prostitute Taro grabbed Yukihim's head and immediately comforted, "Why did you get your head cut off again? Pay attention. And you are really good, your skin is also very good, your body looks very strong, unlike me, you can't grow flesh, and those eyes, very artistic. I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous." The prostitute Taro began to scratch his face with his hands, only scratching his own face with blur of flesh and blood. "Can you die a little worse?" He looked a little out of control, and Gi's head just cried non-stop. Zhang Ji was also not in a hurry, just stood there and watched quietly. I don't know why, he preferred to completely destroy the superiority of Shang Tsung as a ghost than directly killing Shang Xian. "Mr. Zhang Ji, what should I do? This ghost will not die even if he cuts off his head, it seems to be the same as that winding three." Tanjiro pulled out his knife and stood beside Zhang Ji, looking at the prostitute Taro cautiously. "It's okay, that female ghost, if you practice your hands, you shouldn't die, right? Tanjiro?" Zhang Ji asked with a smile. "I will try my best not to hold you back. Mr. Zhang Ji." Tanjiro immediately replied with a firm face. "Good." Zhang Ji nodded, then pointed to the prostitute Taro and continued, "Your sister's head, you go back. Although I don't have much trust with you ghosts, please don't disturb their battle until my interest is gone." The prostitute Taro was stunned. This kind of human he saw for the first time. Unlike the pillars he had encountered before, this person's aura was not strong, but his strength looked like he could not be underestimated. "What nonsense are you talking about? I'll kill you, tear you apart, and..." "Hey, hey, hey," the prostitute Taro leaked a cruel smile. "Oni-chan, it's not just the two of them, there are others. The others must also help me kill. I'm so desperate, I can work hard alone. But these people have been harassing me and bullying me. Partnering to bully me." Gi's head said and cried again, looking very aggrieved. Yes, what a crime is unforgivable. My lovely sister is working hard with her short-rooted head, and everyone who bullies her will be killed. I won't leave any debts to be collected. How many grievances have you suffered?" said the prostitute Taro and suddenly froze, because he saw a burst of red light erupt in the eyes of the man in front of him, and the sky swirled in an instant, and when he reacted, the head of the fallen Ji held in his arms was gone. "You guys are really annoying to death, although I haven't seen Tong Mo yet, but looking at the appearance of the two of you, I have begun to hate him. I have already said that you can still fight me until my interest disappears, you must not waste time." Zhang Ji took Fallen Ji's head and crushed her heavenly spirit cover, and then casually threw it next to Fallen Ji's body. "What? What happened?" The shock on Tanjiro's face was incomparable, and Zhang Ji once again refreshed his 3 views. Obviously Mr. Zhang Ji is next to me, I haven't moved. Ji's body stretched out his hand and quickly grabbed his head, and hurriedly put it on his neck. Tmasama's name. You know that too? You guy, what the hell is going on? The prostitute Taro's expression froze when he heard Tongma's name. He can become a ghost. In the final analysis, it is Tongma's reason, which can become the 6th winding, and there are also reasons recommended by Tongma. Zhang Ji didn't want to talk nonsense with him at all, and walked over with the Tuan fan. Abominable, abominable, are you deaf? Go and die. The prostitute Taro roared angrily, rushed out with a blood sickle in both hands, and Zhang Ji fanned with his left hand and scythe in his right hand, and moved his hand as well. Compared with the crazy offensive of the prostitute Taro, Zhang Ji looks very understated, and every shot can perfectly parry the attack of the prostitute Taro. Kill you! The blood sickle bypassed Zhang Ji's Tuan fan from a tricky angle, and the blade was inserted into Zhang Ji's back. Alas! Although it is a winding ghost, but in the final analysis, it is only 6, which is much worse than the Hypriot nest, and my interest is almost over. Zhang Ji sighed, and the scythe swung back. Too slow. When fighting, the mocking expression of the prostitute Taro was still on his face, but his head had been cut off. Why? I have obviously seen his move, obviously I haven't cut it yet. Sickle. Did it suddenly accelerate? The wound on Zhang Ji's back that was stabbed by the blood sickle has begun to recover visibly under the action of the intercolumn cells. Yassi. Gorgeous. The ghost is here. I felt a strong ghost breath. Ulu Tianyuan descended from the sky. Chapter 43. Mr. Uru. Tanjiro shouted in surprise. Oh, Stove Boy, and. Unexpectedly, His Excellency Zhang Ji was also there. You were there that time, Your Excellency Zhang Ji, are you deliberately looking for ghosts to kill? The ones who picked are all the winding ghosts, asked Ulu Tianyuan as he pulled out the twin knives behind him. Naturally, ghosts in general mean nothing to me. These 2 ghosts must cut off their heads at the same time to kill them. Zhang Ji raised his chin to the prostitute Taro and said. How did he know? Did you draw conclusions directly from your own inferences? What a dangerous human being! And this new one, what a good skin! So jealous, so jealous! Damn it, kill them all! One by one, they all look so good! The prostitute Taro gasped, his eyes fierce. Oh, I see, then Your Excellency Zhang Ji, let's one by one. Gorgeously cut off the heads of these 2 ghosts. Ulu Tianyuan turned his face and stared at Yuji, and he could see at a glance that this ghost was the guy who plagued his wife. I'll be there to help. Tanjiro is still very motivated. Now the situation is clear. The ghost is dead. Hassie's hot mother. Column, ha 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 ha. It's Haxie's hot mother. It's finally here. The prostitute Taro looked excited, he had eaten a lot of vinegar in the past years. What's it called? It looks like my teacher is calling my friend's name. Zhang Ji frowned, rushed up and punched the prostitute Taro in the face. The prostitute Taro does not sit still, raises his hand and throws out his blood sickle. The blood sickle rotated wildly in the air, like 2 roulette wheels. It's useless. The fan in Zhang Ji's hand slammed out, and a strong wind pressure blew out, and the blood sickle was blown upside down and flew out. His fist eventually smashed solidly into the face of the prostitute Taro. The prostitute Taro's face was distorted by the smash, and his whole body spun and crashed into a small building. You, do it. Leave this to me. Zhang Ji greeted and jumped out after him. Yuji is not the opponent of Ulu Tianyuan at all, and was chased and cut by Ulu Tianyuan. Oni-chan. Akihime had no choice but to shout while moving towards the place where the prostitute Taro. She must seek her brother's refuge. The two of them are one, and they must be together to be able to exert their maximum strength. You guy. Also a column, right? The prostitute Taro got up from the ground, his face was gloomy. This guy's strength is so great. Column? No, I'm not even a member of the Ghost Slayer. Zhang Ji came over and replied without hurry. Not a ghost hunter? It's not a ghost hunter, why are you doing the job of a ghost hunter? Do you think your life is long? The prostitute Taro rubbed his face and whispered. Sorry, as for why I killed ghosts, it doesn't matter if you know if I'm dying. Zhang Ji slowly walked to the side of the prostitute Taro, and the chakra fluctuations on his body began to erupt. Obviously, this feels completely different from the column. But the sense of oppression. This sense of oppression. Will die. If you do it, you will definitely die. Definitely going to be cut off the head. Sister. My sister's head will also be cut off. The prostitute Taro suddenly lost all his fighting spirit, and even in a trance, he saw that he and Gigi turned into ashes. Prostitute Taro. What are you doing? Kill him. A gloomy voice suddenly came from his mind. None. The voice of Lord Wu Miserable? What? The prostitute Taro cried out, and what appeared in his pupils was a scythe shining with cold light, straight for his neck. Blood Ghost Technique, Flying Blood Scythe. The prostitute Taro turned his blood into a razor-like blade and fired it out in a burst of brains. Zhang Ji knew that this blood was poisonous. Although he is confident in himself, he is not yet arrogant enough to dodge. It's been said for a long time, it's useless. Wind escape big breakthrough. With this kind of ghost who fights with long-distance moves, Zhang Ji no longer wants to fight with him passionately, and his backhand makes a fengfu. His mouth seemed to spit out a horizontal tornado, and the strong wind pressure wrapped the blood blade on the chest of the prostitute Taro, and the crazy rotating tornado blurred the blood and flesh on the prostitute Taro's chest. Boom! A small building was directly hit by a big breakthrough in the middle and hit a hole. The family of three hugged together and looked at Zhang Ji nervously. Zhang Ji's face sank, and he suddenly thought that there were still people living in the houses on this street. Sorry to scare you, run for your life. Zhang Ji swept with his eyes, and the family of three immediately became dull, and the father directly held the child in his arms, took his wife's hand and ran with his legs raised. Ahem, what is this? Is it the same technique as the vampire technique? Are you also a ghost? The prostitute Taro coughed up a few mouthfuls of donated blood and stood up again, the wound on his chest slowly healing. The speed of healing. How did it slow down? Why? The prostitute Taro touched his chest. It's strange, but it seems to be just a ghost. How did you manage to get rid of my illusion? That pitiful expression just now is obviously a trick. Zhang Ji asked with a curious look on his face. Illusion. Sure enough, you did it. If it weren't for Lord Wu Miserable, the head has already been cut off. The prostitute Taro heard the fresh words and said through gritted teeth. Oh, then it's not strange, after all, Wu Miserable has absolute control over you ghosts. It's not very strange to wake you up who have fallen into illusion. No, I can't say that, I should blame my illusion attainment for being too low level. Zhang Ji touched his chin and muttered to himself. Oni-chan. The screams of Falaheim appeared in the ears of the prostitute Taro. The prostitute Taro turned his head and saw Yakurohim running, Utsumi Tenjin chasing. Ulu Tianyuan flew up and kicked directly on Yuji's back. Gigi was kicked in place and performed a face landing on the ground. Don't kick my sister! The prostitute Taro was furious, rushed out in an instant, and came to Utsumi Tenjin in the blink of an eye. The two fought directly in the air. Several small orbs appeared in Ulu Tianyuan's hand, all of them were thrown out, and both swords were slashed in his hand. Boom! A sudden explosion blows the prostitute Taro away, landing right next to his sister. Ha 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 ha! Gorgeous explosion now! Yulu Tianyuan chased after the victory and threw out more than a dozen small orbs again. Continuous explosions were generated, and the violent sound caused all the people around to come out. Cut! It's really troublesome, damn, why am I so soft-hearted? Zhang Ji's face was full of impatience. And several doppelgangers in his body began to frantically cast illusions on the surrounding residents, although his illusions were very crotch-pulling, but against ordinary people, the effect was still leveraged. After the explosion ended, what appeared in front of Ulu Tianyuan was a dense clothing belt. The explosion was all blocked by the coat belt. Izukuhime rides on the neck of the prostitute Taro and stops crying. It's really unpleasant, he looks so handsome. Oni-chan, he still has 3 wives. Yuji said as if suing. What? Also married 3 wives? 3 wives still playing handsome in front of me. You are different from them, different from the pillars I killed before. You were born different, right? It's the kind of person who is born gifted. I'm still jealous. You and the one with the fan, hurry up and die. The prostitute Taro shouted viciously. Of course, Zhang Ji knew what would happen next, and the next thing Yulu Tianyuan would refute was actually not good. Yes, the pillars of this generation are the most talented batch among the pillars of all generations. Be jealous. Go to hell with this jealousy. Zhang Ji suddenly rushed out, and the fan in his hand smashed from top to bottom. Yuji shot out a dense cloth belt to try to hinder Zhang Ji. Huajun Long Yan's singing technique. Zhang Ji's hands froze and spewed out several roaring fire dragons. What? This thing? It will be burned. Oni-chan. Ji's clothes are stained, and the fire is fast. She immediately began to urge the prostitute Taro. I know, I know. The prostitute Taro began to retreat with Yukimoto on his shoulder, and Utsumi Tenjin came to them in the blink of an eye like a tarsal maggot. Breath of sound, one type, boom. Yulu Tianyuan raised his swords together and slashed at the 2 brothers and sisters. His knife will explode with one more look. Boom, a deafening explosion sounded. Blood demon technique, arc jumping beam. The prostitute Taro let the blood slash surround the whole body for a comprehensive defense, and at this moment, the 2 on the opposite side joined forces, and it was completely not enough to rely on Falaheim to fight defense. Got you. A blood-red chakra burned out of thin air in front of Zhang Ji, and a blood-red skeleton arm leaned forward and grabbed the 2 brothers and sisters. Good opportunity. Yulu Tianyuan's eyes lit up, his body twisted in the air, and the 2 knives cut out again. What is this? It's just like a ghost. Oni-chan. Stop barking. I've broken free again. What is this? Can't break free. Oni-chan. It's going to be cut. Shut up. The sword light flashed, and 2 heads soared into the sky. Solution. Solved. Winding 6. Just that simple to be killed? Tanjiro looked confused. Along with him were the pigs who had just felt the scene and the sleeping Zenyi. Chapter 44. This winding ghost will kill another one. This system is also very vague. Is it really necessary to meet the conditions? Madara will take me back to the ninja world. If I really go to the ninja world, with my identity as Uchiha, the main quest. Destroy the big tube? Zhang Ji felt that it was very likely, but with his current strength, he was definitely cannon fodder, and there was a high probability that he would drag Banyi's legs. Escape. Yuku Tenjin gulped and slammed into Tanjiro. Because he discovered that the headless body of the prostitute Taro is frantically showing blood, which is about to blow itself up. Mu dun mu bloom wall. Zhang Ji slapped one hand on the ground, and the prostitute Taro's body was immediately stuck together by the sudden appearance of wood, as if it was caught by a bull. Boom! The body of the prostitute Taro blew himself up without causing any damage. Abominable, what a cunning and evil devil! Ulu Tianyuan erupted. How can you be beaten like this by a column? Can't you fight yourself? If you say that, it means that you have seen it all. Then why didn't you save me in the first place? I'm fighting the guy who is stronger than the column. So what? Then why didn't you kill him before? Isn't it okay to smash his head? I just wanted to do that in the first place. There was no ghost Li Yulu Tianyuan, and the heads of the two ghosts began to quarrel very crisply. Zhang Ji came over and interjected and said, Okay, after all, the opponent is the Uchiha clan. It's understandable to lose, prostitute Taro, be more tolerant with your sister. An indescribable expression appeared on the facial features of the prostitute Taro's head, or that sentence, if eyes can kill, Zhang Ji has died n times. How can it be repaired? Don't be proud. If it weren't for this guy holding me back, I definitely won't end up like this. Didn't help me a little the whole time. The prostitute Taro was so angry that he even called Akihime this guy. Then wouldn't it be good if you controlled me to do it? Obviously you didn't do anything yourself. You were careless. Gigi roared with a grin. It's really insightful, not dead yet, and even quarreling. Well, you guys don't talk nonsense, go to death gorgeously. Ulu Tianyuan inserted his two knives back behind him, because he had already seen that although his head was still arguing, it had slowly turned into ashes from the neck. Idiot! You're an idiot! What did you say? The quarrel between Ichihime and the prostitute Taro has gradually heated up, and has changed from mutual blame to simple invective. Tears began to appear in Gigi's eyes, and her voice began to lower. You are so ugly, how can it be my brother? How could I possibly be related to you? We don't look like each other at all. You useless thing! There is nothing good except being powerful. Not at all. Once you lose, it's worthless. It can only be a waste ugly monster. After Akihime's call, a look of confusion appeared on the face of the prostitute Taro. But then, the face was replaced by an angry expression. What are you kidding? If you were alone, you would have died a long time ago. Any idea how much I helped you? You are waste, weak, worthless. I actually protected you for so long, I really regret it from the bottom of my heart. Without you, how could my life be like this? How nice it would be without you. Why do I always have to deal with the mess you left behind? You shouldn't have given birth to. The prostitute Taro said halfway, and Tanjiro reached out and pressed his mouth down. And Yuji's face was already sad. Don't say it, this is not what you think at all, it's all angry words, and okay, you are each other's only brothers. No one will forgive you for what you have done, everyone you kill will hate you, curse you, and no one will speak for you, so at least between you, stop talking badly to each other. Tanjiro said this. Oh, it's so gentle, Tanjiro, I don't even know what to say about you. After all, these two goods are too similar to you, and if you are a little careless, they are also another prostitute Taro. Zhang Ji shook his head, it was his words that he would never be able to do this kind of behavior. Wu. I'm bored, why should I be taught a lesson by you stinky little devil? I don't care about you. Get out of the way. Unwilling, so unwilling. Think of a way, Oni-chan, I don't want to die, Oni-chan. Oni-chan. I don't want to die. Oni-chan, Oni. Ji's head turned to ashes. The voice calling for his brother stopped abruptly. The prostitute Taro's pupils widened instantly, and Tanjiro let go of his hand. Mei. The prostitute Taro shouted the name, and then his expression was dazed. Yes, I remembered that my sister is not called Yuji, she should be called Mei. The name Falaheim is really ugly. The prostitute Taro's eyes were dark. Okay, Tanjiro is gone, he should start walking the marquee. Zhang Ji greeted, turned his head and prepared to leave. Marquee? What marquee? Tanjiro stood up and asked suspiciously. He can be like this, and the reason for these things, you won't want to know, because it all reveals things that people are scarier than ghosts. Zhang Ji smiled at Tanjiro, and his whole body suddenly exploded into a cloud of smoke. What? This is gone with smoke bombs? What about people? Such a little smoke is not enough to hide alone. Ah! Ninja means? How can it be repaired? How gorgeous! Yulu Tianyuan clenched his hands into fists, his face full of envy. Lord Tenjin! Are you all right? Lord Tenjin, the ghost has already been killed. It's not a loss, Lord Tianyuan. Ulu Tianyuan's 3 wives appeared and immediately gathered around him. Humph, in fact, there is nothing to envy, after all, I have 3 wives. Yulu Tianyuan laughed and took his 3 wives into his arms together. The Yoshiwara Yukaku incident ended here, and Tanjiro looked at the pair of big-eyed and innocent beans in the box, and reached out and rubbed your bean's head. Brother will definitely protect you and find a way to turn you back into a human. Tanjiro's eyes were gentle. Somewhere deep in the mountains at the moment. Strange, the fluctuations of space have disappeared again. Something like time and space ninjutsu. Can a ghost with abilities such as space be a relatively powerful existence among ghosts? I obviously sensed that there are similar fluctuations in the energy of life forms around here. Why are there no ghosts everywhere? More doppelgangers, always pay attention to the spatial fluctuations around you, and use the explosive chakra to find that point the moment it appears. Madara raised his head, and the wooden doppelganger began to walk out of his body. Infinity City. How did it feel just now? Why does my right eyelid keep jumping again? Someone looking for me again? Ghost killers. What a strange feeling. The boss of the 12 Ghost Moons, Ghost Mai Suji Wuxi suddenly felt uncomfortable for no reason at this moment. Chapter 45. Next is the Wuxian Conference, and then we will go to Forge Knife Village. If you forge the Knife Village, there is nothing particularly tricky about the ghost. Damn, where did Wu Mi have a conference? I really want to take Madara to find him. Zhang Ji kept tapping the Tuan fan with his fingers. Your Excellency Zhang Ji. How are you doing lately? A pleasant female voice entered Zhang Ji's ears. As soon as Zhang Ji turned his head, his gaze was immediately attracted by a large Snow White. It's Ganlu Temple Honey Glass. This kind of character picture should not be seen by brothers, right? Manual funny Your Excellency Zhang Ji? What's wrong? Ganlu Temple looked at Zhang Ji's stunned eyes with a confused expression, and even took a step forward. Hisses to go, can't. Zhang Ji gasped, and for a while he actually wanted to know the person who designed the uniform of the ghost-killing team for Ganlu Temple Honey Glass. That's right, Zhang Ji returned to the ghost-killing team. He didn't have the responsibility to report back to the ghost-killing team headquarters at all, he just came back to see Yahua, and said that if he was familiar, Yahua, a little girl who did not appear in the original work, was the person Zhang Ji had known for the longest time. Zhang Ji, who had visited the flowers, was just about to leave when he met Ganlu Temple Honey Li didn't. It's nothing. I didn't eat in the morning, and my head was a little dizzy. Zhang Jijhan said awe-inspiringly, he was not blinded by some bunker thing. Your Excellency Zhang Ji, although you are very strong, no matter how strong people are, they will eat. If you don't eat, there is no way to continue trying. If you don't dislike it, I just happened to go to dinner, shall we go together? The food at the Ghost Killing Squad headquarters has always been very good. Ganlu Temple Miri said with a grin. Zhang Ji looked at the hair of Ganlu Temple Honey Li, and suddenly thought of a setting. It is said that the hair color of Ganlu Yi Miri is caused by eating 170 cherry cakes a day for 8 consecutive months. Actually, you're very good at eating in a big stomach, right? Zhang Ji subconsciously said this sentence. Ganlu Yi's smile froze on her face, and her cheeks began to flush. I'm sorry. I'm going to save the world. One step ahead. Zhang Ji's old face also turned red, backhanded the Tuan fan behind him, and walked away with a big stride. Ah, how the hell did that woman do it? I'm already going crazy. In the mountain forest, the eyes of the Qiwozie are glowing yellow, and the corners of his mouth are constantly dripping. He was surrounded by carcasses of various animals, some of whom had been bitten several times. Love snow. Love snow. I can definitely do it. Absolute. I definitely don't eat people. If I starve to death, it means that I am just that. No, I must not die. My limits don't stop there. I will be like what you always believed. See you again before. Ghost limits. I definitely can. The roar in the mountains and forests. He fought Kyo's hero for 2 whole days. He was taken aback by Kyo's hero. That move is called Breath of Flame, Ultimate Mystery, Final Type, 18 Hell Karmic Fire, Mighty and Mighty Ghost Slash. How can you repair it? What a broken name. It's already hard just to write it down, Kyo's hero. Thinking of this, Yawozuo couldn't help but complain again. That move is amazing. Successfully cut off his head, although the Qiwo seed has reached the point of beheading immortality, but it is still a great injury. He even felt that if Kyo's hero hadn't used this trick and lost consciousness, he might have burped if he did it again. Moreover, such pure masters beat each other, why is there a man and a woman in the shadows? Kyo's hero just fell, and sneaking out of the shadows is cutting himself. He couldn't even tell if the 2 goods had just arrived or had been secretly observing for a long time. The Qiwozie wasted the power of 9 bulls and 2 tigers, and his body was about to be cut into more than a dozen sections before running out. How can you fix? Next time I meet those 2 nasty guys, I have to. Can't be so angry. By the way, break through the limits of ghosts. But I'm so hungry. It seems that the Zoe has been stunned. The crazy Zuza went crazy for a long time, until a human appeared in front of him. This woman was carrying a basket and did not know what to do in the mountains in the middle of the night. The eyes of the Zuza stared at the woman deadly. The woman also noticed that something was wrong, and she slowly took a few steps back. The tattooed guy in front has yellow eyes. It's so scary. Human. In the blink of an eye, he has come to the front of women, and Qiwoza never eats women, but now. He was hungry and crazy. After a big battle, his physical strength was almost exhausted, and he had never been as weak as he was now. And for a long time without eating people, or in this urgent need to replenish energy, the instinct for cannibalism has been amplified countless times. The woman's legs were a little trembling, and she was afraid to turn her face and run. Raiza grabbed the woman's neck and casually fell to the ground, and a very sick smile appeared on his face. Wow! Wow! The sound of weeping came from inside the frame that the woman was carrying, and the woman immediately crawled over and reported a baby from the basket, dead on her chest. It's noisy. Eat. As long as you eat. My body. How can I fix it? Lian Shui, am I still? Kaiuza gritted his teeth, saliva frantically flowing from the corners of his mouth, like a waterfall. He trembled and stretched out his arm to the woman. Mr. Koji. Lian Shui's gentle voice actually appeared in Yawosa's mind. Raiza cried, and 2 lines of clear tears slipped from the corners of his eyes. Darling! I've always believed in you. You can definitely do it. Love Snow's encouragement sounded in the ears of the Zuza. How can it be repaired? Damn it! Kaiwuza angrily cut off his right hand that stretched out to the woman with his left hand, and then turned his face and ran away. The memory recovery of the Rook seat, the obsession with Love Snow is no less than your Bean's obsession with loved ones. Kaiwuza found a cliff and jumped straight down. He raised his hand and smashed his chin, and then cut off his legs. The nest sat at the foot of the cliff, emitting a low roar that seeped in. And so it went on all night, until the next day, when the sun rose. He did not eat people, tortured himself for a night, his body was extremely weak, and the sun was in sight. This can be said to be a mortal situation for the hister. Love Snow. It seems that I can't wait for the day I see you. I still failed you again after all. It's good to be dead. Kiwoza looked at the sunlight that was getting closer and closer to him in front of him, and actually smiled. The urge to eat people. Endure? Suddenly, the eyes of the Kaiuza burst into a burst of light. He found himself resisting the urge to eat people. With a roar, the arm of the Zuza grew again. Love Snow. I did it. Have you been watching me? The nest seat began to gouge the ground frantically, and within a dozen seconds, a large hole was thrown, and he directly drilled into it. Love Snow. My life is without you. It's nothing. A feeling of weakness swept through the mind of the Zuza. He actually fell asleep. Chapter 46. In a training room of the ghost-killing team, Zhang Ji squinted at the little ghost in front of him. Shi Tiu Wei Lang looked at Zhang Ji with an innocent expression. Mr. Zhang Ji, chakra, I seem to feel it. That's what Shita Wuchiro said just now. Butterfly Shinobu crouched in the doorway, ear pressed against the door. Shinobi, for a ninja, your eavesdropping behavior is no less than standing directly in front of me. Zhang Ji shouted into the doorway. Faux pas. Butterfly Shinobu pushed open the door with an embarrassed smile on her face. At the beginning, Zhang Ji used the Sharingan to instill all the basic theories of chakra into Zhu's mind. This kind of thing is not a secret in the Hokage world, and children of several years can understand it. But people and people's physical qualities obviously can't be generalized, and 9 pillars, only Shita Wuchiro and Butterfly Shinobu remembered these things, although they both said that they couldn't understand them at the beginning. This incident made Ulu Tenjin, who was also a ninja, depressed all the time. Muchiro, you said you felt chakra, right? Zhang Ji raised his eyebrows. The system said that it is not a power system of one world, and it is almost impossible for the character to learn the power system of another world. Yes, I feel something. Very pure power. It seems that this thing has always been in my body, but I don't understand the extraction and use. It's exactly the same feeling as Mr. Zhang Ji passed on to me theories. Wuchiro nodded, and then he raised his hand, and his eyes immediately became sharp. Wuchiro has always been a dull boy with no expression, and this sudden sharp look looks a little handsome. After about 5 minutes, Muchiro's forehead was already covered with sweat, and even his raised right hand began to tremble slightly. Butterfly Shinobu's eyes were round, and he stared at Muchiro without blinking. In the end, under the light drink of Muchiro, a faint blue glow appeared on the palm of his hand. Sai-kui. Muchiro. You did it. How the hell did you do that? Can this force form a flow of water or flame like Mr. Zhang Ji? Butterfly Shinobu was full of surprise, and immediately stepped forward to look at Muchiro's hand carefully. It's a pity that I don't have a clue about that kind of thing, and Mr. Zhang Ji hasn't said how to use it. Wuchiro shook his head, and then he and Butterfly Shinobu all looked at Zhang Ji with a longing expression. Zhang Ji clapped his hands and praised, very good, to be able to achieve this point is worthy of being the youngest pillar of the ghost-killing team, and the talent is indeed different from ordinary people. But if you just control chakra to this extent, you can't stretch out real ninjutsu. Zhang Ji said and stretched out his hand, and his hand immediately burst out with a strong blue light. It looked like a blue flame was burning on his hand. This is an attributeless chakra. If you want to show it a change in water or fire, you need a chakra attribute change, but Wuchiro, it took you more than 4 months to feel chakra alone, not to mention the chakra attribute change. So, give up, this theory is not suitable for the ghost killer team. If you have this time to study chakra, it is better to study your own breathing method. Zhang Ji struck mercilessly. No, Mr. Zhang Ji, I didn't spend much time on chakra, but all of a sudden today, I feel the power of life and spirit." Mujiro's expression was serious, and the chakra in his hand had not yet dissipated. Zhang Ji nodded, scratched his head and said, "Chakra can not only show changes in attributes, but also attach." "Mujiro, you're a master of using a knife, right?" "Mr. Zhang Ji, the pillars are almost all masters of using knives," replied Butterfly with an embarrassed smile. "A knife is a weapon, and a weapon is an extension of the brothers and sisters, and there is no one Lang, if the knife in your hand is like your arm. Chakra can also condense on it. After all, none of you are fighting ghosts with your bare hands, stretching chakra from your hand to the knife. I'll demonstrate it once." Zhang Ji said and beckoned to Butterfly Shinobu, who immediately noticed, pulled out his Nikawa knife, and handed it to Zhang Ji. "It's really a light knife, if you use a little force, it will break." Zhang Ji looked at the Butterfly Shinobu's Nikawa saber and said, "I fight differently than they do, due to my size and strength." A smile appeared on Zhang Ji's face. "Yes. After all, my hands. That's all." Butterfly Shinobu stretched out her hands with a look of regret. "If you can feel the chakra, covering the chakra on your arm and knife can make up for your lack of strength." Zhang Ji was astonishing. "Really? What kind of thing can be done?" Butterfly Shinobu's eyes suddenly lit up. Faux pas. Zhang Ji's right eye suddenly opened his eyes, directly facing the eyes of Butterfly Shinobu. The scene in front of Butterfly Shinobu changed instantly. A child with white hair, dark skin, small sunglasses, and a cool smile on his face stood in front of him. He moved, and thunder seemed to bloom on his hands. He jumped up and punched a huge rock. Boom! The huge rock was shattered by a child's punch. "Really? That's awesome. He looks not even 10 years old, right?" The illusion in front of Butterfly Shinobu disappeared, and her face was full of shock. "Ha ha ha ha, of course. This kind of thing is a trivial matter that is not enough to use chakra skillfully," Zhang Dada said with a smile. "Look. I'm not good at attaching chakra with variable attributes to weapons, so this is just a simple chakra overlay." The chakra on Zhang Ji's right hand burst out, covering the Nikki knife of Butterfly Shinobu in the blink of an eye. The whole knife glows blue. "Wujiro, slash it with an attack that you can interrupt this knife," Zhang Ji shouted. "Good." Wujiro immediately drew the knife. He held the Nikawa knife high with both hands, and the bruises on his wrists exploded. It can be seen that there is no strength left at all. "Come on!" Zhang Ji raised the Butterfly Shinobu's Nikki knife and greeted loudly. Butterfly Shinobu was a little nervous. This knife she had used for a long time, and it was specially made. The sword flashed. Dang! A crisp sound sounded in the three people. Mujiro's Nikawa knife is broken, and the Butterfly Shinobu is thin and narrow Nikkeku knife, and it doesn't even have a rolling blade. Chapter 47. This. You're going to the knifesmith village anyway, right? Then I'll find a knife forger to reforge you. One step ahead. Zhang Ji grabbed Butterfly Shinobu's little hand and put her Nikawa knife into her hand. "Come on." Zhang Ji patted Butterfly Shinobu's shoulder, nodded his head vigorously at her, and then ran away with a puff of smoke. Butterfly Shinobu looked confused the whole time. "Broke in? Mujiro's Nikki knife slashed at my kind of knife, and it broke like that?" Mujiro looked at the broken knife in his hand and thoughtfully. The desire for human flesh has become much weaker, and the power. Strength restored? Why? What went wrong? Why does it regain strength? Ryza stood on the edge of the cliff, his face full of doubts. "Forget it, don't care, you still have to look for the blue flower." Ryza rubbed his neck and decided to go. After all, he couldn't move during the day. If only he knew that the blue flowers would only bloom during the day. Suddenly, the foot of the nest seat was weightless, and the whole person appeared a feeling of falling. The next second, he appeared in a strange place, full of buildings, but he couldn't tell the difference between up and down. The nest seat glanced around a little and immediately determined his position. Alien space, infinite city. I was called here, that is. Did the upper winding die at the hands of the ghost hunter? The expression of the Kiwo seat did not appear the slightest look of surprise. After all, as the third of the upper string, didn't he almost burp like this? If Wu Miao asked him what was in the ghost-killing team, Yu Woza would definitely answer, the ghost-killing team is not clean. Inside, there's dirty. After moving his body a little, he opened his arms and jumped straight from a height. The lights and shadows flickered around, as if the lights of all houses had been melted into a space, and Yu Woza was even a little confused whether he was falling or rising. Until it suddenly opened up in front of him, a huge mansion built in the middle of a lake appeared in his sight. The scene in front of him changed again, and Yu Woza found that he was about to land, so his body twisted, and he made a 360-degree turn in the air, landing perfectly. As soon as he landed, the house in front of him suddenly moved like a building block, and a pillar of various shapes on the side pushed him away. He stood up on the floor at 90 degrees, and the moment he stood up, he found that he was actually rising, going up. The pillars under the feet kept rising again, as if lift. Buzz, a strange peepa sound came out. Ryza looked sideways and saw that it was Naruto, who seemed to have reached the terminal. A sharp laugh came from the side of the Kiwo seat. Kaiuza turned his head again, he saw a jar, no, it should be said that it was jug. The pot bounced down reductively. Isn't this Lord Ryza? There was a sound of talking from inside the pot, and as the body of the pot shook, 4 short hands pulled out from the mouth of the pot, and a strange-looking ghost with eyes on the mouth and forehead twisted out of the pot like a snake. It is the winding of the army, the jade pot. It's good that you're safe, we haven't seen each other for 90 years. I thought you were killed, but I was really excited. Ahem. It's really heartache. Hey, hey, hey. Looking at the disgusting face of the jade pot. There was no expression on the face of the jade pot. There was a sound of a squeezing cord on the side stairs, and Yuzuo once again moved his gaze to the top of the stairs. It's terrible. It's terrible. I haven't seen it for a while, the jade pot can't even count, the last time I was summoned was 113 years ago. A small old man with long horns on his head, a swollen forehead, and a short body that seemed to shrink trembled and climbed to the guardrail of the stairs. Winding up, half-day dog. Inseparable numbers, unlucky singulars. Odd number. It's scary, it's scary. Half-a-day dog stretched out 3 fingers, trembling and shouting. Peepa girl, isn't Lord Wu miserable? Yuzuo didn't pay attention to the jade pot and the half-tengu at all, and looked up to Naruto, who was sitting on a high place. Lord Wu miserable has not yet arrived. Naruto answered truthfully. So where did the winding one go? It won't be killed, will it? Ryza asked, squinting. He didn't say that he had recovered his memory now, even if he didn't recover his memory, hammering Tong Mo and Black Death Eyes was one of his pursuits. Oh, a playful voice came, and the lights around Infinity City were all extinguished in an instant. Don't be so anxious, Your Excellency. Aren't you worried about me? I'm worried about you. Tong Mo said as he stretched out his hand with purple sharp nails and put it on the shoulder of the Yuzuo, his face close to the test. Except for Lien Shui, no one spoke in his ear. After all, you are all my important companions, and you can't be left behind. Tong Mo leaned closer, his voice was low and sexy, in short, Tong Mo himself thought so. Ryza couldn't bear it anymore, and his face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. Your Excellency Tong Mo. The timing of the jade pot to say hello was just right, otherwise Tong Mo would have been beaten in advance. Yay, long time no see, jade pot. Is this your new pot? It's beautiful. Tong Mo turned his face and waved at the jade pot with a smile. He looked like a very polite ghost. Tong Mo's right hand gently patted Tong Mo's shoulder while continuing, "You gave me the pot, I inserted the woman's head as an ornament. It's all in my room." Hypa exhaled softly at this time, but his fist clenched harder. "It's not for sticking heads, but it's good." The jade pot endorsed Tong Mo's aesthetic. "By the way, come to my house next time." Tong Mo looked very interested. "Take it away." Raiza couldn't help it. "Hey!" Tong Mo turned his face when he heard this, and his face came closer. "Take your hands off." Yu Woza couldn't bear it anymore, and burst Tong Mo's jaw with a punch. Seeing this, the half-heavenly dog not far away immediately hugged his head. "This punch is good, you are a little stronger than before, Your Excellency." Tong Mo's jaw instantly recovered, and he still had a smile on his face. "The first person I invited was Lord One of the Windings. He's always been there." The Peepa girl spoke at this time. Hearing this, Yu Woza shifted his gaze again. In the distance, a room with a bamboo curtain, black dead eyes kneeling in it. "I'm here, Lord Misery, I've arrived." The Black Death Eye did not speak loudly, but all the ghosts present could hear it. With the sound of the Black Death Eye, all the ghosts noticed that the Misery was in the space above them. "I don't know when test benches, experimental vessels, books and no Misery himself. The prostitute Taro is dead, and the last quarter moon is crippled." Wu shook his hand and stared at the test tube, and said expressionlessly. Tong Mo knelt directly, and he apologized with a smile on his face. "Really? I'm really sorry. The prostitute Taro was introduced by me, how can I apologize? Look, how about I gouge out my own eyeballs? Or..." The blood-red pupils of the Misery stared at Tong Mo, and interrupted coldly, "What is the use of my eyes? I had already expected the prostitute Taro to lose, and as expected, Akihime was a burden. If the prostitute Taro had fought in the first place, they would have won instinctively." "Hey!" Wuxian suddenly froze, the research in his hand also stopped, and he turned around sharply. Bang! A cloud of smoke exploded in front of the Zuzuzo, which was the standard way for ninjas to appear. Hipzo's hands trembled a little. In front of him, a man's back appeared, dark red armor, pitch-black long hair. The jade pot looked confused, Tong Mo's face was full of curiosity, and the hands that covered the eyes of the dog for a long time also revealed a slit. Even the black dead eyes stood up directly, and the 6 pairs of eyes looked at the man who suddenly appeared in disbelief. He didn't even see how this man appeared. Just bang, and it appeared? Tong Mo walked up to this man with a puzzled look. "Excuse me? Who are you? Doesn't it look human, ghost?" "Master Wu Miserable's newly promoted." Tong Mo's words were half-spoken, and his throat was immediately pinched by a hand, and he couldn't say anything at all. "Finally found by me, it's such a peculiar ability, even I can't help but praise this ability." "And you little ghost asked who I am?" "Oh Riva! Kamita!" Madara Yi's face is full of domineering. Then with a click, he twisted Tong Mo's neck. Chapter 48. Hey! Neck twisted. Tong Mo's head fell on his shoulder and he took a few steps back. There was silence. Madara clasped his hands to his chest and casually looked at Infinity City, which looked like a world of illusion. "Wu Miserable didn't know why I was a little panicked in my heart, what the hell is this?" All the ghosts looked at Madara cautiously. As a winding ghost, they knew too much about the character, the boss did not speak, and the employees would definitely not show any behavior. However, it is clear that Tong Mo is not in the ranks of normal ghosts. "Your Excellency, you are very rude like this. We'll die." Tong Mo's voice stopped abruptly as his head was gone. "That's right, it's a back pump." Madara slapped Tong Mo's face with the back of his hand, and his head was pumped out. "Well done. Yawozuo was very afraid of this man, but seeing that he first broke Tong Mo's neck, and then slapped Tong Mo's head, don't mention how happy it is. A sharp line of sight locked on the Kiwo seat, and when the Kiwo seat raised its head, he couldn't help but take a step back in fright. His own crumb boss is eyeing himself. Obviously, he is too close to Wu Miserable now, and he can't hide from Wu Miserable's prying eyes at all if he thinks. Wu Miserable actually didn't think much about it. It's normal for these gang of moon ghosts to want their colleagues to burp all day. But what's with this fear? I didn't mean to punish him. So far, Wu Wu has not found that the Kyuza is afraid because of the man in front of him, not because of himself. Kill him. No, leave a breath. I want to know how he got in. A chair appeared behind Wu Wu, and he sat up with a big golden knife, and cocked a second leg. Madara raised his eyebrows, hit him and began to break into the rivers and lakes, and no one had yet sat in front of him with a big grin like this. And what's the situation with that chair? It looks like it should be very comfortable to sit. Another day, let that kid arrange a handful for himself. Kill him? Are you kidding? Of course you won't do it. Use Haibo has obviously let himself go once, and this Use Haibo in front of him is obviously Use Haibo with higher purity than Zhongji Use Haibo. This is no less than the nine-headed worm letting Babor rush to kill the Tang monk master and apprentice. Since Lord Wu Miserable has ordered, then. Boom! Madara smashed Tong Mo's head into the floor with a punch. It was obvious that Tong Mo was currently very difficult to say a complete sentence in front of Madara. Who is this guy? Shot is so decisive, isn't it a ghost hunter? And what about his weapons? No matter, if you don't have the Nikawa knife, even if your body is shattered, you can't die, you must behave well in front of Lord Wu Miserable. This thought of the jade pot had just arisen, and Madara had already appeared in front of him. It's ugly, it's disgusting. Madara stood in front of the jade pot and looked at the jade pot condescendingly with contempt. Ugly? Disgusting? Say me. You know what? The jade pot was furious, but what was greeted was Madara's ruthless kick, and the pot was kicked and burst open. As long as Madara moves, the attack will definitely not stop, and the only person who can talk to him in the battle is only one person between the pillars. A huge suction force inexplicably acted on the body of the Kiwozie, and the Kiwoza's face was shocked. His body was sucked away by an extremely strong suction force, and what awaited him was Madara's open right hand. Shot at me. Yawosa didn't know what to do for a while. If he shot, he would definitely be crushed, and if he didn't shoot, the boss would be watching from above. The temperature around suddenly dropped. Blood Demon Technique, Man-Lion Hua. Several ice vines entangled with ice lotus flowers shot out as Tong Mo waved the iron fan in his hand. The ice vine wrapped around Madara in the blink of an eye, and the suction of the Ryo nest also stopped. In a way, Tong Mo can be regarded as saving the Kiwozie. Strange uncle, it's really unreasonable. Can't you honestly kneel in front of Lord Wu Miserable? Tong Mo still had a smile on his face because of his hand. Obviously, the price of success is enormous. A blue chakra burst out from Madara's body, the ice vine shattered in the blink of an eye, and a blue phantom shrouded Madara's body. Wu Miao's eyes widened sharply, and he looked at Madara in disbelief. Ghost. Like me, the ghost of the ancestors who produced change? There's not a bit of human breath, this. This must be something similar to vampire magic. No misery, horrified in my heart. The blue Susanoo leaned out his arm, Tong Mo's fan shook, and several icemen who looked like himself appeared around him. Obviously, the number did not mean anything to Madara. Susanoo's arm was straight at Tong Ma's local, and even the iceman and Tong Ma's body could not hinder the movement of this terrifying arm. A streak of knife light. When the apex of the winding, the Black Death Eye shot. His knife was fast and invisible to the naked eye, and this slash at Susanoo only caused Madara to turn his face and look at him. And Tong Mo had already been grabbed by Susanoo's arm, and as Susanoo shook his arm hard, Tong Mo let out a miserable cry. He himself couldn't understand why it hurt so much. It feels too strong. Madara looked at Black Death Mao's face, and he didn't know what to say for a while with his mouth open, a full 6 eyes. When did he see such a deformed thing? Which one has been fighting with him is not a handsome guy? One type, Dark Moon, Yano Palace. Black Death Mew used the trick of moon breath. In an instant, he withdrew his knife and slashed again with a powerful slash. With this swing of his sword, irregular small crescent-shaped blades appeared on the edge of the blade. Get out of here! Madara cursed in disgust, and another Susanoo arm leaned out from behind and slammed a punch on Black Death Mao's chest. Black Death Mao took off on the spot after being punched, and an incredulous look appeared in all 6 eyes. Black Death Mew crashed through various buildings in Infinite City, and finally fell to the ground. He just got up, a blue blade fell from the sky, and he was split in half in an instant. Madara followed. Before the place, Tong Mo's body was squeezed into a mess, and it was slowly recovering. It's really interesting, obviously they are all weak like poor insects, and the speed of body regeneration is comparable to the body reborn in the soil. Madara looked at the Black Death Mew who was reconnecting together and said with a smile. He also lifted Susanoo. A huge flesh and blood whip suddenly burst out from under the floor, and Madara Yi's head was strangled by the whip and shattered on the spot. Wu Miserable seized the opportunity and shot directly. His expression finally softened. This guy who upsets me, although no. You know. Which Ni? No Misery directly frightened. Madara Yi's head appeared with a burst of white shredded paper-like things, and it was completely restored. Ban Yi looked at Wu Miserable calmly with a pair of kaleidoscopes, with a smile on his face. Chapter 49. The attack on me failed. If you fight, if the blow does not work, you must immediately make the next action. Madara grabbed Wu Miserable's hair and pressed his head down, and his knees made intimate contact with Wu Miserable's handsome face, and then Madara turned around and came with a beautiful back kick. Lord Wu Miserable. Beaten? Wrong. It's not so much beaten, it can be said to be beaten. It's over, I think so, Lord Wu Miserable must know. It's over, it's over. Kyuza is full of cold sweat. Although he likes to fight against the strong the most, but this strong you are a little limited, this kind of monster that shouts that he is a god is the strong? Wait a minute, it won't really be god, right? Ryokeiza is a little confused now. Go up and attack Uchiha? It's obviously stupid, so it's not a matter of not moving here. Wait a minute, so I'm attacking this Uchiha, I burp. If I don't attack, if he makes Lord Wu Miserable burp, then Lord Wu Miserable burps, then Lord Wu Miserable will burp too, and I will definitely burp too. And then if Lord Wuxi hadn't burped, and I hadn't fought on his orders, then still. Hiccup. Nest Seat realized. He now feels empty inside. It's so awesome, this guy, where the hell did it come from, this guy? Tong Ma's body has been restored, and although it has been pinched into meat puree by Madara's Susanoo arm, he still has a smile on his face. Lao Tzu has put up with you for a long time. Yagatong Mill. Sign. Now that he has completely seen it, he has made an act that all the ghosts present cannot understand. Destroy, kill, kill. Kiwozie came out with both fists at the same time, rushed to Tong Mo in the blink of an eye, and both fists dried Tong Mo's upper body in Tong Mo's doubtful gaze. Ha 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 ha, interesting. Is it extremely dry? Some kind of illusion? Madara looked at the suddenly turned back, and laughed out loud. As for whether it was a real illusion, he had no interest in verifying it, who would care if the bugs were fighting each other together? It's terrible, it's terrible. No miserable lord. Attacked. For half a day, the dog trembled with fright and crawled on the ground. Actually broke my pot. You're done. You're dead. The jade pot obviously did not see the scene of his boss being beaten violently, and the pot with water and grass patterns appeared in his short hand, and goldfish jumped out of the pot. Senbon needlefish kill. The goldfish's mouth spat out dense fine needles and hit Madara yet. What a thing! Madara stood in place, waved one hand forward, and the fine needle was scattered by Madara casually, and the so-called Senbon needlefish kill did not play a role at all. Oh, hey, hey! Got it! Blood Demon Technique, Hand of God. The jade pot had already broken away from the pot at this time, and his hands were covered with fish scales, and he quickly slapped towards Madara yet. Bang! A blue skeleton-like arm smashed a fist on the jade pot's brain door, and the jade pot's brain door was smashed into a dent. A look of surprise appeared on Madara Yi's face. Did this chic gadget suddenly become so hard? I thought that this time should burst the pulp. The skeleton arm lifted the jade pot, and the jade pot was already holding a moth-patterned pot in his hand at the moment. What a lot of strength! But that's it. You even kicked my pot and didn't know how to appreciate it. Blood Demon Trick Kettle Hell. The jade pot's face was full of anger, and a giant octopus popped out of the small pot mouth, the size of a house. The jade pot was thrown away like garbage, and Ban Yi jumped back several times in a row and came to the front of Black Death Mao. Tsuki no Type Moon Dragon Wheel Tail. The 6 eyes of the Black Death Eye were burning with anger, and this knife swept through the domineering, and the momentum was like cutting off everything around it. A strong chakra erupted around Madara's body, and chakra formed a protective shield-like form to envelop Madara inside. Black Death Mao's move, the blade cut out from Ban Yi's back stopped at a distance of half a meter from Ban Yi, and it was difficult to advance an inch. It's very daring to dare to swing a knife at me, but that's all you can make me praise. Madara slowly turned his face, and the red light in his eyes shone. In the shocked gaze of Black Death Mao, the blue phantom shadow reappeared, and 4 long swords quickly condensed on the 4 arms. The 4 long swords swung down wildly, and Black Death Mao did not have the slightest interest in confronting these 4 huge long swords, and he turned his face and ran. What? This suction? Black Death Mao's body flew upside down as if uncontrolled, and what greeted him were 4 ruthless giant blades. Boom! Here the Black Death Mao was frantically chopped by Ban Yi like chopping meat. Over there, the Kiwo seat punched and kicked Tong Mo. Your Excellency! What are you crazy? As the third of the upper string, how can it be my opponent? Tong Mo began to fight back, the iron fan with bursts of ice crystals. The two fought on a par. Blood Demon Technique, Dry Garden Weeping Snow. Destroy the Killing Ghost Core Ye Core. The two are fast and move quickly through the Infinity City, full of buildings damaged by the aftermath of their battle. Lord Wu Miserable? What about Lord Wu Miserable? It won't be. The witty Jade Pot immediately guessed something. Own Crumb Boss, run! It's terrible. It's terrible. The man who suddenly appeared is already terrible. What happened to His Excellency Kai Wuzeo? Why did he attack his own people at this juncture? Half a day the dog was so frightened that it curled into a ball, and all he could do now was tremble in place. Fuck you! Kiwozie didn't know when he and Tong Mo hit the side of Bantiangwu. Kiwoza took a gap, kicked Haftiangwu flying, and scolded him. By the way, look at this parabola, it is the direction of Madara. I don't know why, the more angry the Zuza is, the bigger it gets. Madara didn't look at it, separated a Susanoo arm, grabbed it back, and squeezed it hard, and the dog was pinched into a blood mist for half a day. After dodging Tong Mo's iron fan, he stepped on the ground with his right foot, pressed his left fist down to his waist, took a sharp breath, his right fist was as fast as lightning, and exploded Tong Mo's head with a punch. Your Excellency, your strength doesn't seem to be as simple as being a little stronger. Tong Mo's head recovered quickly, and the smile on his face began to stiffen a little. You'd better not let me get a Nikawa blade, otherwise, killing you would be too easy. If you don't break through the limits of ghosts, You won't understand it at all. Ryokusa felt like he was in a better mood now. Chapter 50. The entrance to the Infinity City is in ruins. The jade pot lay motionless on the ground like char, the dog was strung together by sharp branches and could not move, the Black Death Mao did not know how many pieces it had been cut, pieces of meat were wriggling on the ground, and Tong Ma was trampled by Susanoo. Okay, now tell me, where did the other two go? Madara sat on the ground, supporting his cheek with one hand. At present, there is only one Yakuza seat left standing intact here. Grunt, Ryuza swallowed, he didn't know how to answer. Wu Miserable and Naruto have long disappeared their shadows, you must know that Infinite City has these two who can be controlled. Madara looked at the nervous nest in front of him, knowing that he couldn't get any useful information from him. That's it, it's still in this space anyway. Whether you can survive depends on your creation. Madara waved his hand and stood up. It's over. Madara put his hands together to form a seal, and an extremely strong fluctuation erupted from his body. His long black hair rose to the sky, and the blue Susanoo behind him was pulled up in place, and his forearms were imprinted in pairs. What is he going to do? What does it mean to say that? Why do I have a very bad feeling? Yu Woza subconsciously took a few steps back. When he fought with Tong Mo just now, it was clear that he had already gained the upper hand, and the one he beat was called a comfort. Who would have thought that a big blue foot fell from the sky and trampled Tong Mo to pieces with one foot? Tong Mo hasn't gotten up yet. Wouldn't it be? It's my turn, right? Ryo Wozuo misses Zhang Ji very much now, and the difference in behavior style between Uchiha and Uchiha is too big. Heavenly Obstruction Shocking Star. Madara spat out these 4 words. Heavenly Hindrance Shocking Star? What is it? Kyuza looked up, he was numb. He now had a deep understanding of the man's self-proclaimed god, something only God could do. Infinity City claims to be a space, and it is impossible to distinguish between upper and lower left and right, but from above the Kiwo seat, a meteorite that cannot see the boundary appears inexplicably. Can't escape, absolutely can't escape. Resurrection? This is not as simple as beheading. If attacked by this kind of thing, it is difficult to say whether the cells can be left. The Ryukuza knelt directly, he directly lost the mind to escape, and he was already desperate. How can it be repaired? Clearly. It is clear that it has broken through to this point. Love Snow. I'm sorry. Ryuza shed tears. What kind of virtue is that? Let's dance. Would you even have a green eye for something as weak as you, and can you see through the real and false eyes? Ha 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 ha. Madara laughed maniacally and exploded into smoke on the spot. He's gone. Weak things? Me? Raising his head to look at the meteorite in the air that was becoming clearer and clearer, Nan Nan said to himself. With Madara gone, all the ghosts present disappeared. With a flash of his eyes, he found himself in another place. Happen. What's up? Why do I feel weak? Tong Mo's body recovered, and he got up and looked around. Oh, isn't this your Excellency Tong Mo? We haven't seen each other for 90 years. Strange, why are you kneeling? Lord Wuxian has not arrived yet. Tong Mo walked up to the Kiwo seat, with a smile on his face. Why? The hyptic nest is blindfolded. It's so scary, I haven't seen it for a while, and your Excellency Tong Mo can't remember exactly? The last time we were summoned was 113 years ago, Half Tengu hid in the shadows and said in a trembling voice. Ryuza turned his head sharply and looked at the dog in disbelief for a long time, he didn't know what was wrong. Obviously, everyone is pineapple and pineapple. Your Excellency Tong Mo, the jade pot drilled out of the pot and greeted Tong Mo. Ah, it's a jade pot, is this your new pot? How beautiful! Hey? What's going on with your body? It seems to be burned. Tong Mo squatted beside the nest seat and raised his hand to put his arm around the shoulder of the nest seat. Hey? What's going on? The jade pot stretched out its little hand and frantically pulled the scorched black place on his body. Buzz, Lord Wu Miserable is here. Naruto flicked the pipa and spoke. Kaiwuza stood up and looked in the direction where Black Death Mew was at the beginning, and sure enough, Black Death Mew was still kneeling there. Black Death Mew's 6 eyes were full of horror. He seemed to have seen something horrible, but what is the condition of this physical pain? It seems to have experienced a big war. Black Death Mew always felt that something was strange when he looked at his hands. Lord Wu Miserable, it's here. Black Death Mew suddenly felt the breath of misery, and immediately spoke. Everything that followed was experienced by Ryaza, and the murder of Taro and Yuhime, the 6 prostitutes of the wind, was announced without tragedy. Illusion. Some kind of illusion like Zhongji was used by that terrible man. So it's all an illusion. Why are you using illusion on me? Kaiwuza had a dull expression, unable to understand God's thoughts. Their conversation continued, and Ryaza bowed his head in silence. Hyptica, what are you thinking? Wu Miao said this sentence. Kaiwuza's body froze suddenly, and he slowly raised his head to look at his scrappy boss in disbelief. What are you thinking? Lord Wuxian doesn't know. Why? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration, a very bold inference appeared in his mind. This is not magic. The man's last moments are gone. Lord Wu Miserable hid after being attacked. Infinity City is his territory, it's easy to hide, we ghosts are just tools used to verify that man's strength. After that man left, he manipulated Infinity City to transfer us. Is this still Infinity City? What about meteorites? And then the words. Being so close, we can think of the immeasurable adults who control our life and death, and erase our memories. It should be easy to do, after all, my memory should be. Thinking of this, the eyes of the nest seat are round. He looked around at the winding ghosts. I'm out of the hands of Lord Misery. That's not right. Such timid guys. I don't deserve to be called an adult. This thought appeared in the heart of Yu Woza, and he raised his head to look at Wu Miserable. Wu Wu's face was expressionless, as if he was still waiting for his answer. Ryokuza immediately proved his inference. If that thought appears, I will definitely burp. But no, Misery did it, which says it all. None. Master Wu Miserable, I feel a little wrong, as if I have suffered a hard blow to the head. I beg your pardon, Lord Wu Miserable. Ryaza said with his head bowed. It doesn't matter, I don't expect anything from you anyway. Wu said bleakly. This unmiserable staff meeting continues. That Banyi fell from the sky, and the wind pressure that landed on the ground blew over the dining table in front of Zhongji, who was cooking. Madara-sensei. Zhongji was surprised to throw his chopsticks with his backhand and greeted him. Extreme, I found the territory of the leader ghost, but it seems. Madara paused, and then laughed and said, ha 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 ha. The leader's ghost was not killed by me, and he failed. The talent for fighting is not at all, but the ability to escape deserves my praise. Zhongji looked at Banyi, who was laughing. His brain twitched, and he also laughed loudly. Around the corner, Shitouyu Mujiro was lying in the corner of the wall and peeking. Mujiro, what happened? Butterfly Shinobu lay behind Mujiro, his head sticking out. Nothing special happened. It's Uchiha laughing maniacally. Mujiro nodded his head and said affirmatively.